Greetings, everybody, and welcome. Thank you all very much for coming to join me today for some more Disco Elysium. I hope everybody is well, and safe, most importantly. Those of you, at least, who are here, and not over at Wooly's stream watching Wooly and Reggie play this, because they actually have just started this game today, it seems. And if I weren't here streaming it myself, I would probably be over there hanging out with them, so... but the show must go on. Because I would really like to get to the end of this game. Not only because I'm interested to see where it goes, but because I also would like to, move on to something else and keep it a little bit fresh. So, I am eager to conclude this. I have a feeling it's probably already taken me longer than, the average playtime, for whatever that's worth. I always seem to find that I log significantly longer playtimes in these kinds of games than whatever the internet average seems to be. Oh, hey, Wayward, you made it at not the end today. Well, and with Reggie along for the ride, Super Edge, they... how do you pronounce that username, actually? I probably have been pronouncing it wrong this whole time. Is it Super E-Jate? Super Edgy? I don't... help me out here. But yeah, the two of them together, it's going to be a long playthrough, but I think it's going to be packed with good moments of pure gold. I stopped in a little bit earlier, actually, and hung out there for a while to watch, and already their first couple of hours have been quite an adventure. Oh, okay, you don't have a particular pronunciation in mind for it. Alright, well, if it's okay with you, from now on, it'd be a little bit easier if I could just call you, Super. Just, you know, to cut out the superfluous pronunciation of letters and numbers. If that's cool, that would be a little bit easier. Hello, maids, welcome. Hello, Zorza, welcome to you as well. Monotone, good to see you. Valentine, good to see you as well. And congrats on defeating Queen Yarnum, Valentine. Okay, Super, that'd be a little bit easier. I don't know why it's taken me this long. But hello, Warrior. Hello, Meggie McJack. Scarlet Ash, Yugure, the Doctor, Devilish, Quaya. Thank you all for being here. Right. And without any further ado... I think this is where we left off. Oh, hello, Rormelin. Good to see you. You are welcome to stay for however long you're able. Alright, I might have to check our... Where is it? The quest list. Whoops. Okay. Uno lied to you, return and confront him. Who put the clothes in the trash? May take a while to find. Explore the Whirling's secret passages? There are strange doors in the Whirling, no one knows where they lead. Find a way in and see what's hidden there in the hostel cafeteria's forgotten corners. Yeah, we never found a way to open that door. Keep searching for the collar. May take some time. Find booze and drink it. No, we are quitting. Devilish, welcome to my world, man. Ask around about the tattoo's possible meaning. Someone can decipher them, tell you what they mean. Probably talk to about 2 people about them for this. Huh. Find the cryptozoologist. I think we kinda came across him. The watermarks. Knowledge and watermarks in your ledger. This may yield some information about who you are. We already did this, though. Interview the Wild Pines rep. Right, we still have to go back and talk to her. Locate a working firearm that shoots 4.46 caliber ammo. Offer figurines to Dolores Day. Get a reality lowdown. You have no idea where you are. Lena encouraged you to ask others to explain the world to you in greater detail. Perhaps try a rich person. Rich people. But we didn't get an option from Mega Rich Lightbending guy. Get yourself a brand strategist. I still don't know if there are any other options besides Idiot Doom Spiral. Get boots off the victim's feet. Well, that ship has sailed. Yeah, Monotone, how's that going? Have you guys been training him? Or trying? Because the younger you start, the less miserable it is to get them trained. Especially energetic breeds like Chocolate Labs. It's funny, isn't it? The dogs that are supposed to be the best family dogs, like the Chocolate Lab and the Golden Retriever, they tend to be the dumbest. I guess maybe that trait is desirable for family dogs, but... Alright, well...
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
You must be Lillian's twins.
This one doesn't say anything, kicking the concrete with his worn-out sneaker.
Lily's our mum.
Explains the other one, tongue still lolling out of his mouth. Yeah, I already said that.
The stone kicker laughs suddenly. His head is too large for his shoulders. The other one laughs as well. Wow. So intellectually stimulating.
Is Lily your sister?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Children are stupid. I'm not going to be mean to these kids. I'm pretty sure that our 2 cryptozoologists are somewhere over here. I ran into them before, or I came close to them, I think. This way. Yes, there they are. These soggy logs smell of ignition fluid. They still won't light up. It's almost impossible to get a fire going this near to the ocean. Huh? Oh, money. These heavy military blockades are riddled with bullet holes crumbling. What have we here? Huh?
That patch of reeds over there, it's a great place to hide something. Kind of out of the way, being so close to the water.
I can't see anything interesting.
You don't have a reason to. Yet.
Okay. Check back here later then. Got it. What is this about?
Nothing. Just a hunch. The hunch passes, leaving you there, by the old boy bobbing in the water. Time to go.
Ha! Well, monotone, or not a puppy anyway. If you were to adopt an older dog, it might be a little bit easier. But yeah, as much as I loved my old dog, I wouldn't want to have to take care of a dog now. I've got my hands full just taking care of myself. Buoy bob's in the water. The number on it says 11. Alright, I'm pretty sure these two guys are...
Hello, I'm Gary. How do you do, officer?
Gary the crypto-fascist? What the hell?
Yellow man. I mean, officer.
Wow!
The lieutenant raises his eyebrows slightly and takes out his notebook.
My God, right off the bat.
Yellow man. Interesting. This is something to ask him about, after a little probing first.
I'm just waiting for my friend Morel to finish up with his insect traps so we can return to civilization.
Quickly changes the subject. Not a lover of the great outdoors, are we?
I like nature, just not this bloody coast. It's mostly drunks and degenerates that come here.
Nobody's perfect. I'm sure you've been tempted to drink.
Oh, I've been tempted. But someone has to stay strong for Revocol.
Revocol. I don't think anybody coached these voice actors on the pronunciations. I somehow get the impression that the voice direction they received might not have been consistent. Oh, you can't visit her now, Monotone? What happened? I can certainly understand why you would be frustrated at having to spend your week off taking care of the dog.
He pronounces Revocol with a hard K, unlike other people.
Oh, okay, that was intentional. All right, well, scratch that then.
Serious question time. This man is no innocent. No one is.
You said Revocol.
I like to pronounce it the hard way. The old way. The Vespertine way.
Uh-huh.
He winks at you, trying to relay some hidden message, inviting you to mispronounce it too, perhaps. It's odd.
Oh, okay, Monotone, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that, man. At least it's only a week.
It's a secret rite. A very fringe nationalist handshake, probably.
Is this your mug?
My mug? Why would you think that?
You look like the kind of guy who might have a collection of mugs like this. Home, in his colonial mug collection.
How do you mean? Forgive me, officer, but we've only just met.
All right, I believe you. You look like the kind of man who knows it's a crime to lie to an officer.
Okay, I admit it. I threw the mug away in the trash container behind the hostel. I know I shouldn't have, and I am very sorry, officer.
So now we've nailed the guy who took the clothes off the corpse and threw them away as well. This is an important breakthrough.
You're not going to find me, are you?
Yes, actually. For 100 real. You fascist piece of shit.
Okay, I deserve that. And I won't do it again. You have my word. I don't know what got into me. Stuffing my garbage in another man's property, I've been having trouble at work lately. The Koikos are price dumping us out of competition.
What did you do, Gary?
Oh, that's Morel? Oh, no. Oh, I have a feeling we've got a crocodile hunter wannabe here.
Nothing. Nothing. Just answering some questions. Helping out the law.
Gary, did you put the clothes of a murder victim, the man who was hanged behind the whirling in rags, into that trash container?
Officer, please. Let me explain. It's not like that.
Yes, go ahead and explain. I have a feeling this is going to be good.
I was only cleaning up. I live right across the yard from where he was hanged, and I saw him stripped naked. All the clothes lying around in the yard, smelling. People are animals, you know?
Okay, then what happened?
Then I came out to clean up the rags, because no one else would. I put them into the whirling's trash, along with a broken mug, admittedly. Okay, I was coming to throw the mug away, and, well, I threw the mug there and the clothes too.
Right. It was just civic duty.
The lieutenant marks drawly.
Exactly. That's exactly what it was. Civic duty.
All right. And how did you get into the trash container?
I know a guy who works with the trash collection services, CS Municipal. He gave me a master key for the trash containers of Martinez.
Why would he give you a key to everybody's garbage?
So I can use the Whirling's trash compactor to store my own stuff. Garbage disposal is expensive as hell. The damn Hemians run it like a mob. I'm sorry, okay? I thought I could cut costs. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have disgraced myself.
Disgraced? No need for the histrionic, sir. It was, after all, just a trash container.
He studies his reaction. Gary doesn't answer.
Now, you wouldn't happen to know anything about the victim's missing armor, would you, Gary boy?
Armor? No. I mean, yes. Of course. I know he was wearing armor, but I don't know anything about it.
There's something going on here. You should observe him more closely after this topic is concluded.
Okay, let's move on then.
I hope I could help your investigation, in my small way.
He's visibly relieved it's over.
Does this mean you were in his apartment, admiring his colonial mug collection? Perhaps it would be interesting to tell him.
Composure, why is he shifting around like that? Analyze his composure. Okay, hang on a minute. Composure. Perception. Composure. Okay, this'll do. Ha! Yeah, but what would you do with it, Zorza? You wouldn't just go sniffing through the trash. Yeah, Super, I gotta put on my composure clothes.
Always a officers.
Alright. What's the deal with you shifting around like that? You seem to... This appears to be related to the armor.
That shirt looks very uncomfortable on him. Look at the buttons, barely keeping that thing together, as if something is ready to rip out from underneath.
Something worn on... Did you take the armor and you're wearing it right now?
Yes, like a piece of ceramic armor, for example. One that makes a clicking sound when the plates meet each other, resembling pearls or marbles, stolen from the corpse in the yard near where he lives.
Aha! I see you're a connoisseur of high-quality combat gear.
I knew you'd figure it out, officer. I'm sorry I didn't tell you at once.
He unbuttons the shirt.
I was ashamed of what I did. And I didn't want you to know.
You see gleaming white ceramics shine underneath. A thin layer of interlocking plates covers his gaunt torso.
This shame is surprisingly sincere.
Gary, what's going on?
Later, Morale. I've got apologizing to do.
No, you've got explaining to do.
The lieutenant's tone is icy. Why did you really put those clothes in the trash?
Everyone was picking those pieces off him, and I was watching them do it. And they'd scattered his clothes all over the yard. Everything was smelling.
He looks at his feet.
So I went there to take out the trash and started cleaning up. All those rags on the ground, him swinging up there, and I had a lapse of honor, sir. I thought, he's a foreigner. They all say he wasn't from here.
Oh, and that makes it okay.
Only the cuirass was left, so I stripped it off him. It was early in the morning. No one saw me. I took it with me. It was a mistake. Had I known it'd give you guys trouble, I wouldn't have... Fuck.
Yeah, fuck is right.
It's okay. It was a loose end, and you are tying it up now.
I'm so fucking sorry I called you Yellow Man. Sealite officers commanded the suzerain's navy. Most of them sided with the king when...
Shakes his head.
They were thoroughly conservative men, he realizes suddenly. It's difficult to say what the lieutenant thinks of this historic apology. His face does not belie emotions.
Now, why did you lie to me, Gary?
Because I was weak. I should have told you the moment I saw you. But
The hell, Gary? You in trouble?
I'll explain later.
He doesn't muster up the strength to yell. All right, well, how about you hand over that armor?
He sighs again, hangs his head, and unbuttons his shirt fully. A cuirass that matches the dead man's boots comes into view. Soon it is in your hands, smelling of his sweat, but so light to hold, like a bag of cotton.
All right. Do you know who killed the hanged man?
I always thought it was the Union. Some Union hardasses. Lynched him because of the strike. But almost everyone in town knows that. I wish I could tell you more.
All right, then. Are we done here?
Yes, absolutely. I will never do anything like this again.
He looks around, relieved of some burden, his mouth still quivering. All right, do you know anything about the man hanged behind the whirling in rags?
I told you everything. I just took the cuirass, that's all. I promise. I don't know anything else.
'Tis true, sire. This man simply did not know what he was getting caught up in.
So I see. Are you a cryptozoologist too?
No. I help Morel with research sometimes, and I've learned some things along the way. But I don't usually go in for picnics like this on my own.
And you were surprised to see my colleague, Lieutenant Kitsuragi.
I'm sorry for what I said.
He replies and then falls silent.
Short means sincere in these things. This man is truly sorry for underestimating the honor and military might of the Seolite man.
Huh. Okay. So, Gary, you live nearby in an apartment in Martinez? Point in its direction.
Sure do, officer.
And, you found your door open lately.
In my home. Yes. When I was going to... How did you know?
Mr. Everard Clare thought it necessary to unlock your apartment.
Mr. Clare unlocked my apartment?
Yeah, don't worry, I didn't go in.
So you work for Everard Clare? Officer, please tell him we're good. No, tell him I'll make it up to him.
He realizes what's going on and changes his tone.
What have I done? He'll send the muscle after me.
The man looks around, whispering. He makes sure no one hears you talk.
As he lowers his tone, he hunches his back.
Yeah, I don't know what it was, but he doesn't like you.
I was probably talking too loud in the whirling the other night. About some theories. Stupid. Shouldn't have run my mouth loud like that.
Okay, interesting. Ah, very good, Wayward. Enjoy.
I won't do it again. If there's anything I can do to assist you, or the Union, just ask, okay? I'll try to help if I can.
This scared him proper. He's positively melting from fear. Has to prop himself up with a lot of anger to keep it together.
The weather vane has turned. He cannot be unturned.
He clearly liked his squirming. He may even have changed his mind about the whole door-opening operation.
Yeah, I already changed my mind about that the minute we walked in there. This jerkwad had it coming. As for Crocodile Dundee over here, actually, even before that, what do we have here? Fairweather T500 Querus. Pain threshold, thicker skin, volition, borrowed confidence, empathy -1, mania of invulnerability. Sphetrius enamel Querus fits snugly and redistributes kinetic energy across its countless white plates. Amazingly, it fits under your coat. It also makes pretty porcelain sounds when shaken. Huh. It does look busted, Asherite, but that might just be because it's made of, multiple interlocking plates. It sure as hell doesn't look like any real-life body armor I've ever seen. I'm not sure this is a very practical design. I mean, the theory of redistributing kinetic energy via interlocking plates, the way they verbally describe it, sounds logical. Although it'd be miserable trying to manufacture one of these things. It'd probably have to be done mostly, if not entirely, by hand. Which probably justifies the 5,500 real price tag per piece. Well, alright. What about you?
Here we go. Nice and easy. No way out, little guys. Not out of this jam.
He looks like he's setting up nets.
There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is arranging some netting. It looks like some kind of trap. He notices you.
Who's there? Oh, the police. Hello, officers.
His self-conscious enthusiasm renders his movements ungainly. He looks like your understanding of a scientist.
You must be Morel the cryptozoologist.
To what do I owe the pleasure?
That's sarcasm. He takes no pleasure from your appearance.
You don't seem too happy to see the RCM.
Oh no, it's all right. I'm just busy. What's this about?
Lena sent me. She'd been really worried about you and is waiting for you to get back.
Of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn water lock is broken, and we can't go all the way around the 881.
The 881 is a raised motorway that separates Martinez from Jamrock. The labyrinth of streets underneath it makes it difficult to pass, not like walking over a nice waterlock.
The waterlock's been fixed. It was fine when I crossed it.
Oh, good. We should really be getting back. Gary could use a hot shower and a warm bed.
Certainly could use the shower from the sounds of it.
Did he say we can go back now?
Yes, Gary. We can go soon. If you see Lena, tell her I won't be long.
Okay.
Sir, your wife is waiting for you.
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait. Then we're going.
He refastens a bit of netting that has come loose in the wind.
For all his passion, this man is diligent and patient. You could learn things from him.
I probably could. Tell me about this phasmid you're looking for.
Which is why we've been knee-deep in the reeds laying traps for it.
Okay, incomplete line of dialogue. Gotcha. Valentine Cipher, cryptozoologist. A zoologist is somebody who, broadly speaking, studies animals. And a cryptozoologist is a zoologist who studies cryptids, which are legendary animals or urban myth animals that don't exist. Like the Mothman or the Jersey Devil or the Bunyip or those sorts of things. He's basically a quack scientist, Valentine. What makes it so difficult to find? Hey, Riceland, welcome! Yeah, we did finally get through the dance stuff, Riceland. Zorza was kind enough to provide me with a workaround for the bug that was preventing us from completing that event. So we did make it through.
Good question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasmodea, a ghost insect, it disguises itself as plant matter. In this case, the reeds. Awful lot of reeds around, aren't there?
Yes, the Chupacabra as well, Nate, and the Yeti. Hello, Nate. Welcome. Thank you for stopping in.
And I suspect it may have also developed other specialized techniques to protect itself from predators, or scientists, in our present case.
What sorts of specialized techniques is this phasmid using to hide itself?
It's my hypothesis that it has evolved certain electrochemical defenses that allow it to interfere with animal perception, impeding pattern recognition, confusing the visual cortex. But I cannot describe how these defenses work, much less how they evolved, without studying a live specimen.
Yes, it makes perfect sense. You're beginning to suspect there's something paranatural about this phasmid.
How big is this phasmid?
I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of phasmid, called the Megaphasmodea zoensis, is about the size of a grown man's forearm. So,
He leaves the conclusion up to you. Why are you so interested in this stick bug? It doesn't seem to be as colorful as some of the other cryptids I've heard about.
typical rookie assumption. Insects are much more sophisticated creatures than those unversed in zoology give them credit for.
He flashes you a sideways smile.
Even simply catching a glimpse of the Insulindian phasmid would be the apex of of any cryptozoologist's career. But to study it and its defenses, find out how it stayed hidden so long.
He shakes his head. It's a great moment, Riceland. I guess you've already finished the game, then. What have you discovered about it so far?
Very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen, so all our information is based on first and third-hand accounts.
So no one's ever found one?
Not yet. That's what makes it a cryptid.
He holds up an index finger.
Just out of curiosity, if there's no proof of its existence, how do you know it's real?
I know it's real.
The cryptozoologist says, brusquely enough that even he seems taken aback by it.
It's clear that his obsession with the phasmid is driven by something more than the pure pursuit of scientific advancement.
By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian phasmid is more than mere superstition.
Lena said there's been a sighting of it here in Martinez.
Yes, the most recent sighting was by a couple of teenagers along the coast here. That's what brought us to Martinez specifically.
Oh, on release. Okay, Riceland, so you played it a while ago.
It's the first credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly, it's an unusual location for this species, but with all the sewage runoff upstream, it probably doesn't matter much anymore.
Huh. Maybe the Insulindian phasmid has died out?
I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary creature is doubtlessly highly resilient. After all, it's generally thought to be capable of parthenogenesis.
Yeah, they all have mysterious powers, huh?
He means asexual reproduction. The females of the species don't need to mate to produce viable eggs. This makes it easier for a species with a small population to survive.
That's pretty clever.
Yes, the Insulindian phasmid is a very clever insect. That's why it's so damn difficult to catch. But as a scientist, I'll try my best to remain dispassionate.
No maids for life, I know that, but we're talking about creatures that could easily be urban legends. And he also just previously described some sort of chemical or pheromonal signals that this thing uses to mask itself, which is a very far-fetched explanation. So I'm just speaking in broad strokes. Yeah, Valentine, that's why I've waited till this version to stream it. Hello, Bane, welcome. Tell me about these traps.
Well, they may not look impressive, but Lena designed them quite cleverly, so I'm sure they'll do the trick.
Lena designed them?
Yes.
He says with some pride. How do they work?
Simple. Attracted by the locusts, the phasmid crawls down the funnel and, having eaten its fill, can't get back out. At least, that's the intention. The net isn't a perfect solution, but we didn't want to use anything that might damage the specimen's delicate exoskeleton.
Okay, what are you using as bait? Locusts, it sounds like.
Locusts. Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores, of course. But we've hypothesized that the Insulindian phasmid might occasionally prey on other insects.
Inside the traps, a number of locusts crawl and tumble over one another in a tiny, chittering swarm. A meat-eating stick insect? Does it pretend to be the reeds as part of its ambush behavior? This seems unlikely.
Carnivorous stick insect? Really?
Thank you for your opinion. We have also included plant material in the traps to satiate your skepticism.
What'll you do if the traps don't work?
They'll work, I assure you. The predatory hypothesis, using locusts as bait, accounts for the failure of previous efforts by other teams, which use plants. We have given this some thought.
The traps do seem to be deftly and thoughtfully constructed. It's clear the cryptozoologist's wife knows what she's doing.
Okay.
Yes. What?
How did you become a cryptozoologist?
I've just always liked animals and puzzles. Searching for cryptids is a bit of both.
Well, Felipe, a giraffe or any number of the other animals that live primarily or exclusively in Africa. Imagine somebody describing a shoebill. Or hell, even a lion. Or an elephant, for that matter. Although, elephants were well known by the 17 to 1800s in parts of the world outside Africa. So you're living your childhood dream out here.
It's not child's play. Just because I have to traipse through the mud every so often.
Why not just a zoologist? Real animals are puzzling too.
Real? I know you think one is a respectable profession, while the other is superstition. Everyone does.
Yeah, I don't. It's a profession like any other. It's just an idiotic profession.
Indeed. My methods do not differ from other scientists. I simply draw upon a wider variety of evidence. And I have more hope that something truly surprising might happen.
Your nerve endings tell you there is no such thing as a positive surprise.
Has anything truly surprising ever happened to you?
No, as I said, I have yet to catch a cryptid. Although I have come close. Close enough to keep trying.
Mismatched dialogue again?
Interesting. Something for later, this close call.
What kinds of evidence do you use?
Everything from forgotten regional lore to newspaper accounts, like the one that brought us here, to look for the phasmid. I keep a very open mind.
He's interested in things that people believe that scientists don't.
By Hannibal, Felipe. Among other use cases. You think other scientists don't listen to ordinary people enough?
Most establishment scientists only care about reputation and remuneration, not real research, and certainly not the truth. They're a cowardly lot, and both the field and basement archives can be dangerous places.
So you've never discovered a cryptid?
No. Very few cryptids are ever discovered, and not for a lack of trying. To stay hidden is a cryptid's primary quality. It's even in the name, cryptid.
So how many have actually been found?
Of the list of cryptids kept by the Cryptozoological Society of Chemnee, which is 4,082 items long, about 2,000 have been confirmed as hoaxes. 2 are categorized as confirmed discoveries. The rest are in differing stages of discovery, refutation, and data collection.
Only 2 have been proven real.
Yes, the Chateau Quan forest pygmy, who turned out to be an extinct species of primate, and a cave salamander from Hugo Grad, who is, honestly, quite unremarkable. It's in a zoo somewhere. We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves. More so even than the public. With cryptids, most cryptids are hoaxes or they are never found. That does not mean we should stop searching.
Okay. I don't even know what to say, man. That's a small number of discoveries.
Do you know what the success rate in pharmacological research is? 0.00003% of bioreactive agents have reproducibly beneficial effects. Yet science persists in the search for medicine, as we persist in our search for new species.
I feel like that might be a bit of a false equivalence.
He has clearly done his math on this. There is no surprising him or swaying his opinion.
All right, then.
Yes?
Lena seems Oh, did you know that Gary was hiding the armor?
Hell no. I had no idea. And I'm still cross with him, to be honest. It's not like him. He's got his quirks, but dishonesty, disloyalty are not one of them.
Thanks.
The man mutters in the distance. He doesn't dare say more.
He's still glad his friend stood up for him.
All right, let's talk about specific cryptids.
All right. What cryptids precisely? I usually discuss these things with specialists, so I don't know what.
We would have to discuss. He wants to say, but decides against it. You need to ask him about specific cryptids. Cryptids you've heard about from Lena or his friend Gary. He won't just talk.
Which cryptid did you almost catch? You said before that you almost caught one.
A willow person. It's a long story. One non-specialist would find rather dull.
Willow people? Not at all.
What are the willow people?
They're not people, really. Some argue they aren't really animals, as they seem to have evolved directly from trees.
Says it in a self-explanatory, everyday manner.
They're very, very thin, almost flat in fact, and can camouflage themselves easily, wrapping themselves around trees and blending in with the tree bark. In that way, they're not too dissimilar from the phasmid we're looking for here.
How did you almost catch one?
Gary and I painted an entire grove's worth of trees in slow-drying paint. It was a bright lavender colour. I was hoping one of the willow people would get paint on it and not be able to camouflage itself.
Actually, considering what you were looking for, that is a pretty clever plan.
After waiting in hiding for hours, I saw a figure slip from one of the trees, a lavender shadow, dashing through the grove. I chased it with a net. Not very elegant. You can't be elegant in the field. And, well, it was faster than me.
A lavender shadow.
Smirks.
I know you think we were snacking on funny mushrooms. It's easier to mock someone and to admit that the world might be more interesting than you've imagined. Furthermore, I'm not saying it was a confirmed sighting. I'm painfully aware of what goes into verifying such things. There is a serious possibility that I saw a squirrel or a trick of the light. I am my own harshest critic.
Yeah, Monotone. They're cryptozoologists. They're looking for phasmids. In this case, a phasmid shaped like reeds.
He makes it a real point here to sound falsifiable.
Well, Felipe, the rationale is you would see a bunch of red paint floating through the air and moving. If you chance to paint over one of those things. So you'd be able to discern it from its surroundings. Tell me about a cool cryptid, any cryptid.
No offense, officer, but I'm not much of a pedagogue. I don't know what I would have done if Lena hadn't persuaded me to go back to field research. You should ask her if you want interesting stories. Me? I'm not a people person, unless you haven't noticed. And I don't make a good lecturer. My strength lies in field work and persistence.
Alright, what about the Gnome of Jeroma?
Formerly the most dangerous, yes. But do you know the most dangerous living cryptid?
Oh?
He doesn't want to make it feel like you knowing it is some big deal.
That must be the evil apes duking it out on the giant ball.
The what?
The evil apes. I suspect I may be one myself.
Oh, you're just talking about humans. Well, yes. We are quite dangerous, but we're hardly cryptids.
He corrects his hat and says, as if it's the most sensible thing in the world.
The most dangerous cryptid is a carnivorous ruminant, known colloquially as the Dread Moose.
That sounds like a pretty metal cryptid. Tell me more about this Dread Moose.
Yes, the Dread Moose subsists entirely on flesh. It has even been known to dig up fresh graves in search of sustenance.
Does it also attack people?
Human remains have been found deep in the forest, torn apart, then trampled into the mulch by large hooves. Infer from that what you will.
What does the Dread Moose look like?
Just like an ordinary Arden moose.
How can you tell if it's the ordinary or the dread kind?
You can't. That's what makes it so dreadful and hard to identify.
A moose that looks like any other moose. What's going on here? He's kidding, right?
Not 100% sure about this Dread Moose.
The bodies found in the forest are just one piece of physical evidence. There's more.
What more?
The recent surge in the moose population. As hidden carnivores, the Dread Moose are effectively removing competition for both themselves and their evolutionary cousins.
Why would it need to hide its carnivorous nature?
Moose are already being hunted for sport. Can you imagine what would happen if they came to be viewed as predators?
But they don't know that. They don't know that being hunted for sport is a thing. How would they be able to evolve a defense against that if they don't understand it? Exactly is the relationship between the carnivorous moose and regular moose.
The carnivorous moose are a very young species, the result of a genetic mutation that fared well in the process of natural selection. It makes sense that such a majestic animal with natural weapons, antlers, would come to rule the forest. The only strange thing is that it took so long.
Are there any reliable eyewitness accounts of a moose killing other animals for food?
One slaughterhouse at the outskirts of the woods in Vasa reported that its staff kept seeing moose in the distance. The moose would just stare at the building, as though they were waiting for something, its eyes bloodshot and full of cruelty.
Uh-huh.
And that's not all. Some of the slaughterhouse apprentices went hiking by a nearby creek and saw a moose nibbling on an unidentified carcass.
This isn't something unique. Various species of deer have been known to scavenge when plant food is scarce.
Anyway, there is more than enough evidence to justify a thorough search for the Dread Moose. Let's close the subject before it turns into an argument.
Here is a man who has had more than his fair share of heated arguments, and would, surprising as it may seem, prefer not to have any more.
Yeah, I feel that. I feel that loud and clear. Ah, encyclopedia backing you up, hum on a tone.
By all means.
Lena probably would really like for you to go home.
And I'm eager to return to her, I assure you. But I can't leave before we finish with these traps. My wife understands that just as well as anyone.
He looks south, where Lena would be. Hello, Barabul. Welcome.
Come on, Morale. We've been soaking out here for days. It's time to go back.
And leave the traps? Absolutely not. I won't let Lena down.
Come on. She wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon.
Won't let Lena down? Sounds like the cryptozoologist's wife shares a special connection to the Phasmid somehow.
Didn't know the Phasmid was so important to Lena.
Of course it's important to her. She's seen it. A verified sighting, on record. One of only 4 this century, and it's hers.
Really? She sighted the phasmid. She did not tell me that.
Yes, that's how we first came to know one another, in fact. But that's her story to tell, not mine.
Needless to say, you must ask her about the mysterious phasmid.
Okay.
Suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian phasmid together. I can't abandon course now.
Another cough into his fist this time. Maybe you could go back to the whirling, warm up, come back and check the traps later.
No, no, no. The traps need to be monitored on a regular schedule. What would we do if the phasmid were to starve while we were sipping tea at the hostel?
I mean, if you come back tomorrow, it sounds like there's plenty of food in the traps to keep a phasmid alive overnight.
He's dead set on this. I could go for some trap setting.
What if we checked the traps for you?
I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer.
He looks at you with obvious surprise. Cryptozoology and detective work are very similar.
Yes, indeed. Both
Whoa.
require a great deal of research, attention to detail, and, above all, persistence.
Holy lighting change, Batman. So, where are these
There are
traps?
4 in total. One is to the south, on this little peninsula, by the boathouses there. It's very near. Another we set in Land's End, to the northeast. It's behind a small sand dune there, on your way to the old radio tower, after the church.
Okay, I know where those are.
The third is set near the canal, where you crossed, by a concrete slab. A big thicket of reeds going up the slope, and among them,
He gestures to the trap in front of him.
you should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just said it. This one's more of a technicality, but still, better safe and stupid than sorry.
That seems like a lot. Do we really have time for this extracurricular venture?
The pursuit of knowledge is its own justification, Kim.
Is it?
He doesn't look too convinced, but the small shrug indicates why not.
If you think it's important, you have been right before.
What do I do if there's a phasmid in one of the traps?
Bring it to me at once. Just make sure the trap is closed tight.
No, Kaiser Mario, the 1.4 patch does not appear to be out yet, unless I'm mistaken, and it came out in between last night and my, start time today. What if I encounter the phasmid in the wild?
That's highly unlikely, officer. But in the event you do, I'll spray you with a pheromone mixture I developed. It's made of musk and research chemicals. The pheromone should attract the insect to you, or at least prevent it from bolting at the sight of you. It's quite potent. Will last you about a week.
Lay it on me thick, present your armpit. I don't want this, thank you very much. Oh, it's out! Okay, Zorza. There weren't any patch notes included with it, were there? They didn't say what they fixed? By any chance?
Wise choice.
Douses you with the odd-smelling spray and then gives you a satisfied nod.
This is the smell of dying reeds, of longing crumbling into the water.
I hope you're not buying this. It dispenses it without letting you touch the canister, so it would be precious like holy water.
It is precious. A single dose cost me 50 real to develop. Not that I expect you to understand self-financing one's own research.
He looks at the lieutenant with disdain, then puts the spray back in his pocket. Alright, well, let's get to it.
Right, which means you two can pack up and go back to the whirling.
Whatever he thinks about this detour, it's clear that these men are exhausted and in need of assistance.
Finally, someone's talking sense.
Thank you for your help. Gary and I will start breaking down camp. If you have any more questions, now's the time to ask. We'll be gone once you get to it.
So, Barabul, my opinion of this game, well, it lives or dies by its writing, and most of the time it lives quite ardently. It is very, very heavily focused on dialogue. I'm sure you've already seen that during your time here. And it really relies very heavily on the quality of the character development, of the story, of the interactions between your protagonist and other characters, for one thing, but between the various aspects of your protagonist's personality, for another. I can give you an example of that. Oh, hang on.
Fairweather T500. Remember that weakness you were looking for in the ceramic armor? Like, maybe it can only stop small, fast projectiles, but a large, slow-moving pry bar would shatter it? Or, if I run an electrical current through it, maybe it will melt. Or, personal favorite, frequency something something radio weapon? None of that would work. You need to shoot the part of the enemy that doesn't have Fairweather T500 on it, because the armor itself is invulnerable. Good news is, so are the armor pieces on you.
Okay, so this gives us +2 hand-eye coordination against enemies in Fairweather T500 armor. Interesting, Zorza. Well, in that case, I guess I might as well download it in just a moment. But, Barabul, let me just switch over to the... the personality aspects, because basically, these are... each one of these is a facet of the protagonist's psyche, or part of his brain or his body. And each one functions as its own character. Each one has its own personality, its own priorities, its own modus operandi, and each one will chime in with its own input on a particular situation if your skill in that particular area is high enough. And that's why every now and then when we're working our way through a dialogue tree with another character, you'll see something like Volition will weigh in with its own commentary, then Pain Threshold will reply to that with something, and then Savoir-Faire will reply to that. And often, not always, but often, the replies will give you additional dialogue options that you can choose, which sometimes change the outcome of an interaction. So this is a really interesting system to begin with, and then on top of that, there's the Thought Cabinet. And the Thought Cabinet is basically a collection of different ideologies and ideas and concepts that you can equip your character with, and they determine your character's special abilities and bonuses. And there are a couple here that I think I might need to get rid of because we are running low on space for these, and it does not look like I can... Yeah, there's a plus button up there, but it doesn't look like I can add more. That we need. We need. Definitely need. That, I don't know. Might be able to live without that. One more door. Hey, Floofin, welcome. Well, let's see. Direct modes of taxation. I'll tell you what. We will forget magnesium-based life form. We'll add direct modes of taxation. Because I think that's a way of getting a little bit of money. Yeah, no problem, Barabol. And other than that, the only thing that I would add, really, is just that, there's a lot of replay value to this game, because there are so many different ways you can go through it, there are so many different ways you can handle situations.
There's a trap in the reeds at your feet. Looks like the same one you saw Morel set before. Same mesh, same wiring.
Look around.
Behind you, the ruins of a residential building loom over the reeds. They whisper amongst themselves, confidently. Snowflakes cling to their shivering stems. When this district was booming, the reeds were kept at bay. Nothing obscured the freshly painted facades. Nowhere for drunks and adventurous teenagers to hide. Now only the wind blows.
We should probably save before we go messing around with these.
There's a trap. Locusts are crawling around in the trap, confused but uneaten. You see no carnivorous reed phasmid gorging on them.
Big surprise. Anyway, 1 down, 3 to go.
No need to grin, man. I'm not expecting to find anything. I'm helping some citizens and getting some fresh air.
I meant no offense, just...
The lieutenant doesn't know how to finish the sentence. He looks at you, putting the trap back on the ground. I think if it's... Oh, we need to show this to Kim. Kim would know about this. That's right.
A row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall, with another 7 shades standing 10 meters from
Kim,
them.
who was in this execution?
I don't know. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. It could have been any of the parties involved in the revolution. Perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist conservatives, killed by the communists at the start of the Civil War. Or it could have been the communists, put to death during the last stretch of the conflict by the coalition forces.
Remember what Trent Heidelstein said about Veld?
What if it was the Feld personnel when their assets were being seized by the revolutionaries?
Another likely scenario.
The lieutenant nods.
Or maybe...
What about people from the coalition, the so-called moralists?
Yeah. It's very unlikely the coalition forces were the ones who died here. They were always the last ones against the wall. To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation, it was the commandant, the superior giving the orders.
Interesting.
A cold sea wind blows away the figures.
So it sounds as though most likely that's what happened here. The commandant was a coalition officer ordering the execution of the Feld employees. Or of communists, because those guys looked like they could have been communists. They were certainly dressed in workers' clothes. Okay, so those guys pieced out. there anything left here for us to examine? Doesn't look like it. Oh, freaking amazing, Valentine. Don't you just love when they do that? Oh, what's this? The faded remains of a poster with the date 46. A name is faintly legible. Arno van Eyck. Huh? Interesting.
A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and...
Stop messing with the coin viewer and hold on to something. The wind is so strong.
There's some tear.
Alright, there's something that we could examine on the roof of that building. I wonder how we're supposed to access it. I think there was a ladder going up there. Yeah, there is a ladder.
Hello again.
Uh...
Sure. What's on your mind? Yes, they even...
A pleasure.
Yes. To lure in their star engineers. Oh, I'm afraid...
Wait, is he saying that we should just bypass the excesses of the revolution?
Tape computers. They used them. What's the Mars decree?
A short-lived...
It's a beautiful piece. I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. But of course. What?
Okay, nothing new here. And I guess we can't climb the ladder. Or maybe
You
not
see,
yet.
a once bright mural towering above...
Looks like tomorrow never came.
Well, I guess we'll just check the next trap then. I have a feeling we might have to come back and check them at night or something. Or during some other specific time of day. Because I'm almost certain a cryptid of the description we were given by Crocodile Dundee over there would not come out during the daylight hours. Floofin, did that happen? Are we talking hypothetically or actually?
A familiar apparatus lies among the reeds. Another one of Morel's traps, weighed down by stones to keep it in place. The reeds shake sadly in the coastal breeze. Snow specks the stalks. Most of it melts quickly. The reeds seem to be waiting for something. The wind picks up here, near the cape's end, surrounding the narrow strip of land from 3 cardinal directions. It's cold for this time of year. This trap is also full of panicked locusts. No sign of any cryptozoological beast inside.
Another empty trap.
The lieutenant takes a note, more out of habit than duty. I want to make absolutely clear that I don't really believe the phasmid... how are we enjoying the cardio, Lieutenant? I'm quite enjoying it myself.
Always up for a good jog. Otherwise, would I still be on this case with you?
He smiles and raises his collar. It's windy. You know what, Kim? I can't even fight you on that. We are searching all over the place here. Actually happening. Well, Floofin, I don't know what to tell you. This is why I don't use Facebook. And it's why I keep my social media presence strictly professional with no identifying personal information on any of my accounts whatsoever. Alright, we need to, first of all, learn about the Pale. And second of all, we need to... go talk to Joyce. Well, Felipe, I would be a pretty poor civilian if I didn't. Never mind being a spy. It's just a matter of taking care of your personal data and being conscious of privacy. Huh? The low rumble of a bass beat. Your heart repeats it. Right, I think there was supposed to be a trap around here, wasn't there? Near a concrete slab, he said? Huh? Faint smell of soldering, melted insulation, nylon and ozone. Ah, wait a minute. Can get in there now. With our handy little multi-tool. Jamrock Biker Cop. What? Were these glasses? They are glasses! +1 empathy. Feel the streets. -1 logic. Leave the reason behind. For taking your Harnell Rio Supersonic out for a ride on the streets of Jamrock where your heart is buried. Oh, you know what? These are actually the kind of, not quite aviator glasses, but close enough to aviators that I've been looking for a cop. Hello, Shersha, welcome! Good to see you, how are you doing? Ramadan Mubarak, is it that time already? I've lost all track of the passage of time. Could well be, Kasumi. Facebook is either leaking your data or just selling it. Ah, well, good luck, Shersha. Hang in there.
This trap's not too hard to spot, once you know what to look for. Keeping it hidden has not been a priority for the cryptozoologist. The reeds bend forlornly toward the sand. Some tufts have been crushed. Snow covers the broken stalks like a shroud. In the east, the city center hums to you. The constant, distant song. Louder on this part of the coast. Nearer somehow. And there's that cold again. Always the cold.
You're forced to, Valentine? I'm sorry to hear that. The oldest Facebook accounts in exist. Oh. Yeah, Kasumi, the deeper in you are, the harder it is to let go. Huh. Well, Shersha, you might be safe today. It's been pretty quiet on that front so far.
Nothing but locusts in this trap as well. Definitely no cryptozoological monstrosity.
Empty as all of them. One more of these and we're done.
His face is red from the cold sea air. He crouches to catch his breath. You getting tired?
No, I'm fine. I didn't mean to complain, it's just...
He's short-winded. The sentence ends there. Oh, there's nothing over here. Just check one more time. that we're not missing anything. I guess we're not. Huh?
Rust peels off the bent iron posts of the swing. The wind whistles through the skeleton of the small house behind you. There's desolation everywhere.
What happened here?
In this yard?
The lieutenant looks at the small building. A flock of gray swallows takes off in the distance.
He's assessing the situation. How long ago was it abandoned?
Someone thought they could have a summer house in a bloc obscur. For cheap. It didn't work out. They abandoned it about a decade ago.
So this part of the coast is a block obscure.
Practically, it's not an official term in any way, but look around. No sewage, broken power lines, crime, drunks. Life is tough in the blocks. It's no place to build a summer house.
Maybe they left something useful behind.
Yes, for you to pick up as part of the Jamrock Shuffle.
He gives you a weary smile. I love how the Jamrock Shuffle is literally just... Gamers will be gamers! Crack open and loot every container in sight.
It's not meant as nagging. Just an observation.
We should move. I don't think we will solve the murder with forays into the urban hinterland. At least in this phase of the investigation.
Well... Certainly doesn't seem that way, no. Oh, you know what I was supposed to do, and I totally forgot. I was supposed to save, and I was supposed to check for update, because somebody told me. Yes, and it looks like there is, in fact, an update. Yeah, okay. 1.004. Well, good. I wish I'd realized this before the start of the stream. This must have just been released, like, moments after I started streaming, because I'm pretty sure I checked beforehand, and there was nothing. Yikes, Devilish, that's no good. No, Echo Drop, I'd already installed 1.3 yesterday. 14 hours ago, Juniperone. Okay, maybe I'm just hallucinating that I tried checking for a patch before I started streaming. Maybe it was when I checked after the stream yesterday. I don't even remember. Ready to install. Well, how about we update now? Sure hope it doesn't crash quite so much now. Okay. Well, let's see if this is any better. Okay, Riceland, good night. Take care. Thank you for stopping in. It's always good to see you, Riceland. As for this guy...
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Do you accept net worth as a form of payment? Of course he doesn't.
I only accept legal tender, officer. Unless that's code for something.
It is not code. He really means his individual net worth. It is not legal tender.
In that case, I cannot accept that as payment, officer. I run everything above board here. Cash only.
Yeah.
You mean these bill?
No hassle. There's a little of a hassle here, it appears. A moral hassle.
No problem here, officer. I get...
Wait. Humanex. Humanitarian aid.
What? Look, officer.
Interesting.
We'll need more if we're going to pin this one down, he thinks. Good questions, though. Sharp eyes, officer.
Huh.
Only the coolest goods in Revachol. I've got sneakers, speakers, extremely comfy pants too. Try them on right here. No shame, only freedom.
Get
I'm
those
an
pants.
entrepreneur, officer. I've got sources, buyers, suppliers, distributors, manufacturers, wholesalers, all extremely cool and above board.
Yeah, Devilish, that is kind of ridiculous. Shersha, that's what I thought when I first heard this guy, is that they really nailed the accent for this dude. Shersha, hang in there. I know you can do it. All right. Do you have a permit to sell all that?
Good joke, officer. Here we don't have permits, just economic freedom. Take a look around.
You glance around the decrepit buildings, the miserable weather, the sidewalks strewn with sunflower seeds and a dust-choked air.
It's beautiful. Beautiful freedom.
Kim, is that true? Doesn't need a permit to sell.
It is, yes. Anyone can set up their shop whenever they feel like it.
That's right. No permits, no bureaucracy. That's why this city and its law officials are so cool.
Wait, but what are we doing here if there are no permits? Look at Kim and the police insignia on his sleeve.
If you wanted to be cynical about it, you could say we are here to protect the interests of property holders. I am not, however.
My man, officer, you make all this possible. Without you, this climate would be extremely bad for business. You're part of the gossamer state.
Gossamer is a fine, filmy substance consisting of cobwebs spun by small spiders, seen especially in autumn. It's safe to say he's referring to the near absence of regulations.
Ah, well, if only my friend Gossamer TV were here for this part. I should have saved this if I'd known it was coming. Then I'm protecting estate lawlessness. I'm not an officer of law, I'm an officer of common anarchy. But you're a foreigner, I'm protecting the business interests of foreign nations. So cool guys protect businessmen while everyone else lives in the ruins. I can think of cooler things. A Gossamer state, you're right, this is cool. I'm part of a hip, thin, almost non-existent state apparatus. Wow, he is Shersha? Did you just look that up? I mean, it might be an American with a relevant ethnic background, Shersha. Moralist Juniperone is the last one. Number 4. This is a I think this is supposed to be anyway the centrist option. Will Menakar. Well, Menakar sounds like he could have the background for this, Shersha. Well, it's going to be either 1 or 4 for me. Frankly, I'm not terribly fond of any of these, but... That I don't know, Valentine. It's possible. I'll be honest, I don't really follow Family Guy. I mean, I don't really watch any TV these days. What little media I do consume, I consume pretty much exclusively on the internet. I guess I'm part of a hip, thin, almost non-existent state apparatus.
Yeah, that's the main thing about you. Freedom is great. It's what lets independent entrepreneurs like me sell quality goods at competitive prices. Anything for you.
Alright, what did... Oh. This is the clothes, I think.
You keep coming back. That's good, officer. Keep browsing those clothes, keep saving that economy.
I guess I'll buy the windbreaker.
Gotta prepare for springtime, right?
The vendor seems pleased. Browse
You
to the
find
box.
your hands deep in tattered and faded garments made from
Economical, but also trendy. Look firsthand, buy secondhand. Keep the economy moving. Haven't you heard, officer? We've got to be economically conscious. Look around. Is this really the economy we want to leave to our children?
I just want to buy some clothes.
That's good, officer. That's exactly what...
But I guess I bought everything. Let's see that windbreaker I just got. Oh, this thing is hideous. Dynamic windbreaker surf. Oh, +1 composure. This looks like a lady's windbreaker, if I'm honest. All right. In that case, I guess the only thing left that we can really do here is... Well, actually, now that we've got some money to spare, let's check out the bookstore. Because we might find something here on the Pale. And I really need information on the Pale.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Hyundai somewhere.
Alright, I don't trust this, hang on. We'd better save.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks. A twinge at the back of your head makes you flinch. Your eye starts twitching.
Oh, what is it?
Your hand reaches toward a book with glossy cover art of the very muscular man from Hyundai in chains, kneeling in front of a staircase leading to a throne. A woman sits on the throne, leering at the man. She's laughing at him, belittling him. Between the throne and the Hyundai man lies a bonfire, casting shadows on the wall. The shadow of the woman's headdress looks like a pair of devil horns. The title reads, Man from Hyundai and the Devil Woman.
Interesting.
The display rack before you is burdened under piles of Man from Hyundai novels.
Alright,
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
Little girl, help! My Dick Mullen book ripped before I could get to the end. Do you know what happens?
Which book was it, sir?
Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity.
Oh, I'm very sorry, sir. I haven't read that one yet. I wish I could help you.
Blast! Well, we tried.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A
Suzerainty
lot of
game
shelf
or the
space
Wirral
seems to be
game?
taken up by Wirral-related merchandise.
Alright, does her mother have some idea?
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
This Dick Mullen book fell apart before I got to the end. Do you have another copy?
Oh, I'm very sorry, sir. Some of these old paperbacks just don't have the durability. I would be happy to sell you another one. but unfortunately, it's the last copy we had in stock.
Ah, come the hell on. Alright, I don't remember where the books on the pail were. Huh? No sane person would ever put their head into such a machine. What? What machine?
Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels featuring the supposedly stalwart Vespertine detective.
Okay, that's the Dick Mullen shelf.
Shelves full of biographies of famous people, whoever they are.
Greatest Innocence.
Browsing through all the books with all suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye. It reads, High Speed Love chronicles the romance between two of the finest tip-top tourney racers in history. Next to Irv's life story,
okay.
you see a slim
Asherite,
biography
gotcha.
of an Occidental. Next to that,
I really must insist you. I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you. You.
Okay. Oh, the chair. I see it.
this bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous.
Okay, maybe...
Several maps have... The maps look old and faded.
I'm sorry, officer, but they're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is...
Seem to underestimate my resources.
Yes. Are you interested or not?
Wait, what did I just...
Indirect modes of taxation. Turns out, those Financial Oversight Committee gangsters stuffed millions of hard-earned dividends away in the last place anyone thought to look. The hearts and minds of everyday Riversholians. You need to spread that deregulation gospel to the people. Tell them about that foreign fair tax. Preach that 98% gross burden. Preach it, preacher man. Set the brothers free. Taxes are racist.
Right, okay, this is the one where ultra-liberal dialogue options give +1 Royale, and I think we have a pair of shoes that boosts this. +1 to indirect modes of taxation. Yeah, okay. No problem, Shersha. Have a good one. Take care. And good luck with the fast. Hang in there. Alright, I think maybe it's time we stop messing around as Hobocop and maybe actually made a little bit of effort. I don't think we should be... we were told not to walk around with the gun drawn. The pale section is the paranormal one, Kaiser Mario? Okay. Then it might be that I've already purchased that book. Interesting. Whoops. Ah. I wish I had another pair of gloves here. Devilish, what he's saying is that you can take his word for having been bullied. Usually if somebody is bullying you, it's pretty clear. Where are... Encyclopedia +2... Where are the... There they are. Empathy +1, huh? Yeah, actually, this does definitely enhance the police look. These are kind of goofy. And we don't have any real proper gloves, just the found ones. Okay, in that case, I guess we'll just be carrying around this doofy Kvalsund multi-tool. Okay, the paranormal
This
section.
bookstore is not strictly about amidst these three the point of the book and many others on this shelf. Various paranatural books still.
Sir, please, no browsing in that shelf. I can't have you end up.
So I guess I must have already bought everything from there, because it would have been under Interact. McMullen and the Mistaken Identity, Medical Purposes of the Pale. I think that's the only... Cover features a row of concrete buildings with a monochrome rainbow in the sky. It tells a rather excruciating story about two lovers during a period of ethnic unrest in Yugograd. The book has been filed under psychological realism. I know, Cypher. I experienced it too. Thanks, Kaiser Mario. I was beginning to suspect that that was the case, that I'd already bought the only book that was relevant, which means I have to learn about the Pale somewhere else. Oh, Devilish, he was making a reference to Metal Gear Solid, Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. This guy.
Give up. You'll never find the answer. There's no other copy of Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity here.
There's gotta be a way to solve this.
There isn't. If only you had more time, more resources. Who knows what you could have come up with. Maybe if there had been more money and less speed. Or more speed.
Shut up, electrochemistry.
Or that, yes. Either way, you might have been able to come up with an answer, but not like this.
Okay, well, I guess that's just never gonna be solvable then. A message has been carved into the wall. Transnation, Ache Nation.
Vigilance officer, what can this old carabiner do for you?
Trauma... There's no way we're passing that. Thanks, Echo Drop. I figure I probably should make a little bit of effort to look the part. Although, carrying this thing around... I'm not so sure about. Mind you, the flashlight is also pretty silly. The problem is, I don't have anything to put in my hand except the gun. And we were explicitly warned not to walk around with the gun drawn. Pink Drink! Thank you so much, Pink Drink, for the 5 gift subs to... Valentine Cypher, Asherite, Funky Streams, Llama Suit 1086, and Lazy Trash. I really appreciate that, Pink Drink. Thank you. How are you doing? I hope all is well. An old poster hidden below new ones. Arne van Eyck 49, the Elysium. Sounds like an obscure live performance in a dirty underground bunker. Pink Drink, I hope you are safe and well. I hope everything is okay. Your room in the Whirling isn't much bigger than this sloop. This is worth more than you'll ever earn in your life. No, I bet I could buy it now. I wonder if now that I have money, I could buy this off of her. Valentine, it means that you get ad-free viewing on this channel because Twitch changed that a while back to make it harder to get ad-free viewing. Now you need to be subbed. It also means that you can access the channel emotes.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Well enough, thank you, Pink Drink, and all the better thanks to your display of generosity just now. How are you holding up, Pink Drink?
Good afternoon, officers. I'm Joyce.
Oh, you already answered that. I'm sorry. Well, I'm glad you're well.
Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM.
She steps closer and holds out her hand over the railing. What gave us away?
Nothing, honestly. I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first one who's responded.
Oh, good, Pink Drink. You're gonna really enjoy that game.
What is implied here? That you're a drunk? She hasn't actually said it to every drunk in town. It was spoken in jest.
Shake her hand.
I'm glad to see you here.
Her grip is tight and cold.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will. Gladly.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
There's a trace of irony in his voice. Mischief, even. This is a tactic.
Uh-oh.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
You're on a boat.
Why, yes I am.
She looks at the deck under her feet. Green and white sails flutter overhead. Does she have a name?
The boat? No. It is called Cordelati 19, because that's the type of sloop it is.
The word, it, feels strange. Such a beautiful boat deserves a proper name.
Cool, but it really needs a name.
Okay. How about Cordelati 19? Why?
He taps on the side of the boat. It makes a hollow sound.
Because it was manufactured in Revachol East by a company called Cordelati, and its hull is 19 paces long.
How about Dolores?
Why Dolores?
After her innocence, Dolores Day.
I'm not really big on moralist symbols. I think I'll stick with the factory name. But thank you.
Ah. All right, fine. How do you like it?
My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
Look at this dry, cold-hearted woman trying to be hip. Echo Drop, that depends on what kind of boat it is. Indeed you do, Valentine. That is a sub-badge. That icon shows that you're subscribed to the channel. Every affiliated or partnered channel has one. And there's a default one that's just a white star inside a purple background. But each channel that you get subbed to will have a different sub-badge.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
Shut up, Kim.
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet? He's looking at the woman, assessing her.
All right.
Good.
Tell me about the Wild Pines. What do you do?
What we do? I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
Well, yeah, Echo Drop, but, like, what kind of boat? Are we talking, like, a Lursen 120? Are we talking a Fairline 48? What are we talking about here? Hey, welcome back, Yugure! What does, Valentine?
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
So what do they do?
The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things. And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
Devilish, she already told us what type of boat it is. Also, this boat is a lot longer than 19 paces. This is at least a 30-foot boat.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, centuries ago. The king is long gone, but several of the Indo-tribes remain.
Not everything, Quaya, just some things. Echo Drop, if I were going to buy a boat, I mean, if I had unlimited money to throw at a boat, then my first purchase would probably be this one. This is the Spirit P70. It's made by a British shipyard. A very small British shipyard that has a very, very big reputation for making unbelievably beautiful, top-quality wooden yachts, both sailing yachts and motor yachts. And if I were to go for a first boat, it probably would be that one, because that one is, I don't know, it's just my style. As to what I would name it, I honestly couldn't tell you. I'm not good at coming up with names. You were here for the Monster Sanctuary playthrough, you know that for a fact. Who are the other Indo-tribes?
Son Baptiste, Elysium, an unknown entity known as Brightest Star.
You're in good company, it seems.
Why, thank you.
She does not register the real meaning of the remark. How much money does Wild Pines have?
I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
Okay.
20 billion is a large number, but the conglomerate employs 72,000 people. They all need to be paid. Then there are capital improvements, interest payments.
A wave hits the sloop. She grasps the mainstay for balance.
A conglomerate the size of the Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? It's a tremendous responsibility.
And where does the Wild Pines get all these billions?
They started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Isolas 250 years ago, when pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lomantang on behalf of the suzerain. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the Great Unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it.
Okay, probably helps to start out with a royal monopoly.
You know more than you let on. Certainly it helped, but most of the original Indo tribes have failed or been absorbed. To survive, Wild Pines had to grow and adapt. No suzerain did that.
What does such a huge system want with a place like this? Look around.
You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo?
8% of all cargo in the world, that's quite the endeavor indeed.
There are no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for, lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands lose their jobs, the world over. I'm here to assure that doesn't happen.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
Okay.
What?
There was a touch of discomfort there.
The pine and that.
Let's
the
see.
Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revachol.
I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance. 20 billion. A conglomerate the size of the Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving, it will die. Then what becomes of those? You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners?
All right, let's see if the ultra-liberal option here.
We built this district.
She says calmly.
There it is. She owns up to it.
All the best parts of it. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, with its bastions. The plazas Meteor and Mosaic. Even some of the old street lamps have been put back thanks to the investments from the WP.
I thought that would have been an ultra-liberal option, but I guess not.
Before Martinez was swallowed by the industrial harbour, even before it was part of Revachol, long before Terminal B was erected here, the Pines built it as a resort for its Revacholian employees.
Ah, yes, we learned about that, and we learned how they got brutally executed by what appeared to have been the revolutionaries.
A company getaway, for a weekend or a summer holiday. Then came the revolution. But that's another matter. I'm here to make sure the Pines can fulfill their responsibilities to the place they built.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
All right, so what can you tell me about the strike?
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets.
Okay, what if I want to hear about trade secrets?
First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments. That gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus.
The octopus that straddles Revachol. The Emergencies Act is the cornerstone of post-war Revachol, inseparable from the world it created.
How do I repeal it, then?
Why? By throwing off half a century of foreign domination under the Coalition. Unfortunately for you, the Coalition also leases you the right to police West Revachol.
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot, in other words.
Oh.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike.
Yeah, what's your role?
I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place. Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter 20 racist behemoth blocking the gates.
Oh, you mean that idiot Measurehead? Yeah, I was gonna beat him up, but then I wasn't allowed to anymore.
Yes, Jean-Luc Measurehead.
She leans back and rolls her eyes. How were the talks going before the lynching?
Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
Well, Agiad, in practice, there are elements of martial law to it, for sure. The way that it is officially described by its current government is that it's in a transitional phase from coalition rule, which are the foreign forces that are currently controlling this area. It is in transition from that to a full-fledged democracy, but the transition has gone on for like 50 years and hasn't really made an awful lot of progress as far as we can tell. So, in effect, it is basically a very, very loosely governed protectorate. And in this particular part of the country, anyway, there's so little police presence that all of the de facto policing is done by what essentially amounts to a local mafia.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike?
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
Ludicrous, even. It's meant.
So what happened to Gaumont?
Mr. Clare told him to... how did he put it?
Pauses to compose herself.
Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see.
Oh, not cool.
Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union.
Sounds like usual aggressive posturing.
Alright, what are their demands?
There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes, every worker, a member of the board.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
I like it!
Then you might also like their other slogan. Demand democracy.
Not hard communist enough for me. Well, what the hell? What are the,
Personally, I agree. It lacks the pizzazzo of every worker a member of the board.
What exactly do they mean by it, though? What's the demand?
It's quite simple, you see. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision, about what? About anything, really, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group.
Okay. That is pretty funny, I have to admit.
They're having a blast. But how can they afford it? After 4 months, my assumption was they would prefer a more practical solution.
Alright, well, what's your solution?
I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position. A hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Well, it's beginning to seem like there's a little bit more to this disastrous situation than there might at first appear. Because thinking about the evidence that we were given by the secretive primary directorate guy in the apartment, he did correctly identify the number of people who were present at the time the corpse appeared, but his story had some inconsistencies with the evidence we found. We found evidence of somebody being present at the scene who was a good 200 kilos in weight, whereas our only witness so far said that there was nobody that size among the people who were gathered there at that time when he was watching.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I don't really have an opinion of her yet, Agiad. So far, she just seems like another dry, uninvested, distant corporate type.
I first heard it from the boyer at the gates, the one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
This checks out.
Scabs at the gate. Did you put them there?
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock, come to plead for work where the Union refuses to? If they were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not right now, at least.
Oh?
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
Okay then, what do you think of Everard?
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first.
Really?
Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
That's Everard, all right.
He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar.
Wait, there are two of him?
Yes. Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over.
Oh, no nepotism going on there.
It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues.
What about the Union itself outside of the Brothers Clare?
The Debardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that.
You know, Valentine, it's funny you ask. I did actually stream Among Us with Pat and a bunch of other people that Pat knows. The only other two people in that group that I'm acquainted with were Clemps and Paige. But there were several other people involved as well whom I had never met prior to that. If you're interested, he's probably still got the VOD up somewhere. He might have put it on his YouTube channel. Valentine, nepotism is the practice of when you control an organization or some other system of power, it is the practice of making sure that only people who are close to you, either people who are blood relatives or friends, or who otherwise have a very close relationship with you, end up in the positions of power when you leave those positions. It's basically keeping it all within the family to an unjust and unfair degree.
Organized labor at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The Brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
She hesitates, looking for the right expression.
A mob. The Debardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, we are forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother.
It turns to you.
And your opinion, detective, if I may ask. I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Debardeurs Union is...
basically a socialist mob. It sounds like.
Thank you for being candid. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the wolf always hungers.
One more thing, you said something happened in the elections.
I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
Some kind of extortion, probably.
Indeed. The company suspects foul play, but there's nothing they could do. It was a union matter.
Unless that person was Elizabeth, in which case we already know the story.
The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else can I help?
So I've talked to Everard.
You have? And how did you like Mr. Clare?
He's a beautiful man, beautiful and just. Everard is a hero of the workers' movement. He is a champion I've sworn fealty to. He's a bloated rainbow socialist. I can do business with him. For a socialist, he's reasonable. He's not the champion I've chosen. I wish to swear fealty to you in the cause of capital. I didn't like him.
Oh, come on now. He has his uses. How else would he have stayed in power all these years? Or wait, actually, corruption. That's how he's done it. Fantastic, Verm-like corruption, reaching into the bowels of the earth.
She looks at the ground and nods.
The position of my unusual colleague does not reflect official policy. I hope you understand. The RCM does not pick sides.
Of course. And I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I'm not a corrupt Verm myself. However, if you felt like discussing something, how could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious to hear another person's take? It's only natural. We would only be gossiping.
Echo Drop, first I'm going to need to know what method you're currently using to peel boiled eggs.
Intellectually speaking, it would be quite interesting to hear what she has to say about these things.
Yes, your disgusting necktie agrees completely. Let's gossip.
I helped him turn up the heat on the borscht. Well, I'm sure as hell not telling her about my gun. He asked me to open a door.
A referral, you mean? I take it this was for someone in the RCM. Don't answer that.
No, like a real door to someone's house.
Oh my. A real door?
The lieutenant does not say anything, but you hear the nylon of his jacket rustle as he looks at you.
It had to be done. I got information. It was useful to the case.
That's good to hear, Detective. Police work is rarely pretty, but it sounds like you did what you had to do.
Create a crack, then use your hands to make microfissures throughout the shell, then peel. Echo Drop. So, there are a couple of different ways you can do it. I'll be honest, I do not like boiled eggs, so I don't make them, ever. But there is a technique, which, it'd probably be easier to show you a video so you can see it in action. Alright, hang on. Let me pull that up for you. Okay, here we go. That ought to do. Echo drop. I have monotone. I'm just not fond of boiled eggs in general. The only way that I really like eggs is fried or as an omelet. I'm not terribly fond of them really any other way. And I don't eat them all that often to begin with. I prefer other sources of protein, although eggs are useful in a pinch if you need something inexpensive.
Her bartering mind cannot fathom that you didn't ask anything in return.
Frankly, what was done was not pretty at all, but neither was it illegal, and it was not for nothing.
As I said, Kim.
This seems serious.
I advise you to be very selective with what information you choose to share. This may have consequences beyond our line of sight.
Everard says the Wild Pines sent mercenaries after the Union and now one's dead.
Misinformation. This is all because we haven't shared information on the lynching yet. See? Already the adversary uses it to their advantage. Don't let him. Hurry up on that probe. The moment you tell me you're finished at the traffic jam, I will gladly tell you the company's side of the story.
She must really want you to look into the drugs. Otherwise, she'd tell you.
Drugs, huh? Everard asked the Union's militant wing to fully cooperate with the investigation.
How benevolent. Hopefully they'll help you sort this whole business out, if they haven't already.
We cannot discuss the specifics of an ongoing investigation, ma'am. Besides, you haven't exactly been forthcoming yourself.
That is only fair.
I have reason to believe the lynching was a cover-up.
Oh my. Very interesting. So the militant wing is protecting one of their own.
No problem, Echo Drop. Yeah, Valentine, that's why I hated Brussels sprouts and broccoli for so many years. Till I learned how to cook them properly.
Her mind races to the conclusion that most benefits her interests. That doesn't mean she's wrong, though.
It looks like you may untie this knot yet.
The Union's militant wing organized the lynching.
Yes. That's the talk about town. The Hardy Boys, they're called. Find the name rather amusing, honestly.
All right, and that's all I've got to say for now.
Naturally, Detective. There are lighter topics to gossip about.
He asked me to deliver an envelope.
Sounds like he has you running errands, Detective. A well-established dominance ritual. Where did he have you deliver it?
To a nameless settlement down the coast nearby.
Ah, yes. I've been meaning to go there.
Oh, have you?
With longing. Clear and simple longing. Strange. Why does she want to go there?
You're quite fond of this village, aren't you?
I should be. In my youth, I had a brief dalliance here in Martinez. He was an older man with impossibly broad shoulders. He's probably dead by now. Even his shack is long gone. Not that it matters. These buildings are all carbon copies of one another.
Yeah, maids, but that barely accounts for the difference in flavor between Brussels sprouts that are cooked improperly and Brussels sprouts that are cooked well. Valentine, if the soup that you've been eating is just hot water with a different color, then you have been missing out on real soup. Let me give you an idea of real soup. Here. Just as an example, why is this picture not loading? Okay. Different recipe then. Oh, for goodness sake. That one's not loading either. And neither is that one. Nothing wants to cooperate. There we go. So, example number 1, Valentine. There's just one. Here is another. That's a good one. Let's see. Geez, let me find a site that's not full of ads. Okay. There we go. So here is a recipe for German potato soup. Echo Drop, ramen can have all kinds of things in it. The ingredients vary by region, but typically it'll have some combination of meat, vegetables, and noodles. Here is another more traditional variant of the German potato soup. No, Valentine, in Japan, the way they serve ramen in a broth, not in water. They serve it in usually a chicken or a fish broth. Sometimes that broth is based on soy sauce. Sometimes it just has a simple salt base. But the broth in proper ramen is meant to be consumed. It's where a lot of the flavor comes from. Yes, Monotone, actually. This is what Charlie was talking about. That's the one that you were thinking of. Valentine, in America, or in the West, if you're just eating something like cup ramen, then, yeah, I mean, if you're just boiling the noodles in water, then there's no reason to drink the water afterward, but that's why they give you a seasoning packet that's full of, like, 5 days worth of sodium. But in Japan, if you get real ramen from a ramen stand, the broth will be either a dashi-based broth or it will be a chicken-based broth, usually.
Yes, I was slumming it with some girlfriends of mine. We had boats and... Don't hold it against me. My paramour certainly did not.
Sounds like you miss those times. Yeah, and MSG, depending on what brand you get, maids. The cheaper brands, definitely.
Not overly so. It's not like this was the only place we visited. Me and my girlfriends from Azon with our shiny boats. Like reavers.
Yes, what a nice life you must have lived.
We told ourselves we were the worst thing to happen to the coast since the Coalition landed in '08. Imagine.
Huh. Says he wants to build a youth center for the children of Martinez, but that's not the full story.
A youth center with Edgar Clare's statue on top of it.
Her eyes run across the water remorsefully.
Go ahead. Help him. Make it so. I have no power to stop him.
Oh, I have no intention to help him. You're sad you can't buy the place?
Yes. I'm sad I'll never have the time, Detective. I've always wanted a dilapidating fishing village.
Huh.
She is more defensive about it than usual.
Full of ghosts and ancient memories. Has this errand yielded you any information?
I helped him turn up the heat on the borscht, whatever that means.
Did you now? What sort of borscht is he making?
The cook makes it to keep the strikers drunk, helps them strike.
The strike brew. That's a classic. And by turn up the heat, I presume you mean put more alcohol in it?
Yes.
Why, if I may ask? Why make them more drunk? Aren't they corked enough already?
Yes, Detective. What were you hoping to accomplish with this strange thing?
It's uninteresting. I thought it would make the broth taste better.
Very curious. A very curious thing to do.
Truly. But that's how he operates. He just does things, ma'am, and then talks about them, even if it's inappropriate.
Whoops.
What else? Of course, Detective. Should something come up later, down the road, don't be afraid to drop by for a chat. Until then, is there anything I can help you with?
What can you tell me about this lynching?
Quite a few things, I'm afraid.
He falls silent for a moment, contemplating something.
The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Okay.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi, from Precinct 57.
Why is this necessary?
I just can't go around telling confidential information to strangers. I've signed a contract.
I did, Zorza, but I gave them more alcohol thinking that it would make them more placid and sandbag their ability to strike. My logic was the opposite from the logic that the game apparently is using here.
But she knows you're police.
All right, Lieutenant W. Freighter Harrier Dubois from Precinct 41.
Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant.
Inspects the piece of blue plastic, the faded green pearls of her eyes scanning left to right.
Quickly, methodically, like an electric printing machine.
It is a relief to see a W. Freighter here. The situation is precarious, to say the least. It needs a quick solution, or we will have a bloodbath on our hands.
Okay. What was that about a bloodbath?
Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war, with possible consequences for all of Rivershoal West.
Since you are sharing, ma'am, this is also the RCM's worst-case scenario.
Then we're on the same page, as grim as it may be.
I've already heard about a connection between the lynching and strike, but I need your testimony.
I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail.
Momentary lapse of faith, you say?
They were dispatched after I relayed the Union's initial offer.
Every worker...
A member of the board. I tried to convince my employer it was simply a piece of rhetoric, or a joke. They did not appreciate the humor.
Do you actually need a security detail? I don't see anybody over here trying to lynch you, yet.
Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant to intimidate the Union into surrendering.
Well, clearly that backfired in a spectacular manner.
Who are they, exactly?
Crenel, an Oranese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. To be frank, our relationship is deteriorating. They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civilian environment.
Great! Sending people like that into an urban civilian environment seems like a fantastic idea on the part of your employers.
So, what happened?
The story is, one of them, the Colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman
for
while he
fuck's
was
sake.
drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members to subdue him.
And gave them an excuse to do so.
He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched last Sunday night. Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbour. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenel contractors carry out their orders, for now. It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this investigation is concluded, executions will follow.
Oh.
What is the nature of this so-called investigation?
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants.
I have to say, this is not disco.
It is very far from disco. My only hope is that you provide a single, concrete suspect before the mercenaries indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put...
She grabs a hold of the mainsail.
If you don't pin this on someone good, and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This in turn will force the Union to respond.
They would have to project strength and power.
The Debardeurs have over 2,000 men. It will be 1,000 to 1.
Have you ever seen a hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? It's not pretty.
The Seraï's giant hornet, the world's 2nd largest insect, can kill 40 honeybees a minute, while a group of 30 can decimate an entire hive of 20,000 bees in less than 4 hours.
This is literally the Suzumebachi we're talking about here. This is the Asian giant hornet Encyclopedia is referring to, or it's the analog in real life of the Seraï's giant hornet.
These men work in tandem using semi and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours. Most Union workers don't have guns at all. As I said, a bloodbath.
Isn't this a pretty bleak scenario you're describing?
Many bleak scenarios have already come true, Lieutenant W. Frater de Bois. All we can do is keep the rest from going the same way. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation.
Okay, what can you tell me about Crenel?
Not much. Their public resume is relatively good, as far as private military contractors go. I believe they were once called Downwell. They boast a long list of clients: Saint-Baptiste, Welchman-Lorenz, Eintracht. A warning sign, however. The operations concerned all take place in 3rd or 4th world countries. Guarding facilities, escort missions and such.
Meaning they're used to operating in war zones.
Yes. All the good conflict corridors, Supramundi, Yesut, the Seminese Islands, countries that don't have a good record reporting atrocious military conduct on their soil.
Ah, so these mercenaries are accustomed to being able to commit war crimes with impunity, is what's being implied here. And we can almost certainly expect them to do the same in Martinez if given the opportunity?
Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little interest in them. Now that I do, I don't have the resources.
She thinks.
If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could. It may take some time, though.
Yeah, step ahead of you on that.
Do you know a lot about the inner workings of the RCM and the ICP, ma'am?
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared to deal with the RCM. I did not think I would be dealing with a group like Crenell.
Would you contact the company? Tell them to call them off.
I have. And they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, it's all on us.
And that would probably be too late anyway, so it would do us no good.
She's being truthful. She is pressing them as hard as she can.
All right, you said the deceased assaulted a woman. That is not going to make this easier.
Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify by it.
No, Valentine, I would like to, but unfortunately I don't have the physical space or the layout here to do one. Who did the passing on, then?
The remaining contractors. Their tribunal. It's what they believe.
And what did the teenagers at the canal say?
That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit. This seems to be the accepted story around Martinez.
The lieutenant consults his notebook, his eyebrows knitted in concentration.
Odd. We haven't heard any reports about an assault in connection with the lynching. Where did it take place? And when?
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, the colonel was drunk. Maybe on narcotics, too.
Sparwell, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. And welcome to the stream. How are you doing?
Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands on him.
And who was this woman?
That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor. About a rumor. In any case, it's what the colonel's remaining colleagues believe.
You meet her soon enough, you feel.
This colonel, the one who was hanged, did you know him?
If you mean did I see him alive? Yes. But I did not know him. Lely, his service name, a nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one.
Okay, tell me about the others first.
One is a man, Corty, they call him, a nickname as well. The other a woman, Phyllis DePaul. Corty is the gunner, I believe. DePaul is a radio operator.
Glad to hear that, Sparwhale. Congratulations. What did you think of it?
What would you say was his eye color, the deceased's?
She closes her eyes, trying to picture the man's face, then shakes her head.
I can't remember.
There's a pang of regret to her voice.
The lieutenant was testing her, asking a small detail first to see if she knew him better than she let on. She passed.
That's all right, man. Anything else? Nationality? What would you say was his age?
He was 40. Or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his lower jaw. It made it difficult to estimate his age, or gauge his facial expressions.
Indeed. This matches the dental reconstruction we saw on the body. What else? Nationality? Accent?
He was, Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent, Oranese, or Messinian, maybe. His injury gave him an accent all his own. In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it, through the injury. That's all I know, I guess. I only met him once.
All right.
If you mean did I... Lely.
This Lely, anything else? Nationality?
He was 40.
Oh.
Or 50. It's hard...
Indeed.
In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it, through the injury. That's all I know, I guess. I only met him once.
Yeah, I've been very impressed by the writing so far, Sparwhale. They certainly don't seem to have spared any expense on it.
They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they're almost certainly armed to the teeth. They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. Ghetto savages. It will not be a fruitful meeting.
Vigilantes. You're a professional officer of the only legitimate authority in Revachol.
Yeah, the RCM gets its authority from the Coalition. Where does theirs come from?
Somehow, I doubt that lecturing them on the legitimate use of force will persuade them to stand down.
We still need to know where they are.
You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
Sent by the Pines. Clothes didn't fit right. Didn't pass background check. Where are these mercenaries? I have a feeling I know. They're disguised among the scabs.
One is obviously the scab leader at the harbor gates. The one chanting the idiotic slogans. He's barely maintaining his disguise.
Yeah, that one was pretty obvious.
That may be so. I still hope you heed my advice. There's no need to kick the hornet's nest.
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe, the situation at the gate is a powder keg. Does this not bother you?
Of course it bothers me, Lieutenant. But my hands are tied. How would my employer react if it appeared I were intervening on behalf of the Union?
Your concern may be appearances. Ours is keeping the peace.
All right. Got another question for you.
I hope I can answer it better.
So how much time do we have?
Until the executions start? Truthfully, I don't know. It depends on their progress identifying the members of the lynch mob, and their impatience.
They don't report their progress to you?
Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative.
There's a brief silence. Seagulls squawk over the bay.
It's a matter of days, not weeks.
All right, so it seems like we need to go interrogate that scab leader.
I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is anything else I can help you with, please ask.
Well, what about these tattoos?
She reaches for the photo, takes it, then holds it in her hand. For about half a minute, in silence.
It was taken with a trigette not long ago. This is the man's upper body. There were no more markings on his hands or legs.
Stay quiet, observe the woman's expression.
Her mouth is relaxed. The accordion lines near her mouth vanish. The pearls of her eyes move slowly on the photo's surface.
What do you think?
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies between these points. The stars.
Oh yeah, she's a navigator. She'll have been trained to navigate by the stars.
I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, anything. Their size, location on the body, and distance from each other tells you what they represent.
Like stars in the sky?
Close. Port cities. This is an Oronese map of the waterways, a sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Dolorian century. Over 300 years ago, the sailors would mark their bodies to map their travels.
Okay, so it's starting to look like this tattoo is a way that this guy recorded which countries he fought in, maybe. What's the use of this map?
The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of contraption to be reeled back in by. The silver cord, they would call it.
Where is he now?
This one is going nowhere but the morgue.
The times have changed.
And what travels did this dead man make?
Quite a few. Vredefort, the Oranese capital, traditionally stands on the right shoulder. He started somewhere near here, I think.
What next?
Then he made his way to the Pretto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutz Canal, an artificial channel through the Occident. From the Pretto, he sailed to the Insulindic Ocean, first the Semines Islands, then this.
She points to his heart. What is that?
Revachol. Those are the two constants. Vredefort on the shoulder, and Revachol in the heart. They started the tradition of these maps right after the discovery of Insulinde, at the dawn of the Interinsulary Age.
The old world passing by, and the new world already here.
You said you can't read it.
I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports. I can understand geographic fragments, but not their meaning.
Somewhere in an office lit by a single green desk lamp, Captain Ptolemaeus Price, 58, bald and bespectacled, is writing in a ledger on his desk. Rows and rows of days and weeks, laconic remarks in a single column. Patrol, case, vacation, injured. In Martinez looking into Krenel, he writes in one. Then the man puts down his pen and rubs his temples with both hands. Outside there is a siren. Distant gunshots on the streets of the Jamrock Quarter. Vredefort? Vredefort has a military academy. The Semines Islands saw a recent conflict. In Revachol, he was executed.
This man is no brother of mine, but this is his service history.
That makes sense to me. We have no more use for a map of the waterways, just like we don't need sailors the way we used to. This is what the custom would morph into on the Occident. Mercenary tattoos.
For all the boys looking for adventure, a blood spatter on the seas.
Who could tell me more?
His platoon members? The other contractors. Though I do not suggest you go and show them that picture. This man was their friend and comrade.
Surely there are other people to ask about the tattoo. This is not necessary to complete the task, officer. It's a dangerous side task.
I need the
Search
information.
elsewhere.
Not only do I need the information, but now that I have my gun back, I just need to find some bullets.
Do what you have to do, Detective Dubois. I don't think deciphering that tattoo should come before public security. But if you should wade into the mob to find out, I couldn't stop you.
We will be careful, ma'am.
All right, that's all for the tattoos. Thanks for the help.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
You seem smart. I need someone to give me a lowdown on this reality we're in.
This reality?
Pulls her hood closer around her neck.
Yes, reality is your side case. An experimental side case.
I'm conducting a personal investigation into the world I find myself in.
How truly curious. A sort of philosopher detective.
My theory is that this inquiry into the nature of reality will ultimately converge with our murder investigation. They really are one and the same.
Are they now?
The lieutenant cocks one eyebrow.
A deep synthesis. I'll assist you however I can then. Go ahead. Ask.
All right, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
Conceptualization. What is... Oh, okay, reach for something fundamental. Where are we?
We're in Martinez, baby.
Baby?
A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover, pay it no heed.
I'm a disco holdover myself.
Aren't we all?
He smiles.
She refers to your corresponding ages.
And what is Martinez?
Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour, north of the 881 and Jamrock. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the Revolution. It has its charms, just not this time of year.
I learned something about the name Jamrock when I was hanging out at Woolly's stream earlier that I did not know. Apparently, Jamrock is a slang term for Jamaica. First I'd heard that, but I trust Woolly to know.
It's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. And the bay feeds into the ocean.
Are we near the ocean?
Yes. We're on an island in an ocean, the world's largest body of water, the Insulindic.
Known to the early Revacholians as Les Immensités Bleues, the blue immensities. Vast, lukewarm and unknowable, flowing in and out of sight.
I think we've gotten like 12 real just from this conversation. Tell me more about Martinez.
I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. Not a lot has changed. There are ruins, a terminal, fishing boats, reeds, boys with boxy shoulders. As I told you, Martinez used to be a province, a workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its part. Now the reeds are the real star of the show here. The further down the coast, the wilder it gets.
What's the name of this island?
Caillou. Imagine a pebble. A smoothed-over pebble amidst a great blue sea, misshapen, cracked. The cracks are the River Esperance. We're in the delta of this river, on the 6th branch, the Martinez distributary.
Ah.
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value to her, and to humanity at large.
Okay, that's Martinez. What's Revachol?
Revachol? Revachol is what you call a city.
What kind of city is Revachol?
The great kind.
As if it's self-explanatory. Beyond patriotism. A fact.
And what makes Revachol great?
History, detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. Our centuries.
Who built the city?
The nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Seminine and Ile Marat, depending on your creed.
When was Revachol built?
In the DeLorean century. 380 years ago.
And why will it resolve history?
They say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. The tensions are highest, the fault lines deepest. By that I mean conflicts. Ideological conflicts. The stuff of men.
Why here?
We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people in the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connected tissue. It's where the money is.
Okay, this actually gives me a much better sense of scale for the island on which we are located. If this island is large enough to sustain 200 million people by itself, with no other islands around it, like just on this island, there's room and enough arable land and enough of a fish stock to independently sustain 200 million people, then this is a fairly major population center in this world where everything just appears to be islands. So we're in an unimportant part of an important place.
I think it's fair to say so. Martinez is about...
She points across the water where the skyscrapers rise.
A collection of tall ghosts behind the water vapor, light reflecting off their glass windows.
22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the bank of the world building. The bottom floors are Insiacom. Coalition government, Insulindian Mission Command.
Silence. She lowers her hand. The water, the light. It's as though you're seeing it for the first time. There is no recognition. Only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it.
Where are we?
We are where we are. I have no truer answer to give, unfortunately.
Watches you closely as you scan the horizon. Oh, and we got jamais vu. Derealization?
This is one thought you need to complete. Where are you?
What?
Was there something else you wanted to know? I remember something about a lowdown.
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure my memory-impaired partner has many more questions to ask, about even more fundamental aspects of reality. Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Ma'am, Messier will be here later too, and tomorrow. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
I would really like to know everything now.
That is understandable, but perhaps it's better not to eat all your candy at once.
Indeed. I'm always at your service.
What times are these?
These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late.
For what?
For the big time.
Eyes light up. There's a flash of teeth. What's the big time?
The revolution.
Ah, and what is this revolution I keep hearing about?
It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle.
Would you say it was a bunch of apes duking it out?
Why, of course. We're talking Duke Out Central. Full swing intraspecies warfare.
And the apes? Were they evil?
No. I would say the apes were neutral.
Okay, neutral.
On the other hand...
She turns north to the bombed-out buildings lining the waterfront, then shivers slightly. Who got shot in the head?
Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists, they all got shot in the head.
Sounds like.
Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well. So well, one forgets they even existed.
Did the communists and the anarchists shoot back?
Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
Yeah, truly a kerfuffle.
Yeah, it was a kerfuffle, all right.
The lieutenant mumbles from behind his notes.
Yes, the Insulindian deluge, they call it.
Anyone else get shot in the head on the opposing side?
Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. Just the king's nephew. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad.
Oh! Wow! What a freaking coward!
I prefer the term risk-averse. King Guillaume was nobody's fool. He could smell a PR disaster brewing, so he got out alive, and his nephew Fricelle got shot in his place.
So we've learned, thanks to Renee.
Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. It was a wild time.
Well, I guess that answers the question of who got the mineral rights, but...
The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything.
And by liberals, you mean...
Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective. Or the remaining gentry. The beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary arrangement. Some were rich enough to stay with the constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the ultras, or ultra-liberals. They fared well.
How did they win it all?
They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
Oh, right. Yeah, that.
We. She's one of them. Of course.
If everyone got shot, who was there to surrender to?
To foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights.
You just said the liberals already took everything.
The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground. The ocean, the laws, and the people.
Oh. Who are the coalition?
The coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-la-Clay. The armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do.
Moralist, eh?
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights, and not shooting people in the head. At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now, the coalition government.
There it is.
This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of Moral Intern, or Moralist International, is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of grey sky. Unofficial. For a moment, there was hope.
If always picking the option that doesn't commit to anything, then hell yes, I am, and also not. I don't think I'm a moralist, ma'am.
Of course. Not easy to be moderate about head shooting in your line of work.
Was that supposed to be a compliment or an insult? When was this kerfuffle?
The turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. It's a trick question.
He smiles mischievously.
The revolution began in '02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end nearly the whole world had gotten involved. It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Mazov came along and overthrew the government.
Oh! Well, that hits a little close to home. What did this disease do? Did everyone become zombies?
It made people overthrow their governments.
No way.
Indeed. Zarat is a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. The pandemic only provided the spark.
It was a funny time in history. They discovered transistors and rock music, but they didn't know anything about prions. Nobody did.
Where did it spread from there?
From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Mazov's government was overthrown in '08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was the end.
What came next?
Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
She spreads her arms, raincoat flapping in the wind.
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar. Maybe it's because she has a boat and you have that necktie? A pair of pants?
Our lives are very different from each other.
No doubt. But we share the same time and position on the planet's crust. That counts for more than you think.
Okay. What is the zone of control?
A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the Coalition of Nations. And you, of course, the citizens' militia.
The clatter of typewriter keys fills the main hall of the reappropriated silk mill. Precinct 41. Chad Tilbrook presses enter. Outside, Officer Elfboy Williams slams the door of an armored motor carriage.
The zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol, after the failure of the suzerain and the commune.
What happened in the rest of the world?
Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-eslary communication, telematic milieus, radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
So it's been like this for 43 years.
Time flies.
What have we been doing all that time?
The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. 08 to 19 was simply hell.
Interesting. Starting to sound like the past 30 or 40 years.
The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere.
So basically what you're saying is, Revachol is basically the Cayman Islands. That's when they discovered disco.
Yes, and quantitative easing. It was a market mirage, unfortunately. The 40s dispelled it. An Isla-wide hangover, you might say. So, here we are.
She curtsies.
Welcome to reality, baby.
We got a reality lowdown and a skill point.
For her to be where she is, Wild Pines Group must have picked the right side.
Which side was Wild Pines Group on?
They picked the winning side. That's why they're here, and others are not.
They definitely got lucky.
Perhaps it wouldn't have turned out that way had I been in charge. I might have bet on the king and led the Pines to doom.
You would have sided with the king?
I would have sided with the cannons. If you'd seen the calibers of the things, you might have too. Perhaps it's better I was born when I was.
Yeah, I guess if the king had a bunch of huge cannons, it would have been tempting to side with him.
10 of the 14 Indo tribes got it wrong. Feld, Kupri, Tricentennial. So I suppose I would have been in good company.
What would you have done differently?
Good question. What would you have done differently?
No, I did not ask you to deflect that question.
No, her first.
I asked you. Who are you in all this? I would have sought a medical solution. Sounds like the Tsareth drove those people mad. I would have killed more, 400 million if that's what it took. I would have positioned myself very precisely. I would have made it out with the mineral rights. I don't know what I would have done. What about you?
And I asked you, philosopher detective of the Citizens Militia.
Great. I would have sought a medical solution, frankly.
So a quarter of humanity simply lost their minds. And how would you stop a prion, a complex folding protein, unlife, with a technology 50 years ago?
With some hygiene, modest social care, and perhaps a little research program, liquidate the rabid, prion-infested dogs who want to kill everyone with cleansing artillery fire. Well, that's the fascist option, I've no doubt of that. With privatized healthcare and a work ethic that does not turn your brain into sponge tissue. All of these answers suck. Frankly, none of these are what I would say, but I guess hygiene, modest social care, and a research program.
Good hygiene. Really. A very moderate solution to an extreme problem. It's those sort of half measures that doomed the authorities in Grad.
Which is why I don't like any of those options.
When they failed to step up, Marzov and his party stepped in. In this particular case, maybe a more robust state response might have been appropriate.
Opinions expressed here do not reflect the official position of the RCM.
And what is your official position, Lieutenant?
My position, ma'am? My parents got ripped to shreds in the revolution. I would have gone the same way. I was saved by being 2 years old. That's my position. The abattoir.
Understandable.
Nods.
Good question.
No, her first.
I would have positioned myself very precisely. I would have made it out with the mineral rights.
You and everyone else. But that's got nothing to do with preventing the revolution. Ah, well. What was, was.
Wait, that counted as an ultra-liberal dialogue option? And I think I only got 1 real out of that, despite wearing the shoes that give a boost, unless it just didn't show that in the UI. I should have paid closer attention. If only I'd known I was choosing an ultra-liberal dialogue option.
They are what they are. Who knows? An afterbloom may yet come. Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else you want to know?
Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Ask her who she is. She owes you an answer.
Malkavia, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Thank you for pressing the button. I am alright, thanks. How about yourself? I want to know what you are.
She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
Say nothing.
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor. A devourer of nations and infants.
He says with a sudden flash of teeth. Hey, Caleb, welcome!
I am an ultra.
She raises the corner of her mouth, smirking, revealing a canine.
Cool, I liberate pretty hard myself.
No, not like me. I am the nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp who pushed the king under a shitwagon and betrayed the revolution. Are you liberated enough to offer up your home on a plate for financial colonists? No, I think not. Tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself, do you find me frightening?
Oh, congratulations, Malkavia. That's awesome. I'm really glad to hear that. May I ask what sort of job? What position?
In her green eyes, you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride.
I forgive you, but only because you're charming.
A devil, who being of great charm and guile, sneaketh into the homes of the godly.
Devil woman.
I'm afraid you'll find that every woman is a devil woman, detective. There are only aesthetic differences between one and the other.
Well, you heard it here first, folks.
When the dust settled, the Liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed.
Would you have done something differently?
With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy of its artillery.
An appropriate warning to those who'd cross the line and pull the city into madness once more.
I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the Coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either. If not for my own sake.
She realizes her small, cold fists are clenched. She loosens them.
Then for my daughters. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isola down rather than let them have it.
Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes. An oil fire on the ocean.
You're a smart woman.
Perhaps. My intellectual vanity will be my undoing.
You're no dummy yourself.
No, or intellectual vanity will be my undoing. Well, so am I guess.
A smart boy getting smarter. One basic term of reality at a time.
You're a patriot?
Yes. I suppose I am. But I wouldn't be a patriot anywhere but here.
Oh, not bad, Malkavia. At least you'll get to stay socially distanced that way. You'll certainly not have very much close contact with other people.
Seditious talk, man.
Lieutenant puts down his notes and gives her a look. You have daughters?
Yes. Whatever else I am. I'm also a mother. And a wife. Now, shall we return to reality?
What is this? Spread your hands.
A bird? Svenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions?
Am I really that awkward?
Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games.
I meant, what is this place here?
Ah. This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A, where the tenants have been kind enough to rent me a slot. Or two.
She looks around. What is that thing you just said?
A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. After les bâtiments nouveaux. But 33A and 33B are not nouveaux. They're old.
She looks up at the crumbling facade.
This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skyscrapers across the bay in the Delta. That was before the war, of course.
Who lived in them?
Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate, before the cannons lopped 4 or 5 stories off.
Splat, splat.
From a dilapidated balcony, Cindy the Skull gives Joyce the evil eye, her red paintbrush held to her throat.
You could be wrong, but from here it appears as if she's running the brush across her throat in a soaring motion.
Uh-huh.
Wonderful.
What is that? Point to Cindy the Skull.
The girl in the old lady rags.
Ah! Yes!
Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture.
Infraculture, you say?
Yes. You and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture.
Okay, I understand everything. Make it more complicated somehow.
I can't. That's how simple it is. One may dye their hair green and wear their grandma's coat all they want. Capital has the ability to subsume all critiques into itself. Even those who would critique capital end up reinforcing it instead. All right. What next?
I guess that's it. We just need some conceptualization, I guess. Unless this is our way of asking her what is the Pale.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else I can do?
Not for the moment, I guess.
Of course, Detective. Take care.
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint.
Where is that coming from?
From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights, and they solve shit.
Actually, now that I hear superstar and law official in a sentence, they sound weird together. Yeah, that's me. I've been establishing my superstardom hard lately.
Yeah, you have. You're a big dick cop. Dick Mullen. Salem Rocky Bayi. Badass on the edge disco cop. Time to recede into a ludicrous fantasy world. Here we go. Camera. Lights.
That's not the order, it's... Alright, whatever. Action.
With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you, and you along with it. In an iconic monochrome solution, a black silhouette against a rasterized orange world. It's on.
Alright, what did we just get? 15th Indo-Tribe, Jamais Vu. Some kind of superstar. -2 logic still seems unlikely. First, let's make this absolutely clear. No one is saying you're an actual superstar in the groupies and cocaine riddled with a hepatitis C, strikes a lion-esque pose with a mic kind of way. You're not a Guillaume Lemillon or a Davy DeVee. No, you're a metaphorical superstar. You bring that rock and roll authenticity and passion to a line of work where people don't expect or want to see it, where some would say it doesn't belong. Law enforcement. Okay. Damez-vous. Revachol Special Administrative Region, Le Caillou, the Insulindian Ocean, Coalition Government, Insulindian Mission Command, name after name, and none of them is familiar. They seem real, but something is wrong. You feel like a kid looking at stickers on the fridge. Couvent, the Apricot Company, World Games 34, you can almost see your hand reaching out for them. Scratch at the corners, see if they peel loose. This feels like the most important of all the thoughts, the one you truly must complete. Okay, I guess I truly must complete that one. Pain threshold and all psyche learning caps. Well, the pain threshold is nice, but psyche learning caps I don't think are doing us any good. And we need slots. So, we are going to put Jamais-Vu here. Encyclopedia, that we need, definitely. Arno van Eyck. All motorics white checks unlocked. This we're still not done with. This, +2 hand-eye coordination against enemies. PT500 armor. No, FT500 armor. White Morning. All motorics learning caps. See, that's useful because it compensates for a weakness, but... Half-light, psyche checks. I don't know. If I had to get rid of one of these, it might have to be Fairweather T500. We've got motorics, psyche, endurance. Find better loot in locked containers. The question is, how useful is the Jamrock Shuffle? How much of a difference does it make? I wonder. +1 empathy toward Kim. Spiritic. Honestly, Ace's High is not very impressive. Well, we did make about 25 real off of that conversation with her. Bread Assassin, is that what that does? When it says unlocks all those checks, I interpreted that to mean that every possible psyche check that exists in the game will now be shown to us automatically. I thought that's what was meant by unlocked. You're telling me that what this actually does is it just instantly unlocks all of the locked checks that you failed so that you can reattempt them? Is that what that does? Because if that's what that does, then these are a lot less useful than I had taken them for. It means unlocking failed checks. Okay. Well, in that case, quite a lot of these are not helpful. Oh, they're useful for people who don't really... Yeah, I guess, Listopat, if you're determined to play the game that way, without reloading, like if you're doing a speed run or something, I guess maybe they can increase your chances of not having to reset. For my purposes, though, they definitely don't seem worth it. Now that I actually understand how they work. Well, now I'm irritated because it seems like I've wasted probably more skill points removing thought cabinet thoughts than I've actually put into my stats. And if I haven't already, then I definitely will be the case, or that definitely will be the case by the time I'm done unlearning all the useless skills that I now know are useless. Oh, Bread Assassin. That happened when I negotiated 232,000 real worth of stock in a mercury company from the mega rich light bending guy. Unfortunately, that's just net worth. That money is all tied up in the stock market because he literally just handed me a physical stock certificate, which has no direct monetary value unless I liquidate it, which at the moment there does not appear to be any way to do. Listopat, I've only found one candidate for personal brand strategist, and I do not trust the idea that he pitched.
The woman still has her eyes fixed on the photograph. Nothing.
It better, Asherite. What's this?
A Stars Ryko, one of the finest Zhimsk-made motor carriages ever. An oldie, but a goldie.
Who drives these?
Not many people outside of Grad, and Revachol West too, it appears.
Hey Kim, check this out.
A Stash Ryko KK2. That's a classic model. Never thought I'd see another one repainted after what happened last time.
Hold on. Maybe I can impress him. Do I know what happened last time?
No, only that the motor carriage is typically baby blue. The colors of Sigismund the Great, an ancient Zhimsk ruler. His banners were famously zephyr and white. The colors of the Stars Ryko.
Let me guess what happened last time, Kim. Blue and white are the colors of Zhimsk. Someone painted it, got a Zhimsk mad, and boom, murder happened.
That's, well, yes, exactly it, more or less. Except it was a crowd of them. Tore him out of the vehicle and ran him over with his own tires.
Yikes!
They said it was an honor killing, Hussar style. The Zhimsk community protested the trial, flying the colors. 5,000 came to protest.
Wow!
Correction. 4,395. The fourth largest public protest of a criminal trial in Revachol.
Wait a minute, I should be getting encyclopedia money for this. Only 4,395 people were at that protest.
Is that so, officer? I'll take you at your word.
Who are the Zhimsk community?
People we are paid to protect. Let's leave it at that.
The lieutenant shakes his head. What did they sentence the killers to?
4 years for murder in Reunion.
4 years is a hell of a light sentence for murder.
The perps were remorseful. Their sorry knocked 8 years off the sentence. That's the system.
Damn! The police in this area are borderline useless.
The prisons in the greater Revachol Industrial Harbor are already full. Prisoners are expensive to maintain. The longer the sentence, the larger the cost.
Could our hanged man have been the driver of this car?
Could it be another Stajrajko murder? Honestly, that just doesn't seem like the type of vehicle our dead guy would drive. So my initial guess is the two are not related.
Okay, before we proceed, I've got an opinion on this paint job.
Yes, detective?
They should have left it baby blue.
You sure you're not Jimsk?
He shares a smile with you, only for a second.
Yes, you're sure you're not. Or, if you are, it's only in that Revacholian way. 4 to 5% maximum.
Oh, it has to be a roll? Pat, that's... No, oh, I see what you mean. Okay. When you say a roll, you don't mean a manual check. You're talking about an automatic check to see if you have a high enough stat to pass. I gotcha. Alright. What have we here? Odd that you didn't catch this graffito earlier. Van Eyck Overdrive, it says. Oh man, and now I'll never get what's behind Measurehead. Alright, so I need to be sure that I have a weapon. And I also need to buy some alcohol for Idiot Doom Spiral so he'll tell me another story.
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know any.
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display
why not?
croissant.
Here you go.
Great plastic raincoat.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various
Nosafed,
medicine
Dramamine,
bottles, nasal
magnesium,
sprays, and
hypnogamma.
blister packs. A colorful display of
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health.
Pale-aged vodka. 30? Dear God.
Here you go, mister.
We already gave him Commodore Red. Alright, so I absolutely need to find myself a bullet before I go confronting this guy, because also, is it actually time to talk to these guys yet? Because for goodness sake, it's been long enough. Oh, everybody's hanging out here. He sure is, Bread Assassin.
Hi, gendarme.
Oh!
Another rendezvous.
Hello, adjust your tie.
Hello, hello. So what brings you here?
What is it about the way he carries himself? Composure. What are you doing here?
Admiring the atmosphere. What about you, officer?
I'm here to kick some ass and solve the case I'm working on.
Well, here's to you.
Raises a glass before taking a sip, froth grazing his mouth. Tell me again about that muscular type who came to investigate the crime.
Oh yes, let's see. He knocked on my door a few days after the lynching. I think he was going through the entire building, asking questions.
What did you tell him?
Nothing. That I didn't see anything.
He believed you?
Why shouldn't he?
Tell him about your friend?
What friend?
Sunday friend, the witness.
No, I don't think it came up.
What did he look like?
Muscular, handsome, strong, like one of those military types.
Was he alone?
Yes, but he was speaking to someone on his earpiece.
His earpiece?
Yes, you know those tiny speaker microphones that fancy security guards sometimes wear.
What was he saying?
Just reporting back whatever I was telling him.
Besides muscular, did he have any other identifying traits?
Let me think. He had an accent. He sounded like one of those mercenaries. He sounded vaguely Oranese. No, not vaguely, scratch that. He sounded definitely Oranese.
That would have been a lot easier to make sense of if they'd kept the original voice acting for that guy, which was a very thick Scottish accent.
Sure. Anything else on your mind?
I met your Sunday friend.
You did? And how did you like him?
You were right. He was magical, magically bureaucratic.
I told you, he can be very useful. I guess that's the charm of powerful people.
Who is he?
A visitor from the first world. He's not like you and me, gendarme. He can always return.
Return where?
To his opportunities in Occident, sur la clé. Still, his coming and going brings some life to the village.
He breathes in and keeps his lungs filled for a moment before letting it out.
Or is it just money? I don't know.
What are you two?
Friends, I told you. Sunday friends. Friends who like to get together from time to time.
What does it mean, a Sunday friend?
That he won't be there when times get tough, I guess.
Is that even a friend?
It is. On Sundays.
Why was he staying at your place in the middle of the night?
He has keys. And he likes the view. To the sea, I mean.
I don't want to talk about other people. I want to talk about you.
Hmm? What about me, gendarme?
Is it about the way he carries himself? He's so different.
Bye-bye, gendarme.
I'm a little bit iffy on passing this check, actually.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
I ran into your husband on the coast.
Goodness. How is he? Did he say why he hasn't returned yet?
The old woman clasps her hands together over her blanket.
He's fine, ma'am. As we had suspected, he couldn't get back earlier because the water lock on the canal was broken. Now he's just finishing up some work.
Oh, yes. That's my Morel. He's bound to catch a cold staying out there for so long. But I am so relieved to hear that he's okay. Thank you for putting an old woman's heart at ease, if even a little.
You haven't, however. There are dangers out there. Our aging body's foul. Her heart won't rest until Morel is safely back with her.
You never told me you've seen the Phasmid.
Oh, you don't want to hear about some old woman's ramblings.
No, I really want to know.
Reflexively, the lieutenant read his familiar notebook.
Well, it was summer. I was building a racing track out of sand on the beach near a tall stand of reeds. Quite a tall one. Many times my height, I remember. When, all of a sudden...
Wait, where was this and how old were you?
I'm getting ahead of myself. I was 5.5 in Betancourt in the suburbs. My grandmother had a summer home there.
Betancourt got bombed in the war. It used to be quite near, circa 20 kilometers from here.
What happened?
The strangest moment of my life. I looked up and one of the reeds moved. Not like a plant, but like a living thing. It stood up and looked at me. Its body unfolded like some antique toy. I've never seen anything like it. I didn't know this can happen, so I reached my arm and touched the thing. It felt just like a stalk of reed, but it moved, swaying, towering above me. After a while, 20 seconds, a minute maybe, it left, went into the reeds.
Did you follow it?
I tried, but I was only a child. There was mud and high water. I couldn't see it anymore. I was just standing there knee-deep in mud, looking around me.
Where did you go? Don't go.
Then what?
I ran back home to my grandmother and asked her if reeds could walk, and told her they were looking at me. Of course, she just laughed at me, but I knew what I'd seen. For years, it was a story I told at parties when I wanted to impress boys. That sort of thing. Of course, most people just took it as a strange, amusing anecdote. So did I, honestly. But then I met Morel. We were on our first date when I told him my story. You should have seen his face. He said my descriptions matched the phasmid down to a T. Its white marble limbs, the way it moved.
You were on a date?
Our first. Yes.
Its limbs are white.
Not all of them, as far as I remember. Some of them. On the inside, like stalks of marble, if that makes sense.
How big was it?
It's hard to say how big things are when you're quite small yourself. To me, it seemed to be taller than I was then, but that's probably not the case.
Kim, what do you think?
I thought it was a wonderful story, man.
Closes the notes and gives her a simple smile.
But I don't believe it. A child left unattended on a warm day. Children make up stories and then end up believing them.
Well, thanks for sharing, Lena.
You're welcome, sweetie. I do appreciate the chance to relive it whenever I get one.
Okay.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod. You see a heavy steel door. The door does not.
Well, we've got to find a way in there somehow. What about you idiots?
Again? I can't believe this shit.
Shakes his head, looking like he really is having trouble believing this shit.
He might be wearing a disguise.
Cool shades. You wearing a disguise?
Yes, it's a hobby of mine.
He looks at you inquisitively.
As if waiting for some kind of reaction or response. Something to click. It's not happening, though.
We
Who
have
is this guy?
We have to regain our memories of him. We're from the same police station.
Yes? What is it?
Wait a minute, isn't this the radio operator? Hear me sing? Did you like it?
That was pretty good, Harry. Wasn't it, Jean?
That was, yeah, that was absolute shit, if you want my opinion. Drunken shit. Haven't wanted anything to end this badly since I had cluster headaches. Horrible. Truly horrible. I beg of you, don't ever subject anyone to this torture again. I mean, seriously, you need to.
Jean, it's not right. Don't make it worse, and I really liked it.
She actually did.
All right. Well, it looks like that's all we're getting out of them for the moment. This guy I don't think has anything. Yup, it's all about money, you know. Oh, okay, Zorza. Gotcha. Alcohol? Vodka temporarily stored in the pail, or so they say. Crystal clear liquid has been contained in a ship-shaped bottle commemorating the vanished airship Armenskor. Obliterating your liver has never felt quite so exquisite. +1 endurance. Okay, composure. 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 No, I don't think so, Kaiser Mario. The lady that I spoke to in the locked room, that's that Sylvie girl, I think, the one with the orange hood. We've seen her out smoking, but...
Could he be a member of the homosexual underground?
Okay, well, I mean, it was pretty obvious, but confirmed now.
Just pointing it out. We're not talking about some kind of cult with members here. You made it up.
Are you part of the homosexual underground? I'm sure it's not offensive of me to ask or anything.
The homosexual underground?
Smoker sits up immediately, his eyes wide with an amused surprise. A honeyed smile lingers on his lips.
Why, yes, I am, officer. Why? Do you want to investigate?
Oh, boy. Interesting. No, I was just curious. I really just wanted to pass the skill check to see what would happen. Sure, why not?
Oh, it's a pleasure group. A Sub Rosa pleasure group congregating in cellars under the cover of night. Saturday night. Sometimes even Friday night.
But what about Thursday?
Or Thursday night. Sometimes the congregating doesn't even end. It carries on into our daily life.
He lowers his voice conspiratorially and looks around. Oh God, no. But why do you convene? What do you do? Teach me the homosexual magic rituals.
Oh, we're ambitious. We want to destroy the last vestiges of meaning, the last things people in Revachol have to hold on to, the true symbols of security. The meaning of man and woman, mother and father, their marriage.
Oh, so the conservatives were right. I see.
Everything will be constantly shifting and moving under our rule. The future will belong to a circus of identities just spinning around, surreal and unreal. You won't even know who you are anymore.
Does it have anything to do with disco? But I like knowing who I am.
Yes, we listen to a lot of disco. Some say we engineered disco to spread our vision of a vertiginous, ever-changing society, where all there is a razzle-dazzle of gold. We are going to change the family unit with all this razzmatazz and finger dancing. And with mysteries. Of course, the mysteries are also of sexual nature. Very esoteric.
Uh-huh. I do like disco, but I think this stuff might be a little bit too hard, even for me. That much fun should be illegal.
Ah, but for the better part of history, it has been illegal.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Oops.
No.
What if I can't remember whether I'm in on it or not? What if I can't remember anything about my life, aside from the fact that I like disco?
Beautiful.
Smoker
Beautiful.
crawls... Oh, God.
That's exactly what we're looking for. Who knows, maybe you were homosexual in the past. Maybe all of that has been repressed.
But Harry had an ex-wife. Circles his hands around you.
I have to say that you do look like someone who might be part of the underground. You have that very distinctive, I can't understand what's going on here look.
This is going to be like a 20-hour mind project for me. 20 hours at least.
Absolutely wonderful.
Oh, you actually can. Okay, I don't know what I was expecting.
A man like you can figure out his sexuality in a working day. It won't be 20 hours, unless you want to enter the heightened realms of the phantasme erotique afterwards. It may be 20 hours, or more, but that would be on your own time.
Okay.
Bye-bye, gendarme.
What actually did we get from that? Temporary research bonus, none. You see mysterious strangers in the night, looming against unlit doorways, engaged in hushed conversation. A shadowy cabal exchanging looks, whispering in dark alleys and unmarked locales. A radical cell conspiring against the state and perhaps even against man and woman. Was that a secret handshake? What's going on? Who are these secretive people? How will they accomplish their sinister and world-altering goals? And most importantly, are you one of them? You could be. Maybe you forgot. Yeah, televised revolting. 20 hours is an impressive record. Maybe Harry really is a super cop. Right, can we check the freaking window?
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window. There's a little slide panel up there to let some air in. No need to open it in spring. It's still too cold outside.
We still cannot do this event. Why? What am I missing? I don't understand. I've talked to everybody I can think of, other than, I guess, the mercenary. But I'm not confident trying to talk to him unless I have some ammunition. Below the grime, a dark neon poster reads, Van Eyck, totally transcendent. Yeah, Asherite, 20 hours seems like a real heroic task. Oh, we were supposed to go confront Kuno as well. Lest I forget. Oh, and actually... Oh. These go over the... Okay. Where are... There they are. Oh, Ultima, I missed the boots, which infuriates me because I tried everything I could possibly think of to get them, and somehow, despite every possible effort and all of the help I accepted from chat, I still managed to not find them. Well, Ultima, I would have if I weren't already so far in. Getting to the point where I think I need to invest in some hand-eye coordination. Because that gun is going to be pretty useless if I can't hit anything with it. Alright, Kuno.
Fuck does Kuno care?
I talked to Manana about the armor.
So?
Told me you promised to sick the pigs on him. He said to thank you. Wasn't too keen on chasing down that armor anyway.
Fuck? Okay. Kuno's a giver like that, yes?
He looks slightly confused.
Kuno sent your fat ass running around like jello.
Look, pig. Kuno sent you to rough some people up. Kuno played you. That happened. Now you and Kuno should move on.
Good idea.
Yes, let's move on.
Yeah, that's what Kuno said. Don't be saying what Kuno said back to Kuno. Get the fuck out of here, Patterson Kuno.
Hey, nobleman.
After this shit, you better have something real interesting to say if you want to stay in Kuno's face.
Yeah, real interesting.
Kuno doesn't...
Man, every word out of Kuno S just makes me want to draw the gun. actually. Nobleman, I have the breastplate already. I just need the helmet. And apparently Kuno threw that in the ocean. I got some of it, Asherite. All I know is that she apparently killed somebody, and that she was found dripping wet, like she'd been in the ocean, in the apartments. That's all I know. Alright. What I have been meaning to do is I have been meaning to... Where are the clothes it used to display? Yeah, Asherite, that much I did learn, but Kuno also keeps her around because he thinks that she protects him. Alright, what I want to do...
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a dye?
I'd like a dye.
Of course. Tell me what you have in mind.
Do you have any cursed dice? Something to help with my work.
I think I have just the right one for you.
Two polyhedrons, red and blue, are currently
Police colors.
Ah, because I'm a police officer, right?
Not the most original, I know. But sometimes the obvious choice is obvious because it's best. Here, catch.
Okay.
They're a gift from me.
Oh, thanks.
A beautiful woman tossing you a gift. Whatever you do, don't overthink it.
Catch the dice.
Mr. Smooth moves. You snatch the dice out of the air with one hand, just like you're in a movie.
Wink at the dice maker. Icosahedral dice set Sirens.
Oh, what are the odds? The red one is made of bloodstone with a lapis lazuli inlay, and the blue one is the inverse. I believe these dice are your lucky charm, officer.
I hope so. I sure hope they help me with skill checks.
She winked back at you. Can you believe it? You truly are Mr. Smooth Move.
Hey, Lou Kitty, how are you doing? It's great to see you.
You definitely need luck in Martinez. Was there... I'm listening. Good. I hope it's...
Okay, well, we'd better save after that. Now, she had originally an option to...
Are you looking for a dye? Of course. Tell me what you have in mind.
Tell me about your most extraordinary dye.
A star that fell from the firmament?
I'm a
Those
superstar, and
cost more than
superstars
7
don't
real.
care about money.
Yes, you definitely have the proper attitude. How about a pair of 100-sided dice? Made of ivory and inlaid with lodestone, a naturally occurring magnet, to complement your magnetic personality.
Pieces of lodestone were used as the first magnetic compasses, from which they derived their other name, coarse stones.
10 real, and I can get these ready in 8 hours.
Do magnetic dice even roll properly?
It's true. Magnetic dice are definitely different. When rolled together, the magnetic fields of the pips interact with each other to push and pull on each other as they're rolled, just like all magnetic personalities do.
Okay, well, I'm all for supporting a local artist. It's a deal.
Great. See you in 8 hours then. Was there anything else? I'm
Yes.
sorry. I'm a bit overloaded just now, so I can only produce 1 die per customer.
Oh, okay. Well, let's see what we got. I have to say, I do like these. Icosahedral dice set Sirens. Ha! It's never enough, is it, Low Kitty? These two 20-sided dice have the colors of a police alarm. Bloodstone for red and lapis lazuli for blue. If you roll them and squint your eyes, it looks like you're arriving on the scene. And it's raining. Note, look at the map tab in your journal to see which white checks have opened. What? What effect do these have on the map? Map wall, electric doorbell, warded door, trash container. Oh, warded door, pain threshold. trash container, physical instrument, legendary. Measurehead, conceptualization, church doors, Noid, Zuna, Joyce. Oh, interesting, nobleman. Okay. Challenging, legendary. They don't seem to have decreased the difficulty of anything, at least not that I can tell. Okay, ask the scab leader about tattoos. Up the dice from the dice maker. Huh? Floorboards creak.
Your flashlights, some of the writing has... The whole thing resembles Kadran mosaic tiles. History classes, radio frequencies, unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system, split in... You think so? The web is comprised of whoever a list of... There's no...
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became. The schedule.
Nothing.
Alright, I guess that's it then.
The bear's eyes are dead and empty. A friendly cartoon bit. The paper still smells.
Good question. I know. At least it's...
The fridge sits...
Well, I don't think I've missed anything else in here.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing...
It means there are...
He likes this fight.
Okay. Alright, well, I guess our next order of business is to check the apartment once again and see if we have any leads there on Elizabeth. I'm really glad you like that stuff, Low Kitty. It seems like it ended up being a worthwhile suggestion. Right, so apparently we need really high pain threshold in order to be able to open that door in the Whirling in Rags. My guess is... we're going to have to just break it open. Well... no, I guess there's nothing. Nobleman, I'm looking for any new NPCs that might be hanging around to give me information on Elizabeth. I still, at this point, have no new leads, and I'm looking at the prospect now of having to talk to Titus without whatever information it is I'm supposed to have.
Nothing. You hear someone inside, walking from room to room. Whoever lives here must be back home.
Alright, I guess let's go to the Whirling in Rags and see if we can stack enough pain threshold to smash that door down. Ah, excellent, Low Kitty. No, Nobleman, we were told that we were supposed to find information on Liz that we could use to intimidate her into cooperating. And to somehow make it easier to deal with Titus. Alright, pain threshold. Pain threshold. Pain threshold. Instrument. Half-light, okay. Action speed, hand-eye coordination. Endurance.
You see a heavy the cobalt blue surface, old cobalt paint, rough on the fingers. 40, 50 years since this was painted, maybe. The door does not. The door does
Nope.
not.
No matter how much of this I stack, I apparently don't have what I need.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass. There's a little slide panel up there to let some air in. No need to open it in spring. It's still too cold.
Yeah, we got some information on her from the guy outside the container, Zorza, and we got a little bit from Everard, but that's all we got. Yeah, and see, there's what's-her-name up on the roof, but we can't reach her from there. Or from here. And as for this, as far as I know, we can't. There's the sealed door, which I think is the one inside. Huh? Magnesium supplement you rub on your chest to live a happy magnesium-rich life. On whose door, nobleman? The woman up on the roof? No, I've knocked on it multiple times. Nothing happens. And this doesn't look like we can get anywhere from here. I don't know, there's so much about this that just confuses me. Nobleman, we were hinted that we were supposed to investigate claims that the Union is smuggling drugs, but I have no leads on that. So, I don't know how or where to go about that. I've already talked to the truck drivers, Nobleman. They had nothing to say. Yeah, I've talked with all three of them already, Nobleman. They had nothing.
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man.
So, I've talked with him. I just recently talked with the Samaran guy. And I talked with this guy quite a while
Looking
ago.
for something?
So, I don't know. I'm at a loss. I guess all we can do is try to talk to this guy and get ready for a physical confrontation. Do we even have a hat that would help here? Maybe.
Right to work! Right to work!
Excuse me.
Things are busy enough. You're going to waste less of my time?
Maybe.
The hulking man oozes stark skepticism.
You a mercenary hired by Wild Pines?
Hell no. I'm just an honest scab. I won't have talk like that around here. You understand?
Is there a tribunal being convened by any chance?
Fucking bug.
He breathes out slowly, his giant chest deflating and his mouth slightly open.
I'm going to interpret that as a yes. There's a tribunal, and it won't be long until it's ready.
How about you fuck off now, huh?
Okay, of course.
There could be weapons aiming at us right now, somewhere above, in the buildings. The other merc. Don't push this, he's thinking. This is not the time. The man's breathing steadies, but his eyes are still narrow. Slowly, he's trying to get his right-to-work dance back on.
I think you may be able to help me decipher some tattoos.
Don't think so.
He grunts, barely glancing at it.
Suddenly, this feels like a really, really bad idea.
It was on your kernel.
Wordless, he takes the photo and looks at it. Grey eyes dart back and forth on the glossy surface. His face is unmoving, hard as a stone, but beneath it...
Fucking loincloths. Really did him in.
Loincloths.
Yeah.
You tell me what the tattoo means?
What it means.
He points to one tiny star in the web of lines away from the man's heart, almost on his stomach.
I can tell you what this one means. Only one. You want to hear what happened here?
Yes.
Our colonel is deep in the bush here. Deep in the fucking bush. In Benital, 41. Monsoon season. He's on a reconnaissance mission.
Benito is one of the inhabited islands of the Seminese archipelago near the Pale. Covered in jungle, it was anchor point for the Seminese nationalists in the proxy war held on the island's territory.
Krypton Everard alluded to the fact that the Union might be trafficking drugs, but I have not gotten any leads on how to pursue that yet, and there seem to be conflicting opinions in chat on whether it's even possible now that I've found my badge.
He spent a month behind enemy lines, scouting kipped villages. Nothing but fucking bugs and snakes for fun. Men are getting restless. There's talk of switching employers.
He licks his lips as if drunk suddenly.
With some strange emotion. This is about to get really graphic. Last moment to back off.
Don't interrupt him. Hear it.
Our boy. He's only a captain then, but he knows how these men think. If they don't see action soon.
His voice gets strangely quiet, a long, long way from right to work. His gaze pierces the paper. I think I see where this is going. This is going to be a story about war crimes, isn't it?
At dawn, he comes upon two kids, breeding in the bushes by the river. Or maybe they weren't breeding. Maybe they were just making eyes at each other. I like to think they were breeding. We shot the boy. He was useless, but the girl, she was nice. A little fat, you know, but not too old. She was quite the entertainment for the week she lasted. Expired in the hands of Sarge Mason, the kind of guy who'd make Chief there shit his pants and cry like a bitch. God, Mason couldn't let go. Cut the tits off her cold body and fucking ate them. Said primitive spirits were watching over him now. Drowned in a creek a week later. Spirits my ass.
Something stirs in your stomach. There's a word on the tip of your tongue. Colorless, odorless. It's...
evil.
You bet it was.
You were there.
No. I was in the domain. In Jamrock. Being a bouncer.
Yeah, well, sadly, this is a really, really common war story. So Joyce was not kidding when she said that a bunch of hard-ass ex-military guys with massive PTSD who were accustomed to routinely committing atrocities in fourth world countries with no oversight have been released into Martinez. Not really a scab leader, are you?
Fucking mask is getting sweaty. I want to take my mask off. But...
He shrugs.
He's under orders. And orders are orders.
All right, I'd like it back.
Go ahead.
All right, now. Free commerce! Keep the goods flowing!
He turns toward the gate slowly and yells,
On the photo in your hands, The dead man's skin is studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of them, littering his dead skin.
Krypton, I don't know. You're asking the wrong person. All I know, Krypton, is that I already had my badge when I talked to Joyce. And I know because I ended up having to reload the game after talking to her once, that you can talk to her without your badge, and supposedly she tries to send you on some errand, but I do not know what that errand was because we never got that far. I ended up having to reload before we got to that point. So what Visual Calculus is telling us here is that story we heard was only one of probably thousands of stories, similar stories that this guy had.
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. The windows up. Fumes of heavy fuel oil waft over you, making your eyes sting. The back...
Racist nation.
All right, well... once again, I'm at a loss. Let's go talk to Idiot Doom Spiral. And offer him some booze.
Tequila Sunset.
Got any more stories?
I do. But as you can see, my fuel tank is running quite low. If you catch my drift.
I've got this weird bottle of pale-aged vodka.
Let me see. Ah, very high concept. Thanks.
Takes the bottle and inspects it closely.
The tale I'm about to tell you is an urban legend particular to Martinez. That said, I first heard it from a former bicycle courier in Koran. There are many variations on the basic story, and the details often conflict. What everyone agrees on is that nobody knows the exact nature or identity of the phenomenon.
You buy it at Freet, Krypton. Hey, Justin, welcome. Not a whole hell of a lot, Justin. It seems like I keep coming up against walls everywhere I go. I have no idea where I'm supposed to go or what I'm supposed to do here. I'm trying to get to the point where the game is signaling to me that it's time to interview Titus and the Hardy Boys. I just finished interviewing Joyce. That's all I've accomplished. Nobleman, I'm not even sure that's important. Unless the lynch mob is somehow involved in it, but it doesn't sound like they are.
Are you telling the story of the headless...
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary. Summer of 44. 17-year-old Gertrude Hett is walking home from a late shift at the harbor. It's almost midnight. She stops for a cigarette near the canal. Our heroine finds herself enjoying the peace and quiet the canal provides. What she doesn't know is that her peace is about to be shattered. From behind her comes the clattering of hooves. Startled, she turns around, and what does she see?
Yeah, Justin, but how much more progression? We're already on nighttime of day 4. I'm running out of stuff to do, and the game is starting to really signal to me that I'm running out of time potentially as well. And when I tried examining the window, I got a message that says it's not time yet. And then I passed the check. And even after passing the check, I go back there and examine the window, and nothing new happens. Something about me needing to look at the window to impress them and make it look like I'm not looking at them. I'm not sure. I'm somewhat unclear on that. I don't know what.
A headless man, wearing a fawn tracksuit, riding a horse. That's right. It's the Headless Fawn Rider.
The window is related to the blue door? Window is a separate but related I don't see how.
Rumored to be searching for his legendary fawn cap that went missing when he lost his head.
I thought the Headless Fawn Rider rode a bull. Show him the figurine.
I thought that he rode a headless pig.
The lieutenant says with a smirk.
Well, there are many versions of this story, the most peculiar of which has the Headless Fawn Rider riding on the back of another headless man.
That's kind of spooky.
Yes. According to legend, young Gertrude Head had to endure years of psychotherapy before she was able to look at a horse or tracksuit again. And she's one of the lucky ones.
He takes a sip from his bottle.
Gertrude Head may have been the first to witness the Headless Fawn Rider, but she wasn't the last. Oh no.
Tell him about the two feminists by the locks.
What?
Fuck, Rosemary, they were dating. No one said they were feminists. Everyone always misremembering this stuff.
This wouldn't be the De Ponte Delgado case, would it?
What? You know it?
I've read the case file. But please, go on.
Right. Early autumn of 46. Ula de Ponte and Eva Delgado are fishing near the waterlock long after the sun has set. The wind picks up. A sky already dark now blackens. Water starts falling from above. The first cold rain of the season. The women are caught in the downpour. They act quickly. Eva gathers the rods whilst Ula turns around to reach for the tackle box.
Don't turn around. Don't turn around.
When she sees something, her shriek is so violent that the residents of the nearby apartment building believe lightning has struck. But there is no lightning. Only a heavy downpour and the silhouette of the Headless Fawn Rider looming on the horizon. Ula makes a run for the shore, but Eva slips on a wet rock and disappears into the cold, cold canal with nary a sound. Her body is never recovered.
What did the case file say?
Naturally, Ula de Ponte became the prime suspect in the disappearance of Eva Delgado. De Ponte maintained that it was the so-called Headless Fawn Rider and that she ran, fearing for her life.
He adjusts his glasses.
During the investigation, it became apparent that there was a love triangle, the third party being some small-time businessman. I don't remember the exact details. The leading theory was that an argument broke out on the jetty, and De Ponte pushed Delgado into the canal, then cooked up this stupid cover story.
Was she arrested?
No. She committed suicide before she could be taken into custody. They found her in the bathroom with a rifle, her face slowly peeling off the ceiling.
Oh. Okay.
Not a pretty scene.
Sounds like it wasn't.
Man, that's some grisly detail. Oh well. Here's to another case closed.
He takes a hearty swig from his bottle.
Anyway, that's the story of the Headless Fawn Rider. Pretty crazy, huh?
Who was the Headless Rider before he died?
Well, Tequila, that's part of the legend. No one knows for sure. There are a couple of possibilities, though. Some say he was an undercover cop who blew his cover and got beheaded by the vicious gang he had infiltrated. Now he rides, searching for his lost-found cap, plotting revenge.
O headless brother, where art thou?
Others claim he was a professional jockey who veered off course during a steeplechase, ended up in somebody's backyard, and got decapitated by an exceptionally taut clothesline.
Little less plausible.
Personally, I think he was just some guy who hanged himself from a really tall tree, and the fall was so violent that his head came clean off. Coincidentally, at that exact moment, a horse happened to pass under him, and his beheaded corpse mounted it, where it remains to this day. But then, no one really knows.
That's by far the least plausible of any of these explanations.
For some reason, this does strike you as the most plausible theory of them all.
No, I believe I said the least plausible. I've got a hunch it was the undercover cop. I'd want revenge too.
That would explain the tracksuit and his need for revenge. Not sure how the horse fits in, though. I don't know. I don't buy it.
He shrugs.
Anyway, to each his own. You want to hear any other stories?
Already seen some weird shit on this case. A headless jockey in a tracksuit fits right in.
Hard to argue with that, I suppose.
That's the reality situation for you. You think you got a handle on it, then blam! It throws some wild shit at you. That's why it's critical to stay well hydrated.
By drinking alcohol? Yeah, good luck with that. I've got an even crazier story.
Yeah? Why don't you go eat shit, Tequila? There's no way you know a better one than that.
The gnome of Jeroma dissolves its victims with acid.
Acid gnomes? Sounds like a stupid, low-concept band name.
Alright, whatever became of the headless fallen rider?
No one knows. Some say he stalks Martinez to this day, and can be seen near the canal when the clock strikes midnight.
Oh, alright. I guess I'll have to check out the canal at midnight.
He won't, though, because it's just a stupid legend.
Aye. I saw him one night when I was right shit-faced.
You have any more stories?
I actually do have one. The strangest of them all. But I'll need to... Do you have anything to fortify old Doom Spiral? Tell me you got some story juice.
I don't have any on me right now.
If you find any, I'd be
Alright, I guess I have to go buy more story juice. Oh, I'm not close enough to the church. It really would be nice if they would just let you fast travel from any location. Alright. Story juice.
A colorful display of
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health.
We haven't given him potent Pilsner.
Here you go, mister.
Yes, Fontes, I did get him shaved. Nobleman, is the drug quest actually necessary for story progression? Because if it's not, then we might still be okay. Yeah, Cursed Nobleman, hang on. Oh, you finished the game and you never got it, Krypton. Okay. We're good, Zorza? Alright. That's encouraging enough. Tools. Oh, right. Tasks. This is what we're, looking at with tasks. Oh, okay, Justin. So actually, in some ways, you're better off not having your badge when you go to Joyce. Yeah, Zorza, I wanted to see if it made any difference if we went to Joyce after finding our badge. Apparently it does. Apparently you just skip that whole quest. From the looks of it. I haven't talked to him yet, Nobleman, because the game has been very explicitly discouraging me from doing so. It keeps telling me it's not time yet, it's not time yet, you're not ready. So I've avoided it up till now.
Tequila sunset. Of course. Drink not much, but it will do.
Grabs the bottle and uncorks it immediately.
This last one is the most Martinet story I've ever heard.
Yeah, Zorza, but the description of the window explicitly said that it was related to whether or not I was going to look tough in front of Titus and the guys. I have been repeatedly checking the window, Krypton. Nothing has happened. The window isn't related to me. Well, that could not have been less clear, the way the game presented it.
I've never heard it mentioned outside of here. At first, I thought it was a joke, to be honest. But I've been on the coast 8, 9 months now, and in that time I've seen at least 3 expeditions come through, searching for something.
Wouldn't happen to be cryptids, would it?
Magic animals? No, man, this is serious stuff.
Your lost keys?
Hey, hey! Fuck you, Tequila.
A place to call home?
No, Tequila. Most people already know where they live. It's guys like you and me that are the exceptions.
Okay, what kind of expeditions?
All kinds. I've seen archaeologists, gangsters, even a bunch of ad agency types. I'm telling you, Tequila, this thing's got a pull on certain kinds of people.
Well, what?
Some of those expeditions come back after a week or so, looking haggard and dejected. Others don't return at all.
Uh-huh.
The first time I saw one of these expeditions, I thought they were fucking with me. There was no way it could be true. It was just too high concept, even for me. I'm not even sure I should be telling you this story, to be perfectly honest. You're in a fragile state, and it might be too much for you to handle.
I really hope it's the Pale, Krypton, because I've been searching for information on the Pale, and I can't find a damn thing.
Okay, fine, I'll tell you. But I'm warning you, it's pretty out there. Our story begins at a legendary design studio, right here in Martinez. There was this designer. His exact name is lost to history, but in life, he was a legend. Made it big in Aranya, where he did some real pioneering work on grotesque and sans serif typography. A fucking genius, man. That is, if he even existed. Who knows? It's an urban legend, after all. Anyway, sometime later he started his own personal studio here in Martinez. And that's when he started working on some really wild stuff. I'm talking some glass-smooth, forward-looking design language, the kind of thing that would totally overthrow the old regime, design-wise.
That wasn't Arno van Eyck, was it?
A paradigm-shattering revolutionary?
But then something turned. You see, it's widely known that nose candy and pioneer graphic design work go hand in hand.
Yes, it does seem to be a match made in hell, doesn't it? So, what happened to him?
You've got to understand, the work this guy was doing was so high concept that regular amounts of cocaine just weren't cutting it. By the end, they were bringing it in by the lorry load.
Jesus.
Now, as you might imagine, snorting that much cocaine can't be healthy for a regular human, right?
Right. Wrong. It's super healthy. Your brain tells you so. And when has your own brain ever lied to you?
Like, all the time?
Hey, tequila, pay attention. The story goes that one day he was balls deep in work on what he thought would be his pièce de résistance, an advert so minimal it contained neither text nor images, just pure white. Apparently the idea was too high concept even for this genius. He dropped dead right at his desk before he could finish. His last words are recorded to have been, "It's as white as a blizzard of cocaine."
Zorza, if you're talking about the old grandma lady near the trucks, she won't say anything to me. What a stupid fucking idea.
But the story doesn't end there. Supposedly, when they performed the autopsy, the coroner discovered nearly 1/4 kilo of coke jammed into his nasal cavity.
That literally isn't possible.
That's almost certainly anatomically impossible.
Thank you, logic.
Wrong again, nerd. Where there's a will, there's a way.
Wow, electrochemistry, you are just determined for us to commit suicide by schnoofing.
That's right. 250 grams of blow had accumulated in there over the years. We're talking high-grade Saramaritsian pure. Not that cut-rate shit your grandma does.
Whose grandma? You know what? Never mind.
There are those who believe the designer was buried with this 1/4 key of nose candy still lodged in his sinuses. That's what those expeditions are looking for.
What?
The cocaine skull.
A skull filled with cocaine.
The cocaine skull.
And why do people think that the skull is here in Martinez?
Here's the kicker. This designer, this lead designer of a world-famous design studio, was born in Martinez. A local boy, Martin Martinez.
This is starting to sound like the king.
That's why he brought his studio here, back to where it all began. And that's why they buried him here, too. Perhaps right under Ab's pipe there. Or probably further down the coast, or in some yard in Martinez proper. A hidden mausoleum, no one knows exactly.
No, my grandma always told me his grave lay somewhere on the islets on the bay.
This is ludicrous and physically impossible. Sinuses can contain that amount of anything.
Now, detective. Always the skeptic.
What do these expeditions plan to do with it?
The archaeologists say they want to put it in a museum, the gangsters say they want to sell it on the black market, and the ad agency guys say they're seeking inspiration.
Oh, God.
Bullshit. They just want to snort it. But you could beat them to it, Harry. You could snort the magic skull cocaine instead.
How about no?
I'm pretty sure they all just want to snort it, though.
And why wouldn't they, eh? Sounds like right strong stuff.
Rosemary, you said something about islets?
Don't listen to him or his grandma. He's just making things up.
No, my grandma told me. I've heard other people say it too. That it's underwater. Or no, maybe it was the storm sewers.
Or maybe it's in the air. Or in an ancient state pyramid offshore.
In a pyramid? Now that would be something.
What have you learned from the other expeditions?
They're pretty vague about it in general. The gangsters like to claim they're looking for the grave of a friend, with picks and shovels. The archaeologists act all official about it, saying they're conducting serious research. Honestly, I think they're not really scientists, just rich. The junkies, for some reason, are pretty upfront about it. They just say they're looking to snort some blow out of a dead man's nasal cavity.
I mean, you can't be much more forward than that.
Honest men on an honest quest. You should join them.
I might, but it won't be to schnoof it.
By now, I'd say I know about as much about it as anyone on the coast.
Alright, I guess I'll go find it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on just a minute. Finding it right now is literally impossible.
Oh.
What?
Why?
For one, the way is blocked by that big lorry that says Delta Logistics Company on the side. You definitely have to search the area behind that lorry too, yet it is impassable. And second, outfitting an expedition like that is expensive. It'd have to be a big production to do the Cocaine Skull justice. You need new gear, people who know what they're doing, all kinds of provisions. It's just not feasible within the economic and temporal frame of our current setup. Matter of fact, unless a bunch of money just falls out of the sky, we might never know what's up with that skull.
I have to agree. We barely have what we need to solve the case we've got now. We can't afford to run around chasing after quasi-mythical pieces of drug paraphernalia. Besides, it would look extremely bad for the RCM to be caught up in something that has the word cocaine writ large on it. The PR is tricky on this.
Ah, that's too bad. Guess it was an idiotic idea anyway.
Wait. Maybe there's another way. Maybe up around the coast. Don't give up now.
Yeah, well, that's the reality situation for you. Who knows, though? Maybe someday we'll get our chance.
Any more stories?
Not that I can think of, currently.
Okay.
That might be the case, yes.
I wonder if this guy is the only possible personal brand manager, or if there's anybody else that I can hire. I have a feeling he might be it. I'm also rather disappointed that we didn't actually get a task out of that. Hire Kuno? Kuno would just schnoof it all himself, Zorza. You know how he is. Alright. Well, I'm at a loss for any other leads, so all I can think of now is maybe it's just time to double down and talk to Titus. Oh, believe me, Zorza, I'm tempted. Right, do we have anything?
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your...
Alright.
This is where you say your bit.
A broad-shouldered man points at you with a beer can.
He's used to giving orders and having them obeyed immediately. You should not indulge him.
Detective.
Lieutenant acknowledges you with a sharp note. He's leaving it to you.
Precinct 57's finest scans the room, leaving the speaking to you. He trusts you. Maybe against his better judgment, but he does.
Don't say anything yet.
Hey, dipshit. You hard of hearing or something? The boss man's talking to you.
Do not let their squeals disturb your serenity. These are but simple peasants, sire.
Chatter is too inane to reach your ears. Raise your chin and gaze into the distance like a prince.
What, is he fucking kidding? This guy high or something?
Little guy looks at his mates in disbelief.
Hey, asshole, up here. We're talking to you.
We are looking for Titus Hardy.
The lieutenant turns to the broad-shouldered man at the end of the table. Okay, well, that didn't, First, we need to talk about your attitude.
Wow. The RCM sent us some big dick cops.
Real big dick cops. Look at them. Reckless. Swinging in the wind.
Yeah, look at the big dick on that cop. Can't tell a dick that big what to do.
Must be something in the water in Jamrock.
Yeah, gave him real nice big dicks.
You guys sure seem to have quite the appreciation of dicks.
Yeah. Anyways.
He wraps it up.
You might want to start asking your questions now. It's not going to get better than this.
Do a head count first. Connect these men to the tracks you saw in the yard. Chances are they're going to match.
Scan the room.
Starting from the right. Boot size 44. Blonde man. In his 30s. Overbearingly masculine. Sitting on his right. Standard working boots. Size 45 or 46. Eldest in the room. Probably mid-50s. Smoker. Quiet.
Is this guy just... Is his character portrait just black and white? It doesn't look like they colored his portrait.
Across, at the other table, hobnailed working boots, size 43, gang tattoos, Mesk or Sarah Mauritian, in his late 30s, early 40s.
Other than the red, I mean, Krypton.
He spent his youth in Villa Labos, a housing project in the Jamrock quarter. There were incarcerations, hard to say what else. The ink is fading. And then, standard working boot, steel reinforced toes, size 46, the big dick, wide at the shoulders and lean at the hips, rugby cap, fingerless gloves, and numerous scars, a little under 40. The emblem on his vest says Rowing Club. A little patch below it reads T. Hardy, Captain. In the far corner, standard working boot, steel reinforced toes, size 44, 40-something, non-alcoholic beverage in hand. You squint. Is that a plectrum?
Where?
On his neck. Forget it. It's not important. Let's call this one the musician.
And the little guy?
Size 41, with the light step. Not a child, after all. An older man with a rat face, mean, watery eyes, and 2 front teeth missing. In the middle, heaving and wheezing. Big guy, boot size 46, deep marks. Probably carried the victim over. He, alone, is 130 kilos. Add the man in armor, and you could easily exceed 220. In conclusion, these 7 are the actors on the crime scene. The footprints were theirs, but there's a discrepancy.
One of them is missing, the odd soul.
Exactly. You've stood there for about 4 seconds, not saying anything. Hit them with questions. Where's the 8th Hardy?
The fuck is with you, fella?
I found 8 sets of footprints, but there's only 7 of you. Where's the 8th Hardy boy?
What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy boy. There's 7 of us, and we're all here.
He sizes you up.
Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy boy? We ain't hiring.
He shakes his head.
Actually, boss, we've been talking, and we think she could maybe...
Shut the fuck up, Glenn!
I do the talking here. Now what the fuck do you want?
Oh, it was Elizabeth.
It has to be good, if he won't let you pursue it. Looks like the lieutenant thinks so too.
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit. End.
He points to the lieutenant.
You're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head. I'm watching you.
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardy sooner or later.
I talked to Joyce, the merc you hanged. His friends are coming for you.
Yeah. By friends, you mean his squad mates from Cronell.
He doesn't seem worried.
Wouldn't want to beat up his grandma.
There's snickering in the room. Some of the men put their beers down. Yes, they're forming some kind of tribunal, and they're coming for you.
This is what happens if you take the law into your own hands. Other people start doing it too.
Let them come. The Hardy Boys are right fucking here.
You heard the man. Right here. We're armed. We got the whole district behind us, and Glenn. Glenn is fucking crazy.
Yeah. A well-oiled murder machine.
You know that a single series giant hornet can kill 40 bees a minute.
The fuck is that supposed to mean?
You're the bees, they're the hornet.
We're not bees. We're men. We're socialists.
Easy, E. He's trying to phase you. What are you trying to do? Scare my men?
So first of all, these mercenaries are armed with automatic weapons.
We got weapons of our own. We got Ister 50s, Zeelagers. Glenn's got a knock cannon at home.
Will they pierce ceramic armor?
I guess we're gonna see, aren't we?
That was an unsure phrasing.
See what? That they don't?
Yeah. Like you've been up against ceramic armor.
He takes a sip of his beer to hide his time, to bide his time, and then tries to get the last word in.
You haven't even seen the whole suit, right? I've seen the whole fucking thing, and it didn't make him immortal. We
All right,
got
let's
weapons
see.
of. I guess we're going.
That was an unsure phrasing.
For your sake, I hope you're right.
Right about what? That a 50 caliber bullet goes through shit? Yeah, I am.
This Krenel is bad news? Nah, that's a lame. Joyce said they've gone rogue. Nobody's controlling them.
Big fucking surprise. They hire psycho scum, arm them to the teeth, and let them loose in the city. What do you think is gonna happen?
I don't know, Krypton. I'd say these guys brought it upon themselves. I'm certainly going to try my best to intervene, but if I can't do anything, they have nobody to blame but them.
So are the local gangs, the fucking Barmy Army, and the Madre scum. You've been out there. Seen any around?
Yeah. Where are they now, huh? Sent back to Madre in an airtight cargo crate.
These people are trained military professionals with decades of combat experience. They are not a gang or a barmy army.
No, they're not. They're uncoordinated and drunk. We know more about them than you think.
Okay.
What do you mean, okay?
I mean, okay. I guess I'll be gunning you down right alongside them. They're going to wipe you the fuck out, Titus. Yeah.
No, they won't. Get out of here with your negative energy.
He really doesn't like you ruffling their feathers like that, on what might be the eve of battle.
All he means is that the situation is serious.
No wonder you cops get shot to shit every day. Can't go to war with an attitude like that.
Man hanged in the backyard. Did you do it?
So, you're not just here to swing your big dick. You're here for the pretty boy. A real looker, that one. Stinks like shit, too.
They love him, boss. Spend all day digging around in there. Can't get enough of that pretty boy smell.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
So, why is there a container belt around the dead man's neck?
Container belt? Like we use in the harbor?
Yes, why?
Because we took it from the harbor where we work. Then we went out back and used it to hang him.
Confident?
We did this. Together. All of us. Until he was dead. That's why there's a container belt around his neck.
And yet somehow I don't think they're telling the truth about this. This whole thing looks like a huge cover-up.
Goddamn right.
No. These 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what happened so that you don't waste any more of your time.
Uh-huh.
All 7 together. They're diluting responsibility. It's an anti-arrest tactic. They're playing to their considerable strength in numbers. Don't talk about arresting them. You'll only bring attention to your inability to do so.
You murdered him just like that, no remorse.
How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt remorse for them?
Chaise électrique is the method of capital punishment in Revachol under the Coalition. During the suzerain's reign, it used to be the firing squad.
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
Says it as if it were worse than dying. What we do is different. We enforce the law. You just kill people like it's nothing.
But you see, a lawman, is something people agree upon. And here in Martinez, we agreed that this man had to die.
All right, who called the shots that night?
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a hardy boy without arresting all hardy boys. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
Shadow of a smirk passes her lips as she tilts her head.
A trick question. Don't let her lead the conversation. Titus, keep addressing him. He wants everyone to know he's in charge.
No, but seriously, who calls the shots around here?
Who do you fucking think does?
Sounds more amused than angry.
He's so sure it's him. But it's not that simple. There's someone above him, or beside him, sharing the leadership. Hard to say who.
Point at Titus, point at Elizabeth, point at Fat Angus, bow to the bearded man. Point to the harbor. Everett runs the union, you answer to him. Ah, to the 8th Hardy boy, the one who's missing, the big dick.
Titus, no one was thinking.
I think we got him.
That's it. There's some kind of power issue they don't want to admit, and the missing Hardy is involved.
Predictable.
That there's any question who's the leader. That's how he would have ended it. Titus won't let him.
No. 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 Fuck no! The big dick is right here, asshole. You're looking at it.
He grabs his
Right.
crotch.
Fucking here.
Woo!
Disregard the outburst, officer. None of the boys have any comments on their power relations. That night, they acted as one. That's all.
When did this hanging incident occur?
You don't have to keep answering his questions.
The fixer turns to remind Titus.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night.
Seemed like a good way to end the week.
And how long had you known the victim?
Known him? We don't associate with scum like that, asshole.
Yeah! Who do you think we are?
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town. Happy?
By the Pines cow, you mean Joyce Messier? A representative for White Pines? The same company you are striking against?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. But you know what?
So there was somebody else other than Joyce?
Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer, your interview is drawing to an end. Don't waste your last questions.
So how does the bullet in his head factor into this?
Huh?
A sip of beer makes the surprise go down easier.
There was a bullet in the dead man's brain. Why was it there if you hanged him?
How the fuck do I know? Anyone could have shot him. Target practice, maybe.
He takes another sip. He's tight-lipped suddenly.
Interesting, sire. It's as if he's lying to protect someone. He's not very good at it.
No shit.
This line of questioning is over. You got the cause of death already? Hanging. If there's any post-mortem trauma, it's your problem. This will not turn into a cross-examination.
Why did you kill him?
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out of line in my town.
So he was a mercenary, that's it?
And he stepped out of line.
He repeats, jaw clamped shut like a vice.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Cohoy and Semenine written all over him. Ex-Oranese Special Forces.
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
I can't prove it. But I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara.
Hold on, how do you even know he was in Special Forces?
'Cause one night, he walked straight up to the mic and said, I'm RNE's goddamn Special Forces, and I'm gonna fuck you all!
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there, sang some RNE's paratrooper song, and said he's gonna fuck everyone.
Hey, Tramer!
We couldn't believe it either, but he fucking did, right there. Like some kind of animal.
Sire, the tale is true.
And how do you figure that, Drama?
This is a serious violation of the karaoke code.
Oh no! We can't let that slide! Okay, besides crimes against karaoke, what did he actually do wrong?
Wrong? He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
He wipes the spittle from his mouth.
From rape to harassment to threats of violence. Why the strange de-escalation? He regrets mentioning it. Hopes you didn't notice.
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over. That was before he started coming here.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started coming here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grabbed one of ours mid-karaoke, right there on the stage.
He grabbed someone?
The lieutenant is trying to make sense of this flood of information.
Yeah, this girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl, young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming. Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
He shakes his head in disbelief, which is pretty much what I'm doing in real life right now. Was this the same girl as the last one that you mentioned?
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. He took care of it. They got the girl out before anything else could happen.
Yeah, Me and Eugene got her out. Aren't you fucking listening?
He repeats like a parrot.
There's something odd here. Seems like they don't want to talk about that rape Titus mentioned. Why not? This is a serious allegation. Make them talk about it.
Okay, right. But who? This is a very serious allegation.
No. You're not getting a name. That's a Martinez matter. And I'm not discussing it with you clowns.
How did you kill him?
We hanged him up by his neck. Until he got real still. Wasn't that obvious, Copper?
Didn't they teach you anything at the cop school, idiot?
You're pretty sure you've had at least 2 years of cop school and many more of active service.
The autopsy showed there were no ligature marks. His hands were not tied. Can you explain that?
Look. I'm not gonna play 20 questions with you, Capo. I'll say it again. We killed him.
Yeah, I knocked him out. Came up behind him and clubbed him in the back of the head. He went down like a sack of sand.
That's right, lawman. And then we hanged the fuck.
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first. Then see if it all adds up.
72%. Strange answer. Tied hands. Titus is protecting someone. Mr. Tats, what did you use to knock the Vic out?
My fucking elbow, Copper. Samurai boxing style.
Samurai boxing, or Sambo, is an eloquently violent set of one-on-one fighting moves, originating from the Samurai Isola. Sambo style implies stealth, cleverness, and cool. He may be lying, but he's good at it. No twitching, no rushing, no uncalled for details.
Alright, where did this all take place?
Right fucking here. Eugene already told you that the fuck had started coming to our bar.
Yeah, man, weren't you listening?
They keep speaking for Titus, so that he wouldn't get his hands muddy with too much explaining.
Alright, I think we have enough for this.
Titus is solid as a rock, and so are a few others. But...
well, who's solid?
Elaine, who looks like he might be Titus's right-hand man, the least antsy of the bunch. Definitely not his first time being questioned by the police. This little rat-faced fellow is solid, too. Always fidgety, yes, but no change there. Him neither. Mostly keeps to his tomato juice, or whatever he's got there.
I think Fatso's cracking. And we haven't heard a peep out of that old guy. This one, he's sweating profusely and has difficulty breathing. They've smartly kept him out of the conversation thus far. Definitely the weakest link in the chain. Hey, you! You having trouble breathing over there?
No.
He looks up, startled, his forehead shiny from sweat. A few coiled locks are peeking out from under his warm woolen hat.
Of course he's having trouble breathing. Just look at how fucking fat he is.
The man next to the big guy bursts out laughing.
Fuck off, Shanky. Angus is a powerful guy. All muscle.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy. Sooner or later, he's going to break like a piece of twig.
Yeah. Something you're not telling me.
And fuck you, too, Copper. Picking on Angus like this. We're done with this schoolyard shit. And just so you know, he doesn't have trouble breathing.
This one is a stone wall. You won't get more out of them about the night of the murder. Not yet.
Like what, Copper?
So what are we gonna do now?
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back to your stations where you belong.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here, Titus. I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder, even if it is a group responsibility. We're going to look into this.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us, real law officials. You're lucky you didn't get a beating.
You still haven't explained the bullet I found in the hangman's head.
You still on about that bullet? A bullet in a hangman's head. You're right, Copper. That is mighty curious.
Yeah, I plan to, nobleman, believe me.
Indeed. Mighty. How did it get there?
The lieutenant is fixed on Titus.
Well, there are so many bullets in the world, and so many heads. I guess it's only logical. At some point, one of them bullets had to end up in one of them heads.
It's bound to happen again, you know? Just statistically speaking, of course.
Sire, it would be an event most dramatic if you were to produce the bullet and dangle it before their very eyes.
I'm gonna ask you again, why was this in the victim's head?
Wow! He's got it in a real evidence bag and all!
Why don't you go home and log it into evidence? These men have told you what happened.
I think the hanging was a cover-up for the shooting.
You know what I think? I think he was shot in the head as a kid, and his brain grew around the bullet.
Around the bullet, man. That's a good one.
All the goofing around is to avoid lying. It's a technique.
Did you guys shoot him?
Shit! I probably did shoot him. I was drunk last night. You guys know me when I'm drunk.
Yeah, Glenn likes to shoot his guns when he's drunk. Better hope he stays sober.
No, he meant before he was hanged. Did you shoot him before you hanged him?
Before? After? During? This is getting ridiculous. They told you what happened. Stop wasting your time.
All right, we'll figure this out sooner or later.
Never been worried in my life, lawman.
Crosses his arms, having forgotten his beer for a moment.
It's not like he blew it wide open, but there's a little crack in there, somewhere.
Hey, guess what, idiots? I found a witness.
A witness? You ain't got shit. The locals would never come to you with this.
That's just cop tactics, Titus. Next, he's gonna tell you one of us already rolled on the others, and is in witness protection.
My witness ain't a local, idiots.
Well, let's hear it then. Who is your mystery fella?
He's not alarmed by the sudden appearance of a witness, but he is surprised. This goes without saying, but nonetheless, don't give out his name.
Who he is irrelevant.
It's like you said, Al. Copper's coming up with this on the spot. There is no witness.
I've seen this shit a million times, Titus. Fly fishing. They are desperate. Tell us, Copper, what wacky claims did he make?
Witness said the hanging went down very quietly. No shouting, no commotion.
It's you assholes that feel the need to go around like a fucking brass band. The Hardy Boys are dead silent.
Yeah, it's like they put cowbells on you before they send you to the streets. What's with the cowbells, policeman?
Hemingway is always a good bet, the doctor.
They're avoiding having to answer this question.
I'd imagined you guys drinking and singing lynching songs. What's with the funeral silence?
We were drinking, weren't we, guys? I hit the bottle hard. I was drunk as fuck.
Right, I'm convinced, Glenn. Nothing off here. Just a regular hanging.
The witness said he saw 2 people of Arapagite descent and 1 Mesk.
Arapagite? Boss, I think he's trying to say me and Theo.
Well, yeah. What is confusing you? Eugene, Theo, and Elaine were there, too. I already told you. We were all there.
The witness said it all looked like a surreal play.
That means absolutely nothing to me. Sounds like some made-up horse shit.
It means the whole scene was long and drawn out. like it was from a film.
What is this fella's problem? Sorry we didn't make it more action-packed. It wasn't the first thing on our minds, you see?
Well, that might have been the issue. Doesn't sound like you guys were really invested in this lynching. It sounds like you were just going through the motions. For show.
Shanky. It's Shanky, right? I thought there's something wrong about the lynching story. Now I know there was.
You don't know shit.
I know you are lying, Shanky.
All right.
Great witness.
Must be really parched because he takes a giant gulp of beer.
So much bluster to hide the fact that they're uncomfortable with you having this info.
All right. So we back out and save. And then...
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Establish authority. Oh, now we're doing okay. Strange reaction to Bullet, discussed 8th Hardy, warned about the tribunal, and found a witness.
As you look around this room full of sweaty men, swearing, drinking, spitting out tobacco, does this look familiar?
Ah, nice, Ultima. Welcome back, Asherite. Hate when that happens. Where have I seen this before?
You believe the place was called Precinct 41. It was also filled with, almost exclusively, men. Sitting on desks, talking shit and wasting time. You seen Apricot, old Perdue's daughter? Asked Lieutenant McCoy. Uh-huh, replies Torson. The ass on that one. McCoy shakes his head in appreciation. A bit strange the old man named her Apricot. But, I mean, who am I to judge? Wanna hit the kebab joint?
I get it, Titus. You guys really are the authority around here.
Huh?
You must be. You're just like real cops, drinking beer and sitting around with your dicks in your hand.
You got a problem with beer now?
Not quite there yet. Push on.
I have a beer problem, but not a problem with beer. I also have no idea how to do my job like you. No, I'm also a big fan of beer and jerking off instead of helping people. No, I got drunk, so I drove my car into the sea. I don't give a shit either, just like you guys. None of these really quite seem as snappy as I'd hoped they were. I guess we'll go with number 2.
You saying we don't help people?
He puts the beer down.
I've been doing this job for 10 years. Martinez was a dump before we put this outfit together.
Yeah, I feel like those are all pretty weak, but 2 is the least weak of all of them.
They don't know, man. They weren't here. We had 3 shootings a week, kids dead, fucking graffito everywhere. You cops haven't shown up since the 30s.
Congratulations on the graffito removal. All I see is you sitting around talking about Monica's titties while there's a rape victim.
So what? What do you want from me? We took care of that fuck.
Don't let him drink that. One more push. Quick.
She needs help. We need to talk to her. Those are pretty weak. I've asked this before. Why are you hiding the victim? This puts the most pressure on him. I think number 3.
Titus is hiding nothing. Titus?
You want to talk to her? Fine, talk to her. I got nothing to hide.
He's too angry to drink.
Everybody has something to hide. He certainly does.
So long as you treat her with respect. No questioning. No harassing. Or you got the freight train of pain heading your way. You You understand?
What is her name?
The lieutenant takes out his notes.
Glacia, I'm on due. She's staying here at the Whirling in Rags, a real pretty one. Silvery jumpsuit, blonde. That's I'm on due, with an O-U.
Titus adjusts his cap.
Shit. The girl. The girl upstairs? That can't be her. She knows you drank so hard you forgot you were a cop.
Oh, it's her! It's definitely her! It's Miss Oranje, disco dancer!
Said you don't remember being a cop, said you don't remember reality. Oh. Okay. Well, I don't think I have much of a chance of passing this. It probably would be fine if I hadn't gone and mouthed off to her in the beginning of the game without knowing. Oh, welcome back, Monotone. I see that our hobo chic fashion inspired you to go watch Chernobyl. Miss Oranje disco dancer.
Sure. Why not? You've probably seen her around.
Oh, damn it, I didn't... Oh, whatever. Okay.
You inexplicably add cool after the victim's name, with your eyes bulging like some wild beast. Your fingers are fidgeting and sweat starts forming on your brow as Titus looks at you oddly.
I don't understand what's so cool here.
Nothing. We just have a few more questions. Then we'll be on our way.
Calm. Normal. Try to forget this little hiccup.
What's your relationship with her?
I know her.
He looks around and an uncommon silence fills the room.
How well do you know her?
A small twitch in the corner of Kim's mouth. He has a hunch about what knowing means.
Well enough, Copper. We partied. She's been here for a few months.
He tries to make it sound real casual, but the muscles on his neck tighten.
So she's not from around here.
You mean Revachol? Nah. Our Miss Oranje disco dancer is an immigrant, or a drifter of some sort. Been staying over here over the winter.
Don't you give her any more trouble. She's just had some bad luck, that's all.
Shut up, Angie. She doesn't need your help.
Titus gives them both a look. They fall silent. What's with all the silences? It's like these guys don't know how to feel about this. You should keep picking at it.
So what was her relationship with the merc?
Relationship? There was no fucking relationship. He raped her. That's their relationship.
Was like that karaoke incident all over again. Or like some of the other girls he was harassing.
Okay, enough. All of this is irrelevant to your stated investigation.
So when did that happen?
He did it before we killed him. He's not gonna do it again. So what does it matter?
It would help if we establish a timeline.
All right. 2 weeks, maybe? I don't know. I need another beer.
Here you go, boss.
Tall blonde throws him a can. Titus cracks it open. You said you partied. Cool. But what did you mean?
What do you think I meant?
Yeah, sex, huh?
Yeah, pretty much.
So the two of you were close?
No, we just fucked. That's all. I'm not gonna give you any details if that's what you're after. So put your dick away.
He really went out of his way to seem comfortable with this topic. That's all you're gonna get for now. He's doing a good job here. A commendable performance of I don't give a shit.
Alright, I guess that'll do.
Remember what I said. Freight train of pain.
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
Are you the Hardy girl?
I am not.
Says dryly.
You could be, Liz. You could be anything. You could even be a model.
Even a mod? Glenn, I went to law school. I am an attorney.
Wow. All right. Oh, Kim. Kim wants to say something.
Officer, what was that?
What was what?
You looked strange when he mentioned the assault victim's name. Do you know that woman?
A little.
Is there something I should know before we talk to her?
Whatever you do, don't say the first thing.
Wow! I met her in the hallway after I woke up.
Understood. You were not in good shape on Monday.
Yeah, she knows I didn't remember being a cop.
Okay, that's manageable.
That's it.
This is unprofessional. Not sharing information with me is unprofessional.
His opinion of you has lowered considerably.
Oh. Well, when was I supposed to share that? Would that have been any different if I had,
Yes?
Oh? I told him that I had,
Officer, what was that?
What was what?
You looked strange when he mentioned the assault victim's name. Do you know that woman? Is there something I should know before we talk to her?
Whatever you do, don't say the first thing.
I met her in the hallway.
Understood. You were not in good shape on Monday.
That's it.
This is unprofessional.
Really?
Not sharing information with me.
His opinion of you.
Well, apparently the second thing does it too, Krypton. I don't know when the hell I was supposed to say something about that to him. I talked to him as soon as I met him and there was no option.
Officer, what was that?
What was what?
You looked strange when he mentioned the assault victim's name. Do you know that woman?
No.
Officer, before we interview this woman, is there something I should know?
He's not leaving you a lot of room to back off from this. Whatever you do, don't say the first thing.
That's it.
This is unprofessional.
Oh.
Not
okay, Oh, the third thing at the start? Well, we'll see if that's any different.
Officer, what was that?
You mean the sweating and the fidgeting when you mentioned her name?
Yes.
And the sort of quivering jello thing with the eye, point to your twitching eye.
Yes.
I think I know that woman.
The victim? Is there something I should know before we talk to her?
Whatever you do, don't say the first thing.
I met her in the hallway.
Understood. You were not in good shape on Monday.
That's it.
This is unprofessional. Not sharing information with me is unprofessional.
His opinion of you has lowered.
Whoops. I don't know. Let's try just ignoring it and not getting trapped in there. Because that was exactly the same reaction. Number 3,
Officer,
nobleman?
What was that? Yes. The victim?
Whatever you do.
Okay, that's manageable. This is unprofessional.
Yeah, the result is the same. Alright, enough messing around. Now we know that whatever you say produces the same result. That is valuable information. If any of you got different results, it must depend upon saying something different to him earlier in the story.
The door is closed.
Who is it?
Woman's voice answers, muffled by the door.
Tired. Controlled.
This is the police. Can we come in?
Come on up. The door is open. I'm drying my hair.
Sounds like it's coming from upstairs somewhere. You could snoop around before going up.
Okay. That is true, Juniper.
Officer, what was that?
Budafuka, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back.
Yes, the victim?
Whatever you do.
Understood. Okay, that's manageable.
Jamais
This is
vu, huh?
unprofessional. Not
his
What does this get us?
Derealization. Jamais vu. The opposite of déjà vu. Not already seen, but never seen. Everything that should be familiar appears strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood. Only now. That's the feeling you've been having. And for who knows how long. You should go and ask Joyce Messier about this. What world are we in? This is a fundamental question.
Okay. Regular law official, some kind of superstar. Into tribe. I don't even... Oh, we do have a skill point. -1 half-light, all psyche white checks unlocked. Okay, one more door can go. Piles of dirty clothes, a woman's. Hotel bill calculations, looks like she's had an extended stay. You see the yard below, the corpse is no longer there.
This medicine cabinet is full of wares. Sheets of pills, haphazardly stacked, one on top of the other. There's also a toothbrush somewhere in there.
Yeah, Juniper, meaning you would have to talk to Joyce early. No, I haven't, Zorza.
It's been used quite a lot. Pharmaceuticals line the shelves, sheet upon sheet of pill bottle next to pill bottle. Acetylic acid, APAP, eye drops, blood thinners.
Blood thinners? Got a collection in here.
anything of note?
Search the bottles.
Pill bottles rattle like bones as you search the cabinet. Paracetamol, something in a foreign language you can't read. Behind them, an unusually shaped nasal spray. Its label reads, Nacra. Nacra. This is used to treat opioid overdoses. Always handy to have around.
Nacra, opioid antagonist.
Interesting. That's used for diamorphine overdoses.
Lieutenant nods and looks at the door. Pill sheets?
Among some foreign, probably Messinian or Gotvaldian, marked red blister packs you find. What do you find? This is going to take a little know-how.
Oh, alright. Well, good. It sure is a good thing we've got our drug clothes. God, the stupid kimono.
The pockets of these new jeans are perfect for sticking your hand into. Makes you look cool, calm, and collected. As your hand enters the pocket, your fingers brush against something, soft, yet crinkly.
Take the item out.
Hey, it's a chewing gum wrapper. It reminds you of the fruity juice of apricots. You should inspect it closer if you have time. Something about the wrapper's texture is familiar. By the way, the raw materials were most likely exported from Seaguy, the apricot suzerainty, and processed in sur-le-clay into the apricot-flavored chewing gum, loved by kids of today and yesterday. Something about it is familiar, and not only to your fingers.
Interesting. I guess we'll check that out once we're done looting the medicine cabinet.
This medicine cabinet is stocked with drugs, plus a bright orange bottle with Preptide stamped on it, in sunny, happy letters. Jackpot, baby. That's the stuff you're looking for. Your palms begin to sweat just holding that little plastic container.
Take it in secret? No. What's so exciting about this?
It's speed, man. Just what you were looking for. They call it dextroamphetamine.
Oh!
And talk about psychological disorders. But what we're seeing here is some scientifically advanced trucker speed.
This is just dextroamphetamine? Yeah, so, dextroamphetamine in ages past was issued to soldiers in their emergency kits as a way of keeping them essentially energetic enough to survive in situations where they might otherwise die of exhaustion or shock. Dextroamphetamine tablets were they were standard issue in the emergency kits that were equipped on military aircraft. Back in the Vietnam era. To see a brand called Preptide.
Preptide, a euphemism for pharmaceutical amphetamine. Prescription speed.
I haven't heard that story, Ultima, but I wouldn't be surprised. Amphetamines, needless to say, are addictive, and quite a lot of military personnel who took them, for whatever reason, under whatever circumstances, ended up getting addicted to them, which is why if you buy old emergency rations or med kits or anything left over from the Vietnam, Korean War era, World War II, anything like that, typically the amphetamine packets will be the first thing that's missing when you get the package.
The fuck are you waiting for? Let's get super fucking preppy.
Take it in plain sight.
The lieutenant looks toward the door as if he didn't see you pilfer that sweet Preptide. Who cares, man? Who cares what the stiff thinks?
Oh, whoops, that's not the... That is most certainly not what I meant to do.
This medicine cabinet is stocked with drugs. A bright orange bottle with Prep. It's speed, man. Just what you...
Preptide.
The fuck are you waiting for?
Close the cabinet is what I intended to do. Jeez. I think that's everything, right? Yes, that's everything. I don't know if he likes me enough after that last conversation I had with him, nobleman.
Yes?
No. Ugh. Okay, good night, Krypton. Have a good one. Take care. The bed has been hastily made.
This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it. Light from the desk lamp reflects off the glass in an untarnished golden halo.
Run your finger across the surface of the glass.
Smooth as ice. There are spots of mud and rain on the outside, even smudges. But the surface of the window is clear from the inside. No chips, no hairline fractures.
Ultima, he skied 400 kilometers after stepping on a landmine? How the hell? Interesting, so it looks as though this window was recently replaced. Almost as if somebody fired a bullet through this window from inside.
Following your lead, the lieutenant leans in closer to inspect the surface.
Aha! Just as I thought.
Looks like it, yes.
Smell of cigarette smoke in the air. Astra menthol. Cold coffee in an ashtray that looks like a hedgehog. Look, a handful of dried white wildflowers.
Just as you look at the flowers, a gust of wind raises them from the roof, picking them up in the air.
Move your hand fast.
You catch a single white flower between your fingers. The rest fly off into the wind. It's a maybell.
Aha!
The young woman looks at the maybell in your hand. Just a glance. Then takes a drag of her cigarette.
No, Juniper, it's not. I'm just saying what I think as soon as it comes to mind. I'm just spouting my stream of consciousness, essentially. I prefer to avoid spoilers about stuff I haven't already played, Juniper. But if there's something I've played past that's possible that I've missed, that I don't mind hearing about, as long as it doesn't tie into something that I haven't yet done or seen.
The lieutenant gives you an acknowledging little nod.
What's this?
The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight.
Push.
It's barred from the inside. You hear the bar rattle in the brackets. Sounds like it's heavy, too. Very sturdy.
Where does this lead?
I don't know, Lieutenant Yefreiter. It is not the first closed door we found in this building. There is also your mysterious blue kitchen door.
You think it's important?
I don't know. The further we get, the more this building seems to be tied to the case. The vigilantes, the cadaver, and a number of people connected to the case are in or around this building. This door is part of it. It's not unimportant.
The main investigation and the door below are merging into a stereo investigation.
I hate it when that happens.
Poor Kim. Alright. Where's my physical instrument equipment? It's time to kick this door the hell in. Half-light's not going to help us here. Actually, do we have any skill points to spend? Yes. Do. So let's get a boost, because we do need a boost to physical instrument. Okay, and what are our odds now?
The same small, heavy door.
My God,
No
still
lock
3%? Physical instrument. We don't have a penalty to it, do we? Ah, we have a -2 penalty to physical instrument. Where is that coming from? Wasteland of Reality. Okay, well, actually, we could temporarily unequip that.
The same small, heavy door.
17%. Physical instrument +2. Oh, you know, it occurs to me I don't have the dried Maybells and apricot shoe. Okay, we'll have to come back to those in a moment, but first, we have the multi-tool. Does that affect our chances?
The same small, heavy
No.
door. No lock.
Does the pry bar?
The same small,
No.
heavy door. No lock.
None of these tools makes a difference. Alright then, we'll just have to roll it.
The same small, heavy door.
Oh!
No lock
Okay.
in sight.
We take those.
Something cracks inside.
Ah!
It is an unbelievably satisfying sound.
Damn right!
Nice.
The young woman nods. Even she's impressed.
Sounds like the property damage wasn't in vain, at least. Would it hurt to look in?
I thought it was an Aces High moment, Kim.
I don't know about that.
Lieutenant smiles an uncomfortable smile. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, I think that's everything. Okay, Monotone, have a good night. Take care. All right. Save. What do we got? Ah! There's a tiny hole in the wall. You see a bedroom on the... Oh, somebody has been spying here.
You clearly see footprints in the downy carpet of dust covering the workshop floor.
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else here, are new.
Someone's been here within the last week or two.
3 weeks maximum, from the dust coverage. It could easily have been 1 week too. You know, officer.
Yeah?
This is good. He likes it. There's a little smile there, in the dark of the workshop.
It was a stereo investigation after all. It has now converged with our main investigation, adding a new fact to consider.
Okay, what does this mean?
It means someone snuck through what seems like a secret route, behind our rape victim's room, in the recent weeks. This may prove to be significant.
All right, let's have a closer look then.
Large prints, most likely made by Boots. The size is hard to determine. Sole could be bigger than Vamp. The soles have left a pattern, uniform, horizontal lines. This print is unlike one left by a regular worker boot. It is not a brand sole with logos on it. It seems custom-made or old-fashioned.
This print doesn't look like the old soled print we found at the hanging.
The size looks about the same, actually. They are not the same shoe, but they could be the same person.
Doesn't look like the worker's boots, does it?
No. These little horizontal lines are different. They look custom-made to me. Or some kind of foreign print. Hard to say. Still a boot, though.
Everything around you is quiet. The prints crisscross the workshop floor.
Okay. I'm going to see if I can stack a little bit more perception to ensure that we don't miss anything in here. Pinball machine has been taken apart and gutted. Huh? Pinball maker's coat? +1 empathy. +1 hand-eye coordination. This dusty old coat used to belong to someone called M. Kniflocks. The name stitched into this silk lining. Or the name is stitched into the silk lining. It smells of moths and ancient engine grease, but fits you perfectly. A strange, lonely emotion fills you when you tighten the belt around your waist. Ah, I bet. There we go. There it is. Now we're finally getting somewhere. Now we just need a pair of gloves. Oh, that's a good point, Juniper. It is dark in here. Yeah, now if only one of the tools were a magnifying glass. So somebody has been peeping in on her, huh? Schematics for a pinball machine, futurism themed. Boxes of tools and replacement parts line the shelves. Small windows taped shut with black plastic. You can see outside. Huh?
This seems to be some kind of workshop for fixing up pinball machines a long time ago. Everything is covered with dust now. The lieutenant looks around the dusty, crowded room, inspecting the tools on the shelf.
Doesn't look like that pinball machine will ever get fixed.
At some point, 20 years ago, 15 maybe, before pinball went out of vogue.
This used to be a pinball workshop.
Looks like it. I'm guessing Martinez North 22 used to be a pinball arcade before it became a hostel. There are machines left over.
He taps his foot.
A creak. Some dust falls off a shelf.
Downstairs in the hall, next to the main door. One of them even works. I've seen one of the Hardys bang away at it.
Remember the dice maker? Then that means...
Whirling in Rags was once the East Delta Pinball Arcade. This is all that's left over from that.
Ah, yes, as the novelty dice makers said. This has absolutely nothing to do with the case, I'm sure. But I do like a nice little connection.
Yeah, big brain indeed,
But
Zorza.
then it went bankrupt. Your skin crawls from making the connection.
This really mean the Whirling in Rags is part of the Doom commercial area?
If that's true, then our cafeteria manager is not going to like it. We should tell him what we found up here, omitting that suspicion. He does not appear to be the kind of man who likes his establishment to be part of a neighborhood ghost story about bankruptcy.
The Doomed Hostel.
It's not a ghost story. It's a curse, and God ought to be made knowledgeable so he can perform counterspells.
For goodness sake, do we actually believe in that crap now?
You clearly see footprints in the downy carpet of dust covering the workshop floor.
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else here, are new.
Large prints. Mostly one person has been here. They've gone back and forth. The tips point both ways. This print is unlike one left by a regular worker boot. It is not a brand sole.
Person went back and
Logos
forth,
on it.
okay.
Between that and that.
Points to the elevator and to the barred door. Okay.
The size looks about the same, actually. No. These little horizon...
Everything around you.
It means someone snuck through what seems like a secret route. 3 weeks, max.
This is good.
It was a stereo invest...
Okay. I guess Inland Empire does, but I don't think the rest of me does. And actually... Oh, perception. Great. I might just need to take off my glasses entirely here. Oh, wait, no. Empathy -1 logic. Maybe... Savoir-faire. Actually, I think maybe visual calculus would be more helpful to us. Okay. Yeah, Inland Empire seems to have a lot in common with drama. Oh, dear. Ah, and here we are. This pinball is white Deora. The back glass shows a female figure in mourning. A note. NB, the spare key is tied to the bush outside the corner room window. NB, huh? Oh, 5 real.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue.
The store is connected to the one upstairs, but how do we get through?
There must be a key somewhere. Probably somewhere in the whirling.
Ah.
It's not too important. We can get in and out using the roof door.
So that key is outside hanging on the bush.
This small elevator is dimly lit by a bulb that's been glowing for ages. The latticed cage is open, inviting you to step inside. Smells of nougat and sweat. Your head brushes up against the ceiling. There is a control panel to your right, and just enough room for 2 people to fit in.
Hey, Starkrealm!
The maintenance card under the control panel reads, Last maintenance, 10th July, 88.
Wow, that was like before the revolution.
That it does. I say, let's brave it.
This elevator was last this was a long time ago.
At the end of the last century. Look on the bright side. If it fails, we will only sustain minor injuries. I'm talking 3, maybe 4 months in the hospital. Maximum 5.
It appears his whole enthusiasm is sarcastic.
Must have been needed to transport the pinball machines up and down.
Seems so, although it's pretty quaint for a freight elevator.
Caps on the guttering light bulb. It's golden in the dark. Let's look at the controls.
There are large rectangular buttons. Monter, descend, and an international call for emergency assistance. That third one appears to be broken.
Oh, good!
A small steel plaque reads Halter 800. Halter is a Koningsteiner lift company who went out of business a long, long time ago.
Cool. Oh, World Emperor, it shouldn't be. It might be the game. The lighting effects of the game do change dynamically. First of all, because there's a time of day. And second of all, because in each environment, the lighting is slightly different. This game is made in, I think, Unity? Yeah, that's the plan, Juniper. We got a note with a hint about the key, so... I intend to go get the key first. World Emperor, it could possibly also be Twitch. If you're experiencing what look like weird visual bugs, you could try refreshing the stream. Eventually, Kaiser Mario, one thing at a time, though. We've still got other things we need to do here. Oh, it certainly did get late fast, though. I didn't realize it was already 2200 hours. We only have one more trap left to check, though, and... we're going to have to go that direction anyway in order to drop Kim off, so... yeah, Kaiser Mario, that was already on the itinerary. Oh no, we were supposed to examine the window. Oh, if you're watching on a TV, World Emperor, then that is quite likely why. You might try adjusting the picture, or, as they used to say back in the 80s and the 90s, the tracking control on your VCR. Don't adjust the tracking control on your VCR, it won't help.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers.
Oh, we have to pass another perception check here? Goodness sake.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling, nothing.
Stark Realm, I don't think anybody has. My mother is pretty much the only person who still uses a VCR, and that's only because she has a collection of VHS tapes that are left over from the 80s and the 90s that she still likes to watch.
A ceiling height. There's a yellow ribbon tied to one of the branches. Light yellow, faded with time. A tiny splash of color in the blackness of the thicket. Hanging from it, a bronze key. It's close enough to the latch up there. One can slide it open and just take it. Surely not a coincidence.
Someone hid a key in the bush.
Huh?
Can you let me slide by so I can grab the thing?
I don't know about that. I'm comfortable here. Don't think any sliding would really help right now.
Sorry, fucko. Looks like you're gonna have to go bush diving. Good fucking luck with that. The hawthorn's got a bitch of a bite.
I'm gonna enjoy the sight of you in the bushes out there.
With a loud thud, the old man stands up, pushes the window open, grabs the key from the hawthorn branch, and slides it across the table.
Ah, maybe Theo's not so bad after all.
The key is brass. Workshop spear is etched to its bow. The old man closes the window and sits back down in silence.
Very good.
Come on, man. We were just having some fun. Where's the harm in...
I'm tired of listening to your shit.
Yeah! Thank you. Nod to the old man.
Don't thank me. I don't give two shits about your key.
There is a silence around this man's words. Unlike Titus, they're afraid of him. That's the type of respect he commands.
I always got the impression that there was more to this guy than meets the eye. It's usually the quiet ones. Wonder what doors does it open? Well...
It's for the blue door in the kitchen. There was a note there that you missed. It said the workshop key is behind the window. It's this key.
I didn't miss that note. I saw it. Anyone know why this key was hanging right outside the Union Box window?
Didn't even know it was there. Boys.
No idea.
Never even seen it. Someone must have hidden it there before this room became our place.
Well, all right then.
You see a heavy steel door. The key fits the dimple lock. It takes a bit of effort to turn it after all these years, but then the lock clicks.
What have we here? The pinball says Franco-Nigerian. The theme is horses and swords.
All these mesmerizing machines, just waiting to be plugged back in and played.
Run your finger across the dust of the white Diora machine.
Feels like it might jump back to life any moment. The lights illuminating the white-robed woman.
How about we fire one of these bad boys up and play some ball?
You can't fire them up. They are broken. Only that one machine in the main hall works. The Royalist Pinball.
He looks away.
What a dumb name. Royalist Pinball. If they weren't broken, he would kick one of these machines about now.
What's white Diora?
Some kind of inane pinball theme. Probably related to Messina during the DeLorean age. The history themes are the worst.
Diora was one of the 3 crown cities of the DeLorean era, on the Muindi Isola, the others being Ria Silvia and Advesperasket. This theme is all about early airships and beautiful, sad, pearl-laden women. It's quite nice, actually. The lieutenant grimaces looking at the machines.
Sounds like you don't enjoy pinball, Kim.
No, I love it. I love pinball. Who doesn't love pinball? Let's move on.
He doesn't.
97% encyclopedia check. Kim Kitsuragi. What? Okay.
Kim, Pinball, Kitsuragi.
AKA Kimball?
Exactly. That's what he's known as. His reputation precedes him.
You're Kim Pinball Kitsuragi. I'm not gonna talk to him like that. I am having trouble reading the tone of this thought. Are we making fun of him here, or did we just figure out his actual secret nickname? What even is this? Like, is this us ripping on him? Or is this us realizing that he loves pinball? I have a bad feeling about this. Well, chat is being unhelpful as always, so I guess I'll just try it.
So now he remembers.
He looks at you in the silence of the workshop, then takes his glasses off and cleans them.
Fine, I'm Kim Pinball Kitsuragi, a.k.a. the Kimball. You remembered. Congratulations.
You don't seem to really like pinball.
No human being should. It is a game that requires no skill and a childlike affinity to flashing lights and to fantastique, science-fiction, and historic romance franchise. It is lame.
Then why are you called Pinball?
I am not called Pinball. It was used to taunt me a long time ago, before I became a homicide detective and got my lieutenancy.
Oh, how did you...
Fine. I was a juvenile police officer for over 15 years. It's how I started out in the RCM. Once I had to infiltrate a pinball ring, as you do when you're a juvie cop.
Okay.
It was not okay. I needed to become a pinball champion. I trained for 9 months. The job was successful and I was moved out of the juvenile wing to homicide.
Oh! No wonder he resents it.
End of story.
You're a juvie cop for 15 years?
That time is over now. I was already a 38-year-old man. It was unbecoming, as was playing pinball.
So that's why he doesn't want to talk to Kuno. Trauma and stressor disorder from being a juvie cop.
Wait, so that's why you didn't want to talk to Kuno?
It's best if you handle the juvenile delinquents.
Okay, well... Don't worry, I'll keep calling you Kim.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is good too. Now, we really need to continue our sweep of what appears to be a secret path through the whirling.
Genius, he appears to be a similar age to Harry. He doesn't really look as old as he is, though, if we're doing our math right. Alright, well... Actually, while we're at it... There we go, +3 encyclopedia. Now we're looking like a proper detective. Where are my shoes? There we go. Okay, perception or +1 to indirect modes of taxation. Well, indirect modes of taxation isn't helping us much. And I do kind of feel like the cavalry boots work well with this outfit. This is kind of a worn look. Oh, was it, Justin? All I'm looking for is a pair of black slacks that I can match with the police outfit. And a pair of gloves, like proper leather gloves. Alright, okay. This we need to put back on. Wasteland of Reality. Actually, while we're here, we probably should talk to Gart. He does look a little bit like Nick Valentine, nobleman. I have to say, I'm quite certain that the hat and the coat were designed to go together.
Hey, was there something you needed?
Well, well. Bringing him that new bird sure made a difference in his attitude.
I saw another thing in the whirling.
Another thing? Great. I love those.
What if I told you I got into the back room behind the blue steel door?
Oh, okay. Well, I did hear you make noise back there, so good for you.
He's really, really holding himself back here. It takes a lot of willpower not to ask. Obviously, he's been wanting to know what's behind the door.
Aren't you going to ask what's back there?
Okay, what is back there?
Pinball machines, a pinball workshop.
Ha! I knew it. I've always wondered where those machines by the door came from. And they told me there was some kind of pinball thing here too. I knew it. Were there any back there? In working order, I mean.
Why? Do you want to play? Because I might be up for a game.
No, I was just wondering.
He appears to be making...
You found pinball machines there.
A calculation in his head.
He was wondering about something business-related, about how much money he could make of one.
You're thinking about selling those pinball machines? I want a fat cut, C-suite shit. Beat your chest, I'm a disruptor. Thinking of turning this place back into a pinball arcade?
No, but we could diversify the entertainment options, seeing as you've opened the door back there. The machine we have in the corner now is broken. It wouldn't hurt to get a little life in here. Other than the hellish karaoke machine. That one's always causing trouble.
Sounds like he cares about the place. He's not going to be overjoyed to hear that it's part of the doomed commercial area. He should still know. You have to be forewarned about these things.
There's a peephole in the wall.
What wall?
Upstairs in the secret back room, right next to Cloche's bedroom. I found it when I found the pinball machines.
I'll have it fixed at once. Thank you for letting me know. I assure you, the Whirling does not abide spying on its guests.
Amazing, Gordo. That must have been an interesting playthrough. I'm pretty sure I remember somebody, it might even have been Pat, saying that if you walk around with no clothes on, people actually comment on it.
The color has drained from his face.
But I guess you can confirm that. You sure you haven't been spying on your guests?
Absolutely not. Fuck you for even implying it. It wasn't me. It wasn't my stuff. The establishment will look at it and ascertain what it was.
Well, he's definitely not lying. He wouldn't endanger this business like that.
Sir, he was only asking a question. It's his job and mine. See that it's covered.
Yes, I absolutely will. Sorry, it's been a bit of a day. And now a hole in the wall.
They do comment, and all your dialogue was crazy talk. Incredible, Gordo. All right, you've been notified.
Thank you. I'll patch it up personally. Was there something else about the establishment? I hope not.
No.
Yes?
Okay, well, let's go drop off Kim. We have not yet, nobleman, no. But it can wait till morning, no? Or is it absolutely imperative that we talk to her tonight before I let Kim go? Time isn't real, but don't you have like a 7-day limit? Until the game just hard ends?
It's getting late, and it's snowing. Time to call it a day.
You can sleep, there's only specific points of no return. Okay.
Good night, officer. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
Oh, there's no max days limit. Okay, I guess I misunderstood that then. Oh, that's been patched out, so it was a thing in the past. That's interesting. And still no option to look under the floorboards. Why, I wonder? Oh, well, that's an autosave. Flashlight? I don't think so. We could try. There was a Reddit post where people tested what bugs money? Just letting days pass? No, the flashlight doesn't seem to... Oh, it's just still story locked, Juniper. Okay. Even now? Alright. Justin, because we received a Shivers event in here where Shivers told us to look under the floorboards. I don't know what's there, but I know that we're supposed to be able to thanks to that event, and we've not yet been able to yet. We've not been able to yet. Words. Okay, Bugs, I see. Alright, well, I guess it's time to go talk to Joyce? It's main story related, you need to do some missions before you can see... Okay. Thanks, guys. I was starting to go crazy, wondering why it wasn't showing up, wondering what I was doing wrong. I'm sitting here tearing my hair out thinking maybe I don't have high enough perception. But then I've maxed out my perception. In fact, I think... Oh, I know why. The glasses have -1 perception. Wait a minute, but... Hand-eye coordination... I know there was something else in here that increased perception. I can't seem to find it anymore. -1 perception. Eh, whatever. We have other fish to fry. All right, Joyce.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Got some more questions about reality?
More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead.
Conceptualization. What is... Oh? Jamais vu thought complete and Dolores Day. Okay.
What is all of this? The scent, the sound, the air.
What world is this?
What world? The only one, I suppose. The world of matter. And its pale antipode.
Pale antipode? So, an antipode is... if you pick any point on the globe and then draw a line physically through the globe, through the Earth, or really any sphere, because an antipode is a geometric device. The antipode is the spot on the sphere or on the planet that is exactly opposite the initial spot that you pick. So if you pick, for example, a spot in North America, I think its antipode could end up being anywhere around like southern Russia or Central Asia. It's as if you were to draw a line from the initial point directly through the center of the sphere and then out the other side. The exit point of that line would be the antipode. Well, nobleman, that's why the Tekken Chrono Trigger is called Antipode, but it's a bit of a poetic stretch of the word. It means two opposite points, and they're talking fire and ice, in that case. Oh, actually, you're right, Juniper, yeah. Yeah, now that I think about it a little more carefully, it probably would be the Southern Hemisphere. So I guess maybe somewhere around Australia or just in the middle of the ocean. But I think what is meant here is the world of matter and its pale antipodes. So she must be talking about a world of antimatter or like a spirit realm or something. Heaven, maybe.
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
What do you see?
Great bodies of water, forest-covered surfaces, clusters of light where the cities lie. You've seen the montage. We all have. This world is enough.
She concludes. Oh, of course there's a website for it, nobleman. I don't know what I was expecting.
There is a term of endearment they coined for it in the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world, discovering more and more of it, these archipelagos included.
What is it?
Elysium.
Ah! We have a title drop. This the one with the devil apes. The world needs a term of endearment. The world does not deserve a term of endearment. I mean, there are beautiful things amid the ugliness.
It does. There are those who would call it hell.
Huh. What is hell?
A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists.
Petro-fascists? Are those fascists that drink gasoline or something? What? I don't feel like I've got the whole picture yet.
Oh, you want a picture of the world? There is no complete set yet, dear. They're having some trouble reaching orbit.
Oh, no space technology in this universe, huh? Probably can't find a fuel powerful enough to propel a manned vehicle, or even an unmanned one, into orbit.
Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside, sideways.
How about It's a Ball?
That's looking less and less likely, Detective. You wouldn't know it from the tabloids, but the ORG nations have been launching weather balloons into the lower ionosphere since the 30s.
Oh, rock fascists. Okay, for some reason my mind went to petroleum. Like petroleum fascists. But that's just America, am I right? It hurts even to say that.
ORG, Occident Grad.
Thanks, Encyclopedia.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big three, they're piecing together a dark grey corona.
Okay. A dark grey corona?
Yes. Pale covers 72% of the surface. There are grey flares and prominences, even arcs above entire isolas. The images are blurry, but if there was a sphere in there, it certainly looks like it fractured a long time ago.
Wait, what? Are you telling me the world in this universe is actually flat?
A cold fear seeps into you.
Wait, what the hell are you telling me?
You seem to be spooked. Please don't be.
Her voice becomes homely, calm. She lets a moment pass. The pale, and what do you mean corona?
They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. That is, if we are still living on a planet. Or, to speak more plainly, imagine vast swathes of land disrupted by nothingness.
So what you're actually telling me is that we're living on floating chunks of land that are held together by gravity, floating in space? I am having a hard time visualizing this. I'm not entirely clear on the image that she is trying to describe here. I remember the word Isola, Juniper, but what that seemed to be implying was just that the world is mostly ocean and there are just islands in between.
I am sorry, Detective. Philosophically speaking, it must sound quite terrifying. Even scientific positivism isn't entirely convinced about what we're dealing with here.
Keep going. Okay.
But this is one of the greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, it will jolt us out of our rut, bring us together, however naive it may sound.
Oh, okay. She is someone educated. This is... Okay, we were given a hint we were supposed to talk to someone educated to learn about this. A fractured corona doesn't feel like it's going to bring anyone together.
You have misimagined it. I don't have the power to convey to you the effect and geometry of the images that depict our world from below low orbit. It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. You'd love it.
Well, if you say it's disco...
See? Everyone finds something worth holding on to in this world, however wasted its opportunities.
Yeah, I'm beginning to see why she's important to the world-building nobleman. Islands of reality in a void?
Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there, on whatever this all is. Your arms hang down by your sides.
Alright, finally, what is pale?
The pale is not, technically speaking, part of reality. It is the opposite of reality.
Okay, but what is it? A definition?
Okay. The pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue between the islas. It is the inter-islary mass.
And what is an isla?
Isla is a Messinian word for a continent of matter, enveloped on all sides by the pale. Also, isolation, or landmass. We used to believe there was only one. In the last 4 centuries, we have discovered 7.
Oh! So it's not literal ocean that they're talking about that separates the islas. It's actually just an alternate dimension, it sounds like.
Windy, Seol, Samara, Ilmara, Grad, Katla, and this, Insulinde.
It's beginning to fall into place, Kaiser Mario, yeah. IRL Fog of War. Yeah, but Bugs, Fog of War just covers land that exists, but you can't see it because you don't know what it looks like. This is something totally different than Fog of War, it sounds like. This is, this reminds me of the final zone of Final Fantasy V, the end zone, where there are just chunks of land floating in the void. And Insulin is...
An oceanic isla. It comprises mostly of water. Moindi is the largest, Katla the coldest, Insulinde the bluest. What can I say? Each is perishing and dear.
Okay, and what is the Pale like?
Achromatic, odorless, featureless. The Pale is the enemy of matter and life. It is not like any other, or anything in the world. It is the transition state of being into nothingness.
Oh, okay. Well, that definitely sounds a little bit more like dark matter. So, what she's saying is, it's not just void that the Isolas are surrounded by, it's actual annihilation. So you're talking about these chunks of land, these Isolas, are basically surrounded on all sides by what amounts to antimatter that if you touch, you get destroyed? Is that what I'm meant to take away from this? Is it here? Yeah, End Zone seems more like it was an attempt by the localization team to come up with an alternative, Kasumi. But yes. You can travel through, but you go crazy. Huh. Dragonab, I think what happened with that is there was an issue on Twitch a while ago where they had some problem with their servers where they tried to do maintenance on their servers and they ended up deleting a bunch of people's VODs on certain dates. And I think the missing episode of the P5 playthrough was one of the ones that got deleted by Twitch, Dragonab. I don't think there's anything I could have done to stop that. Not literal physical destruction. Okay, huh. Unraveled, but there are paths through it. No, Dragon, there isn't. They got deleted from Twitch's servers when Twitch's staff were doing maintenance. They're gone forever, Dragon, unfortunately. Ha! It kinda does, Kaiser Mario, out of context. Is it here?
No, Detective. We're safe. It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north, and even more to the south, east, and west. You are in the middle of the Isla.
As your gaze instinctively turns north, a small black pit opens up in your stomach.
6,000 kilometers from the end of the world?
Yes. That is enough. Many cities are built much closer.
And there?
An uproar of matter, darling. Rising into the Pale. Rolling. Evaporating even. The Great Vision. The area of transition between the world and the Pale is called Porch Collapse.
And of course, during this pivotal conversation about the Pale, into chat comes Yum Antimatter. Well, what can I say, Yum Antimatter? You sure timed that impeccably. I am well, thanks. How are you, Antimatter? And Gossamer, hello! It's so good to see you, Goss. Welcome. Two things I need to do here. Please, everyone, go follow Gossamer TV. She's a friend of mine. And just a sweet and lovely individual. She is working on her first playthrough of Dark Souls 1 right now. She actually just started streaming last November. And I am certain she would very much appreciate having some good folks drop by her stream. Not that I can remember, Dragon Ab. The second thing I need to do, because somebody deserves a trophy over here, for thoroughly impeccable timing. You're welcome, me. Welcome to the Ragtime Lounge, Antimatter. There's your trophy. You're currently working on partial differential equations. It's not hard, but it's tedious. Well, you say it's not hard. I take it you have a background in mathematics. Because I can't imagine what other reason you would have for working on partial differential equations. All I can say, Antimatter, is that I'm glad there are people like you in the world so I don't have to do all the complex math. Because I would just die. Genius, the explanation we were given for that is that she's rich and therefore educated. So I guess she knows stuff. Oh, Zarek, hey, you're here too. I see we have some other folks in chat who fondly, maybe, remember partial differential equations. So far, so good, Goss. How are you doing? Did you have an okay day? Kaiser Mario, that's where you're wrong. Because you see, when I gift a sub to my own channel, I only pay the $2.50 that Twitch takes. I get the other $2.50 back, so I can gift subs to my own channel at 50% off. Where were we? The area of transition between the world and the Pale is called the Porch Collapse. Okay, right.
Imagine a grey coronal mist, cold vapor, marked by spores of an opportunistic microorganism. A mold that's adapted to grow at the edge of the unrest. It's
Oh! The gray coronal mist is actually a microorganism that just lives at the boundary?
the most disco thing you will ever see.
Wow. Oh, awesome, Goss. I'm so glad to hear that. See, I told you the math day wouldn't be so bad. And for me, it's an incredible statement to say anything about math not being bad. But my guess is it was more of a social experience than it was a mathematical one, Goss. I imagine probably you just talked with them, learned about what they do, got the lay of the land, and, happily moved on. What are its physical qualities?
It's difficult to describe, or even measure. Something whose fundamental property is the suspension of properties. Physical, epistemological, linguistic. The further into Pale you travel, the steeper the degree of suspension, right down to the mathematical. Numbers stop working. No one has yet passed the number barrier. It may be impossible.
Wow, okay. We're surrounded by Pale. How do you get from Isola to Isola?
Oh, it is so difficult for us.
A squall of birds. Hardware operating in the harbor. Firm. Self-evident.
It is possible to force dimensions on the Pale. In modern times, we can even compress its latitude, bouncing radio waves from one end to the other. shortening the path.
Interesting.
But it is still hard for humans to navigate the Pale without getting lost. Or having our minds damaged.
The Pale can damage the mind?
Extensively.
Dear God, how?
Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. Others argue that Pale somehow consists of past information that's degrading, that it's rarefied past, not rarefied matter.
Well, that would make it a zone of time, not a space that you can cross. Interesting. So basically, it is kind of like the way hyperspace is depicted in franchises like Star Wars or Star Trek. Oh, fantastic, Goss. So you learned something useful out of it, too. Well, it's like I told you before, Goss. Knowledge is power, and the more of it you gather, the easier your internship will be. I intend to, nobleman. Don't worry. Yeah, you go through it on a boat, Bugs, which, honestly, I think is even scarier than going through hyperspace in a spaceship.
They call it the blend over of the self. The Pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also the laws of psychology, maybe history even. The human mind becomes over-radiated by past.
So what, your memories get replaced by historic events?
Who says and who argues?
Says and who argues?
The logical positivists say, the dialectical materialists argue.
Ah, what does this over-radiation feel like?
It feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. International standards strictly limit civilian travelers to 6 days of Pale exposure per year.
Wow!
It's more for her. Way more.
Oh, right, because she has to travel between Isolas. You're not a civilian passenger.
No, Lieutenant Dubois. I'm entreprenetic business class. I'm cleared and trained for 22 days of Pale transit annually.
Jeez! Well, Kaiser Mario, I guess in this universe there would be a need for them. So...
Perhaps that explains her strange pining after the revolution. Some degraded early memories.
Are you over-radiated?
Up to my gills, officer.
Yikes. It is entreprenetic. Well, it references entropy.
Entreprenetics is the scientific study of the Pale, or a recent iteration of it by way of Grad. The study of the Pale reaches back 6,000 years. The Pericarnassians called it the Western Plain.
They had not traveled the entire circumference of the Pericarnassian Super E-Solar. It was not merely in the west, it was everywhere, even then, surrounding them.
Did they cross it, the Western Plain?
There are signs of pre-modern crossings. Successful navigation of the Pale relies not just on technical know-how, but intensive psychological preparation. Some of these tactics have been known for thousands of years.
Well, what has entreprenetics changed then?
Nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale. The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed with which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Less exposure leads to less effects later.
Okay, that makes sense. Flying through it in an aircraft would naturally be faster. Assuming that you could even fly through it in an aircraft, that lift would work the same way. But then again, I guess it would have to, because apparently people have done it.
Hybrid airships, Detective. Conventional rotors or jet engines no longer add velocity after the point of reference for motion is suspended, once you've crossed from near Pale to far Pale.
Yeah, that's what I would have thought the problem would be, is that physics cease to function, so you can't generate thrust.
In essence, we throw them in and they come out the other end. if we throw them precisely.
Oh god, and if we don't?
Then they don't.
Ooh.
Gone, like a skipping stone beneath the surface.
That is scary. How much pale is there compared to the world?
The pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. There is more pale than there is matter, and the ratio is slipping.
Uh-oh. That is also bad. Slipping how? To our detriment, or...?
What do you think, Detective?
It's shrinking. No, it's growing. There's more and more of the pale.
Precisely. One of the few measurable effects of the pale is that it is expanding at an unknown rate.
So this world is gradually No, not collapsing in on itself. It's gradually disintegrating.
An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the pale will cover everything. But this sort of talk is mostly left to extremists.
Cover everything? That can't be. Where would we go?
Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, entire civilizations and religions even, find handy ways to ignore or downplay that knowledge.
Yeah, they always do with the hard stuff.
I suggest you do the same.
Off we go. You see the hanged man's mouth open.
Off we go into the wild pale yonder.
One and all. They say pale is death, but for the universe.
Wow.
Why should we just leave, and the world get left behind?
Okay.
Yes, sweet reality. But before we do, tell me, Detective. This isn't really an inquiry, is it? You can't remember a single thing. This is the first time you're hearing about any of this.
Yeah, this is all new.
Then tell me, what do you think of the Pale?
Terrifying, you were right, it's disco, it will end all life. Continue to persist is all a testament to our faith in one another. This advance can only be stopped with immediate, total, ruthless communism. Powerful anti-communist force, perhaps too powerful, but still they have it coming. I'm worried, I have to say, it doesn't sound very liberal to me. I don't know how you've all survived with it. It's a huge accomplishment. Yeah, this.
Mm-hmm.
Her eyes tense, crow's feet radiate from them. She observes you, your bloodshot eyes and swollen face.
You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, Detective. If you don't know even this, then...
I'll handle it. It's under control.
I hope so. I truly do. If I may suggest, hold on to your colleague, Kitsuragi. I ran a check on him and he is very competent. In the meanwhile...
Some of that assurance is meant for herself, as much as it's meant for you. She must have a lot on the line here.
You have me. I will assist you in any way I can, even if we have to do it one basic term at a time.
Okay, maybe Joyce isn't so bad. Then again, she does have a very personal stake in this if I fail.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know.
Alright, what did we get?
Wasteland of reality.
Ah, yes! I think we finally quit booze.
Congrats, you're sober. It will take a while for your body to remember how to metabolize anything that isn't sugar from alcohol. So, you're going to be pretty ravenous soon. Eat plenty. You can expect your coordination and balance to improve in a couple of weeks. In 2 months, you might start sleeping like a normal person. Full recovery will take years, though. It'll be depressing, and it'll be boring. Don't expect any further rewards or hand claps. This is how normal people are all the time.
Wow, minus physical instrument, minus Inland Empire, minus suggestion, +1 psyche. Wait a minute, +1 psyche? That's next on the itinerary, is talking to the old lady.
The world isn't ready for a rock and roll cop. No one wants their state monopoly on violence to be mixed with celebrity worship. They claim to know it would be dangerous for detectives to rise to the ranks of demigods and have sexual encounters with barely legal cover girls. It would be insane, they say. To all this, you say, fuck off and die, in a cool voice. You people have no idea how good these cops are gonna get. They're gonna crack 20 cases a day. In the future, cops will be like astrophysicists, or prime ministers, or prophets. And you're the first one.
-1 logic. Learning cap for visual calculus, suggestion, electrochemistry, and composure. Raised to 6. Okay, this, this one seems like a net gain. And Wasteland of Reality. +1 Psyche. Well, Psyche on its own isn't a skill, it's an entire category, isn't it? So, when all is said and done, we lose 1 physical instrument. Inland Empire and Suggestion stay the same, because they get canceled out, and then every other... Yeah, Psyche is a category. Every other category in Psyche... 6 Volition, 5 Inland Empire, 5 Empathy, 7 Authority. Yeah, okay, so... we boost Suggestion, and we maybe put a couple more points into it to compensate. Yeah, that was a pretty good deal. And we got a massive increase to the composure cap. Alright, hang on. Let's save after all that. We absolutely need to save. I don't want to go through that dialogue again if this game crashes. And it has been known to crash. Okay, oh, 9 Encyclopedia. Rhetoric, drama, conceptualization. Okay, what did we say? Visual calculus, suggestion, electrochemistry, and composure. Oh, okay, yes. Visual calculus, suggestion, I see that. So we just need skill points to compensate for that. Electrochemistry, which I don't see as being terribly important. And composure, which is probably a little more important. Alright. And did we get... regular law official, homosexual underground, and the 15th Indo tribe. I'm gonna have to start getting rid of some of these. All intellect learning caps raised by 1. That's probably useful. Find better loot. How useful is the Jamrock Shuffle? Does this make a meaningful difference in the loot that you get in containers, or does it just mean more money? I'm not entirely convinced about Ace's High, either. Yeah, Juniper, I guess so. Arno Van Eyck. Ah, this one I think we can get rid of. Motorix white checks unlocked. Fairweather T500 plus 2 hand... Yeah, I mean, we're going to be clearly fighting someone wearing this stuff soon. +1 real from ultra-liberal dialogue options. I'm not sure about this. I kind of want it because I've got shoes that boost it, but the shoes don't actually seem to work. Endurance white checks unlocked. Learning cap for endurance. Okay. That I should keep. This I should definitely keep. Justin, you mean the one where I become a high net worth individual? Yes. You don't use the dialogue options, you're not benefiting at all. I mean... I kind of feel like volumetric shit compressor might not be all that useful. Then again, it raises the cap for endurance, which is a skill that I have a very low cap in. So this allows me to get one more total point of endurance. Intellect learning caps raised by 1. And the experience boost. What I really want is the art degree one. Yeah, Arno van Eyck I can definitely get rid of. Volumetric shit compressor, it looks like I could potentially also get rid of. Jamrock Shuffle looks like it might not really be benefiting me. Does anybody know, does Jamrock Shuffle actually affect items, or does it only affect money? Yeah, antimatter, but I do find that that's the case a lot. After you spend the skill point, you don't need to raise the... So wait a minute. So I could put 4 points into endurance and then unlearn volumetric shit compressor and have the maximum endurance cap reduced to 3, but still retain the 4 points that I had learned? Is that what you're telling me, Gordo? Jamrock Shuffle previously wasn't working, huh? Oh, okay, Gordo, interesting. Alright, so potentially put a bunch of points into endurance. And then ditch volumetric shit compressor. Okay. Well, mainly I wanted to figure out which ones I could throw out, and I think I now have a few candidates. So thank you, chat, for the input. So, Juniper, you're telling me that Jamrock Shuffle only affects money, then? No problem, Asherite. Have a good night. Take care of yourself. Thank you for hanging out. Assuming it's just money, but you don't know for sure. Okay. It seems logical that it might just be money. And the amount of money we've been getting from containers has been pathetic anyway. So I suppose Jamrock Shuffle we could ditch. It doesn't specify. It just says find better loot. But it seems logical that it would be money. All right. Bear with me for just a minute, everybody. I need to go grab a drink because I've run out of water. So... Oh, you find more bottles if you're holding the bag. Okay, Gordo, thank you. There could be some hidden stuff it affects, including some minor dialogue choices. Interesting, Kaiser. Okay. Alright, well, give me a moment, everyone. I need to go grab some water, and I will be right back in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. have to keep properly hydrated and whatnot. Alright, thank you all very much for your patience. I am back. And properly hydrated. Okay. So, Trucker Lady is next, I guess. I hope she's still hanging around. Although I think people only really start disappearing at like 1 or 2 a.m., right? Oh, you, Zyric. Oh, you. Okay. She is here.
The woman still has her eyes fixed on the photograph in her hands. In the background, the radio plays.
Grandma?
Nothing. Her smile just keeps widening. Her hair is gray like lead.
Grandma?
Nothing. Her smile just keeps widening. Her hair is gray like lead.
Damn it, Grandma, drink your prune juice.
No response. Wherever this woman is, your words fail to reach her. No response. Wherever. Nothing. Nothing. Her smile just keeps widening. Her hair is gray. No response. Wherever this.
Do I need to have Kim with me for this? Because I already spoke with her once, and I snapped my fingers at her once. And then Kim got mad at me for snapping my fingers at her.
Not a good... As you look up, you notice something about the statue. There are some odd indentations on the king's chest piece.
Uh-huh. What indentations? What do I see?
Something with great kinetic energy seems to have impacted the cuirass, around where the heart is. A bullet? Someone shot him in the heart. Interesting. Someone shot. Not a good track as you look up.
I don't know. I feel like maybe Kim has to be here for this to work.
A lorry stuck in the traffic. The windows are clear. They've been recently. Fumes of heavy fuel oil waft over you. The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep. The driver. A large metal pendant hangs from the rear view mirror. The pendant features a sun crown. It is the seal of Royalist era Revachol.
No, Yum, I don't know if you were here when we talked about that, but I apparently can't do it anymore. Because I guess I talked to her when I already had my badge, and apparently that causes you to miss doing the quest that involves the drug smuggling ring. Which Everard hinted at, and which Joyce herself mentioned, but which I apparently can now no longer initiate. So I guess we're going to bed.
It's getting late, and...
I first talked to her on day 3, Antimatter. You know, and I see what looks like a crack in the floorboards here. I can't interact with it.
The bed is comforting, if a bit run down. Still, you've...
Yeah, antimatter, it looks
The
like
bed
you can just...
underneath you is soft, if lumpy. Waves wash the sand underneath the hut, then grow distant to your ear. In the quiet hum of the organic heater, you fall asleep.
It looks like you can end up just skipping quests. Your day one was running around with one shoe and begging for... Yeah, antimatter, apparently, they're not kidding when they say that you have a lot of choice in this game. Hello, Flesh Person, welcome!
Like a deftly cast fishing net, sleep pulls you out of the world and into its dark shore. The rough mesh chafes, tightening around you, it digs into your brain.
Great. Dark Shore my ass, I know what this is.
How have things been going for you out there? Helped anyone lately? Saved anyone lately? Murdered anyone lately?
Oh, amazing antimatter.
This bastard isn't even listening to you.
No, he isn't, is he? He just kind of says stuff.
Because you know you are a murderer. A disco music listening psycho killer who offs poor people. And then forgets about it.
Okay, so I'm a murderer and that's bad.
Hear that? He doesn't even flinch. Iceman doesn't care about killing people. That's nothing to him. Blackwater, under the bridge. The thing he's really scared of
Hedgehogs.
is much, much worse than that.
Why? Why are you... what? Fine. What?
Don't tell him, sister. It's too bad.
They're right. This is their function. To keep you from it.
Why? I just want to go to sleep, guys, please.
We're trying to help you. All these processes, these tortures, voices and tremors are all just distractions, flares and countermeasures to keep you from the last dream. The worst of them all.
Antimatter, if you mean the Rave Club, then yes, I have. We've, completed everything except the final check with Suna, which requires us to know about the Pale, and that is why I was keen to find out about the Pale. So we're gonna do that in the morning.
The last dream will be total annihilation. Cinders peeling off the fuselage. We won't be there to help you anymore, Harry. We will be dormant. You will be naked and alone.
Her face forms in summertime.
In hell, an ancient sadness, brother. 10,000 years later, in front of the video rental, there is a warm breath on your face again. Everything is okay again.
Everything is so okay.
Doesn't sound like it'll be okay.
Your eyelids flutter open for a moment. When you close them again, you sense the light of the room around you. You're back. In 2 seconds, the alarm will ring.
The last thought in your head before waking is, maybe you shouldn't have seen that stained glass window in the church.
Little late now. Also, why am I waking up in the chair and not the bed? I'm sure I didn't sleep like this. Well, whatever. Let's go get Kim. And then let's go to the church and finish that. Oh, hi, Kim.
Yes?
Okay. Heaven help us, let's try to pass this check. It seems to be meant as a joke, Bone.
Yes, what is it?
Oh, really? Even with all this logic, this is still all we get. Heard of the Doom commercial area, investigated Doom commercial area. Okay, we need more logic. I think we have a couple of pieces of clothing that grant us logic. Yes, there's that. Conceptualization. Rhetoric. Ah, logic. Logic. Oh, no, +2 logic. Logic +5. Well, if this doesn't do it, I don't know what will. We'd better be there now. D-Boy, what about it gives you a headache specifically? Is it the dialogue? Is it trying to understand the story? Is it the visuals? I could definitely see the flashing lights in here giving you a headache.
Yes, what is it?
Oh, 72%. Okay, that's much better.
You don't have to. You already have. A long time ago.
Suna, it's the origin point of the Pale.
What?
The Swallow. It's how it starts. It's Baby Pale.
But Pale isn't here. We're thousands of kilometers from the edge.
No, look up first. We are 20 meters from the very edge.
She looks up into the darkness under the nave, then back at you.
The Pale is only an effect, a transition between the world and that.
Then what is that?
It's nothing. No, it's less than nothing. No.
It's less than nothing, the final rest state for reality. Imagine if all of this, spread your hands, never was.
Then the Pale is...
simply a gradient.
But the gradient, it clearly hasn't started yet. We're here, and the Pale is not.
One day when it's larger, it will be.
I understand. A theory of the Pale where instead of an outer ocean, it metastasizes. Like a cancer or a mold. Erupting in points inside the world.
So that's what the people who built this church were trying to contain. This is one of those places.
According to this, how long?
Until it starts swallowing, it's already started. Starting with sound.
And information. Causing data losses in the East Insulindian front. Have you considered why it's formed in a church? And also when or how it might start growing, or if it has other effects in addition to sound and data.
The way the dialogue scrolls up gives you a head. Oh, okay. Well, D-Boy, if you get the final cut version of this game, which I think is either a free or a minimally paid update to the original, almost all of the dialogue is voiced, so you don't have to worry about doing the reading. As for the UI, yeah, it's a little bit difficult on the eyes. Although there's a very specific reason they did that. They did it to prevent the text from obscuring the square area on the left 2/3 of the screen.
An intellectual hunger fills her now, casting fear aside.
I also have a question, since we are piling them on. How do you know this? I'm not doubting you. I'm simply curious as to how a detective of the RCM
knows how to think this.
Didn't form in a church, the church formed around it. All the failed businesses in the Doom commercial area, all the failure in Martinez. I think I've had this thought before, that's how I know.
You think the presence of that puncture has somehow influenced the outcome of events here? Even, say, software development?
She already made up her mind when she heard it. Some kind of great and uncaring force had to play a part. It wasn't only them.
Yeah, even the revolution was defeated here. I mean a kind of entrepreneuric history.
I told the producers we need to go and move to a normal office building with amenities. But no, the artists like the milieu, the writers like the history. I told them.
I should let the people still working in there know about this. They might be affected.
You mean Plaisance and the Dice Maker? There was almost no one left when we packed up.
No, just the Dice Maker. I don't think Plaisance would survive this knowledge. Yeah, D-Boy, if the dialogue is the worst of what you were having trouble with, then update the game, make sure it's patched to the most recent patch, and give it another try.
Then go tell her.
It didn't form in a church, the church formed around it.
Of course! A pine wood sarcophagus, or a containment facility of some kind, built by the first settlers.
Acting on an instinctual level or religious practices we've forgotten.
I have considered the same. The bad news is, there were 7 pinewood churches built in the first decade of provincial settlement.
And this is the only one left.
Most of them were burnt down during the revolution, or repurposed before, during the suzerain. I'm not saying all of them have one in them, but...
Some of them might. A black grain hanging in the air.
I've had this thought before, that's how I know.
An amateur anthropomedic police officer. I'd like to say I've heard stranger things, but I'm not sure. This is a hell of a guess, however. Well worded, I might add.
Yes, it is very interesting. But I wouldn't say you know. This is a guess. One that's going to have to be proved by anthroponetic scientists. You think the presence of that punk...
She already made up her mind when she heard it. Some kind
All
of
the
great
failed
and
businesses and
uncaring
ideologies,
force
there's
had
something
to play
wrong
a part.
here.
I told the producers we need to go and move to a normal office building with amenities. But no, the artists like the milieu, the writers like the history. I told them. You mean Plaisance and the Dice Maker? There was almost no one left when we packed up.
I'm actually torn on telling Plaisance. Flesh Person, there's a lot of high-level intellectual stuff going on in this game. But there's also a lot of stuff in this game that you don't need to be an intellectual to appreciate. It's like... what can I even compare it to? Honestly, Flesh Person, it's like Shakespeare, in a way. Shakespeare wrote his plays in a very clever and unique way. He wrote them so that there was a lot of highbrow humor and super big brain references and plot devices in his plays that would go over everybody's head except the upper classes. But he also wrote them with a lot of lowbrow humor and simple stuff, as well as specific references and jokes that only the poorer and working classes would get. And in that way, he had something in his work for everybody. And I kind of feel like this game does that, where it's got the stuff that appeals to you if you're a big brain intellectual, but it also has the stuff that appeals to you if you're like, haha, they said dick. I get to walk around naked and yell that I'm the law. So it's got something for everybody, I guess, you know? And even if you can't appreciate 100% of it, it might be worthwhile for you if you even appreciate 50 or 75% of it. And as people in chat are pointing out, having the skills and all of the internal and external dialogue voiced, that goes a long way toward helping it stay engaging. At least I think so. So, Flesh Person, there might be stuff that goes over your head. There have been one or two things that have gone over my head, and, I mean, I don't consider myself an intellectual, but I do have a lot of random trivia bouncing around in my brain, and that, I think, has enabled me to understand a fair bit about some of the more complicated subjects that have been touched upon in this game, but there are things that have gone over my head, too, and in and of itself, it hasn't really killed my enjoyment, and if I were really that desperate to understand the things that I didn't immediately grasp, we live in a wonderful era where the internet is just a click away. You can always research these things yourself and learn more about them of your own volition. So I would say it's worthwhile no matter what your intellectual level. I feel like everybody can get something out of it, you know? Yeah, or that, nobleman. I'm sure somebody on Reddit would be happy to explain stuff if you're confused. People in chat certainly have been forthcoming with information about the Pale while that conversation was going on. And I mean, maybe I should check my privilege as a broadcaster, having people in chat just here eager to explain stuff, but even if you don't have access to that, you still absolutely have access to the internet in general. Well, or a good listening activity, Gordo, now that the update has added spoken dialogue for pretty damn near everything. Yeah, Bone, I feel like on a second playthrough of this, if I were going to do one, which I don't know that I would necessarily, but if I were going to, I feel like having a pre-existing understanding of some of the heavier and more crucial concepts to this universe definitely gives me the ability to focus on some of the finer details that I couldn't spare the attention for during my first playthrough. Well, that's understandable, Flesh Person. But then don't. Just play through it yourself and get out of it what you get out of it. Nobleman, that depends how you go about it. If you're like me and you're tempted to just try to optimize the path you took on your first playthrough, yeah, it might not have as much to offer, which is why I don't feel like I would do a second playthrough of it. Because my temptation would be to take basically the same path, but just to try to min-max the path I took the first time. But if you use your second playthrough to implement a vastly different playstyle, and take a vastly different path through the game and maybe go for a different ending or different interactions or do different quests, that kind of thing, I could still see you getting your money's worth out of a second playthrough. Yeah, or use a different stat distribution, Gordo, exactly. It all depends, I guess, on how willing you are to deviate from however you handled your first playthrough. Alright, well, I guess we'll just crush Plaisance's dreams.
Then go tell them.
Alright, well, one day, all the world will be like that 2mm hole.
She falls silent. The wind blows in through the hole in the stained glass window, cold and moist.
I'm going to leave that out. But the rest, some of this I can use to start to explain this to the rest of the team. Maybe I'll sound mad, but...
Ma'am, you will certainly sound mad.
One more thing. Maybe a club for anodic music isn't the worst thing you can erect around this particular point in space.
I mean, maybe if these guys make enough noise, they'll fill in the void and it will stop being the Pale. Club is the only thing keeping this place and the rest of reality together.
I wouldn't go so far as to...
Yeah! Once the light is on in the universe, it will never go out!
This freaking guy. Yeah, Ultima, the game doesn't seem to exclude you from subscribing to opposing ideologies. It seems to me as though you can be a fascist and a communist all at once, and then a communist and a capitalist, or... I don't know.
Thank you, Egghead. Let's leave it at that, shall we? We have anthropogenic detection to perform in this district.
All right. I guess we did it. Boy, that's grim, though. All right, where did I put my... There's my hat. Oh, my glasses. My big brain specs. I think we're good to go. Oh, actually, we just got a new thought cabinet item. Cleaning out the rooms. Someone's been walking around in your dreams lately looking for something, tidying up, rearranging, storing away all the unrealized dreams, putting old pains in boxes. The worst nightmares have settled down for a while. Spot of light on the bedroom door after the dark. The fluttering of eyelids in the spring sun. A thought that arises only to disappear again, and yet there's a pattern emerging. Okay, we don't quite have a skill point yet. But I guess as soon as we do, we can get rid of Arno van Eyck, because that's the one giving us next to nothing. Alright, well, let's save. Yeah, Kaiser, we'll have it soon.
Good morning! Yeah! Hardcore!
I've thought about the discarded melody and came to the conclusion that Van Eyck has lived around here.
J'adore! God is close by, but maybe he doesn't have good enough ears. Let me turn it up so we can lure him here.
Alright. Well, let's get the dialogue options for this first, then, before we ditch it.
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you. Goodbye, officer.
Okay, nothing from him. What about you, Estelle?
Hard cop.
Hard cop. Okay, cool. What about you, Noid?
Yo, man. What's on your mind?
Internalize the hardcore aesthetic. Don't just nod along, really feel it. Alright, well, couldn't hurt, right? No, Kaiser Mario, I didn't. It seemed rude.
Yo, man. What's on your mind?
Aggressive.
It occurs to me I probably should have put on some conceptualization clothing. I did fix his music. Yum, I've done, as far as I know, every quest here. Okay. +2 conceptualization. I don't think this is going to be a huge...
Why does art inspire you so much?
It does, yes, but what is art?
Excellent question. Art is a diverse range of visual, literary, auditory, and performative creativity. It's an expression of imagination and technical skill. Additionally, it's history, criticism, and pure enjoyment. In short, art is the highest form of human communication, representation, narrative, emotion, and agency intertwined.
But I fit into the art world? I mean...
Have you looked in the mirror lately? To be honest, you have the exact features of the modern artist, with that wild hair and those clothes. Perhaps you should try to write poetry someday, and critique architecture.
Is architecture also art?
Of course not. It's autism, box drawing, masturbation with a ruler and a sextant or whatever they use. You should demean and criticize the genteel institution of architecture, while extolling the virtues of the pure arts.
But is music art?
Only the most experimental kind.
I guess I have been feeling critical lately.
Yes, you seek substance. No vapid representations and reproductions of social mores as made manifest in stuffy biennials. We're talking real, living art here. Become the art cop. Half art critic, half cop.
Don't I have to be 100% cop to get the case finished?
Quit being so indecisive. What are you going for here? Some kind of indecisive and camp aesthetic now? Strike a bold shape here. Go art or go home.
Okay, I guess I'm an art cop now. That's probably all right.
Exactly. It's not only your duty to only catch the criminals off the street. You must also apprehend criminals of the printing press and the gallery, the trite and derivative artists and writers of the world.
Okay, actual art degree. Well, I've been wanting this one. A couple of people tipped me off about it.
Go ahead and provide savage criticisms, art cop. The world is yours to rip to pieces and reassemble.
All right, then. Juniper, I've got useless thoughts now, though. Right, where did I put my... Oh, I was actually supposed to... I've got at least 2 or 3 thoughts that I can ditch. Noid?
Yo, man. What's on your mind?
Okay, that's much better. Paracarnassism is love? Dedicated, hyperactive, unified. You will have to add something of your own to understand this list of loosely formed qualities called hardcore. You need your own entry. Make it!
This is for your posse. They got to keep it up. They got to move. You are the major Mike enforcer.
I've got the money, I've got the place, you've got the figure, you've got the face. Let's get together, we're jumping all over the world. Okay. Thought gained, hardcore aesthetic. Jumping all over the world. Okay. Yeah, I feel like it would have been nice to get the art cop ability earlier so that I could take advantage of the boost. But I guess I'll know for next time if there is a next time. Oh, I think it was the... yeah. And... oh, okay, I have the boots on already. So let's see, what did we get? We got actual art degree, -1 perception. Can't even look at this shit. Yeah, it's another copo type, the worst one, the most savage and brutal, the art cop. Nothing is good enough for him. Everything is shit. You have no empathy. Oh, you have to employ an armada of adjectives to depict and demean the mediocrity of the works and visual institutions around you. Really flex that critical muscle until the vocabulary for punishing mediocrity becomes second nature. Here we go. Hardcore aesthetic. -2 interfacing. Fuck grammar. Well, that seems the exact opposite of art cop. Not only have you internalized the hardcore aesthetic, you've also contributed to it. How harder core could you possibly become? Low core people come around you to correct your typos. It's hardcore here, hardcore there. Hardocore in a third instant. What's going on? Those aren't typos, man. That's how core hardness works. If you don't know hardcore from our happy hardcore, what the fuck are you even talking about? What the fuck is this description even talking about? Yum, I answered you already. Did you not hear it? I told you, I already fixed the music. We did everything that there was to improve it.
Good morning! Yeah! Hardcore!
Everything that could be done is done. Hardcore is worth it, good bonuses. Okay, well, we'll swap it in for something else, then. One of the other useless skills. It's okay, Antimatter. I figured you probably just missed it. All right. While we're here, let's go check the trap. Because I believe it's just the one left now.
This is the last of the traps. The one Morel just set. Checking it over, he said, is just a technicality. The reeds by the abandoned campsite hiss and shake. It's good the cryptozoologists left. This isn't a very cozy place to stay night after night. The later it gets, the colder. Remnants of the camp can still be seen in the sand. The fire that's gone out. You feel strange, somehow.
Reach for the trap.
The trap feels light and silent as you pick it up. Something is different here.
Oh, did we actually catch something? Look closer.
No locust. No phasmid either, but still.
Look closer still.
Well, the bait worked on something. This doesn't mean it was a reed monster, though. Unless you see one in there, I just see an empty trap.
The netting is a little untidy, messier than the others. Like someone or something picked the trap up and shook it before dropping it back down on the ground.
I do get the feeling someone or something may have messed with this trap.
Perhaps our cryptozoologists have competition in the form of an actual entomologist, or someone else is sabotaging them. I could present more theories, but then I would be taking this on as a case, which I'm not.
Probably wasn't the phasmid, but still, Moral needs to know.
We did, sort of, promise to tell them, didn't we?
We did. And actually, we also were told about a... Oh, okay. A spot in the reeds. Which we now cannot check. Okay, I guess that's it then. Ah! Blast it! I didn't mean to go back in there. It definitely is, Ash. It's definitely a vibe. Well, I think, to be more precise, it's lots of different vibes all rolled up into one game. This has a little bit of everything. It's like a buffet, really. It's got a little bit of chicken, a little bit of beef, a little bit of pork, some vegetables, big old hot plate full of bacon, which is usually my favorite part of a buffet. And even some dessert. We should also probably check on the status of our request for information on the serial number of that armor.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Did you find out more about the owner of the armored boots?
Sorry, sir. I still haven't heard back from the database people. Try calling again later. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Okay. No, then I guess not.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers.
Alright, what about Grandma?
The woman still has nothing. No response. Wherever, no response.
Nope. Still nothing. That's a good question, Kaiser Mario. They probably are. I would hope they are, anyway.
Still here. Stuck in this...
While we're passing through, we should absolutely go check. Thank you for reminding me, Kaiser. I probably would have forgotten if you hadn't said anything. I did, Antimatter. Yeah, the option about headlights is something we've already done. It was to highlight the halogen watermarks in the ledger and in our RCM uniform. I don't know why it's still highlighted. I went for the super expensive nice dye. Although she also gave me a free pair, which are red and blue, the police dice. Oh, I'm apparently not allowed to walk through here without a flashlight. Fantastic.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
Yes.
Excellent. That will be 10 real for one set of magnetic dice.
Okay.
This was an especially fun set to make.
10 experience, level up. Very good. He opens the drawer and hands you a sparkling pair of dice.
Dazzling. It's like you have a pair of tiny disco balls in your hand.
When do I not have a pair of tiny disco balls in my hand? Wait a minute. So I think I found the actual source of the curse.
You mean the curse that I'm spared of because I live outside its immediate reach?
Yes, it's a bit more complicated than I first thought it would be.
I'm listening.
There's a 2mm hole in reality located in a church on the other side of the canal. I think it may be related to the Pale.
Excuse me? A 2mm hole in reality? This can't be true.
I'm afraid it is, ma'am. Sona Lukanen killed the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident, made the discovery.
Sona is involved in this?
He appears to take this in while the chatter from her headphones continues unabated.
So it's even worse than I thought. It's not just the commercial area that's cursed, it's the entire world.
Oh no, antimatter, really? Actually, it makes perfect sense that that's the case. I guess it did cross my mind that it was possible.
She looks outside the window where daylight has filled the yard.
I wouldn't go so far as to say the entire world is doomed.
Just Martinez?
She gives you a rueful smile and takes a look around.
In any case, thank you for stopping by. It's good to have an answer, even if I can't claim to understand it fully.
Yeah, sorry the answer sucks. Okay, so... Oh, okay, the magnetic dice set. These 100-sided dice are made of ivory and inlaid with magnetic lodestone. When rolled together, pips on the dice interact with each other by pulling and pushing, like magnetic personalities. Look at the map tab. See which white checks have opened. Okay, did this actually make checks any easier? Medium, challenging, medium, legendary, challenging, warded door. Electronic doorbell, challenging, challenging. Okay, maybe they did decrease it by a level each. I don't totally remember. Difficult to say. Inspect the traps. Turn to Morel. Inform Plaisance. Plaisance is probably going to just flip. On the other hand, I'm sure Schadenfreude Hungry Chat is going to be delighted to see her reaction. To think of it while we're here. Actually, we should probably go through the building to get back down. Huh? Is this Contact Mike the boxing champion? Huh? Smells like leather and sweat.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master.
Oh, okay. I guess we've interacted with it already and done everything we can. Oh, interesting, Kaiser Mario. Okay, so they do actually make certain checks easier. Merely looking at that unmanly haircut threatens your masculinity. I mean... Actually, let me take off that flashlight first. Okay, Mario, I appreciate your keeping it to only stuff I've encountered so far.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance. What do you mean, actual source? I thought this issue was resolved.
My investigation has led me to discover a 2mm entrepnetic hole in reality. That's the source of the doom both in the commercial area and in Martinez.
A what?
A tiny hole in reality. It may be connected with the Pale, an origin point of sorts. It would explain why, historically, so many things have ended in failure here in Martinez.
Ma'am, what he's saying is true. We found an anthroponetic anomaly in the small Pinewood church down the coast. I don't mean to be an alarmist, and more research is needed, but it's not looking good.
But that's not in any of the ancient texts. How am I supposed to protect my bookstore from that?
You can protect it with hope by refusing to give up. That's what people have done in the past by building a church, a place of worship around this thing. Can't protect it, not against Pale. Close up shop and try to get as far away from this thing as possible. Well, this might finally be our chance to teach her a lesson that will help her become a little bit less of a Karen. So option number 2 it is.
You're right, officer. I mustn't lose faith, especially now that Annette is finally settling in at school and making friends. No, we can't just leave. Besides, didn't I have some Sailite hope catchers round here somewhere? I must find them. Everything will be all right if I can just find them.
I take back what I just said.
Thank you for your help in any case. You're welcome back here anytime.
Well, all things considered, she took it a lot better than I was expecting. How about you, Annette?
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
Oh, that's it. Nothing. Flesh person, let's be realistic about this. Kaiser Mario, that's an entirely separate discussion, and I agree with it only partly. Flesh person... I get the impression that this 2mm hole in reality is not going to actually consume anything until well after Plaisance's lifetime. Is this?
Officer, care to play a game with the lonely old man?
The jolliness is gone from Gaston's face. Oh no, where's Renee?
Actually, never mind. Wouldn't be the same.
Where's Renee?
The prick is gone. I can barely believe it, but he's really gone.
Oh no, who killed him?
He is trying to retain his jolly facade, but the underlying sadness casts a deep shadow over his wrinkled face.
Gone to where? Yo!
Hell, most likely. He was an absolute Kent.
How did he die?
His hungry little heart finally gave out. The dock workers found him in the guard booth this morning. Wasn't even supposed to be working for another week, but he just had to prove how tough he is.
Did he feel like he has to prove he can still pull his weight? Doesn't need handouts?
That sounds awfully familiar.
Guess he was about to head home, 'cause when the dock workers found him, he was wearing civilian clothes and not the Kuketu uniform I saw him in all the time. Sometimes I thought he was wearing it just to piss me off. Now the joke's on him, 'cause he's gonna be buried without it.
Think our conversation about his job pushed him to go out there?
No. René was the most stubborn man in Revachol. Nothing you or I could say would ever push him to do anything. The man was completely immovable.
I noticed.
He has doubts. But right now, he just wants to move on and not think about it.
Was he really that bad?
I repeat, an absolute cunt. Even his old army buddies didn't want him around. He was like an old viper. The only people who could stand to be around him were Jenny and me. She saw something in him when we were just kids and she never lost sight of it. And I thought if the most beautiful being in the world can love him, then there must be something worth holding on to.
Did you love him?
We've hated each other our entire lives. So much, in fact, that...
He falls silent and looks to you, eyes filling up with tears.
Yes, I loved that angry prick. He didn't deserve it, but I did. You know what his last words to me were?
Something mean?
In Guillaume's time, you'd have been shot without trial. That's what he said to me. He lived a cunt, and he died a cunt. Let's leave it at that.
Here, something to remember your friends by, given the photograph of Renee and the girl.
Let me see. This was 60 years ago. We all went to that parade. Young René looked so happy, and Jenny...
Eyes blurry with tears, he has to stop.
I'm sorry, officer. I just... Thank you. Thank you for this little memorabilia. It really means the world to me.
That was nice. A small thing for us, but invaluable to him. He probably didn't even know René had the photo.
Why would I ask about his medals? This seems like an insensitive thing to ask.
I took them for myself. Took them to remember that old cunt. Nobody knew him better than I did. And I want to remember that old cunt by something.
Strange how old cunt sounds almost gentle when he says it now.
Look, man, my condolences.
Yes, we are both very sorry for your loss.
It is what it is. Part of life, really. But to know someone for 79 years, then one day they're just gone.
Yeah, I can only imagine. I'll be 36 next year. I don't even have half of that.
I just don't know anymore. About anything, really. But you must need something.
No, actually, I'll be 36 this year. Man, this is why I'm glad there are people like Antimatter around to do the real math. Too bad René's gone. I was hoping to ask him about Maybells.
René wasn't really what you'd call a botanist, officer. And believe me, he didn't like Insulindian lilies.
Insulindian lilies?
That's their old name, dating back to the time of kings and crests, and all that other stuff he loved so much.
Oh yeah, Antimatter, you're probably used to working with all letters, aren't you? Why didn't you like them?
There were many reasons, but mostly it was the communals. They called them the Bells of Revolution.
Letters of multiple different languages, unless I missed my guess, Antimatter. Probably mostly Greek, in fact.
I guess in the end, the Insulindian lilies were just another piece of the hold in Sulinda. The royalists had to surrender to the Mazovian insurgents. It doesn't really matter anymore. Yes? What about René?
Yes.
It is what I just don't know anymore. About...
Okay, well, that sucks. This poor guy is probably gonna die of a broken heart now. Well... Capitalist vision? Oh, Vec Machine, you're talking about the one that gets you net worth? I don't know, because I like seeing the pretty money number go up. And I, maybe more importantly, want to see if it affects the ending. Oh, and before I forget, because I did almost forget, Arno van Eyck. This can go bye-bye. And... oops. Actual art degree. And what else did we say we could get rid of? Volumetric shit compressor, I think we can get rid of. Oh, right, we don't have enough points to get rid of it. Well, Vec Machine, I do have equipment that, that gives me bonuses, and in fact a thought or two that gives me bonuses for choosing ultra-liberal dialogue options, so I may do that anyway.
Boy, am I ever so grateful to you, officer. But I'm not the only one who wants to thank you.
He nods toward Lena. I'll talk to her then. Yeah, we probably should. Okay. Morel.
It's great to see you again, officer. My wife can't wait to thank you. Go on, talk to her.
Yeah, but... oh yeah, I have the flower and the bubblegum, Kaiser. I was meaning to check them both out. There's this. Apricot chewing gum wrapper. Gleaming chewing gum wrapper found in the pocket of the laborer jeans. It gives off an ever so faint scent of apricots. Your mouth starts watering.
A crinkled chewing gum wrapper. The worn label reads, Tutti Frutti. It smells faintly of apricots, with a barely noticeable twinge of cinnamon. You feel compelled to point out that there's nothing fruity about cinnamon. It's a spice derived from tree bark.
Yeah, I'm just going by the game's terminology, Vec Machine. Cinnamon's not a fruit.
Can a used wrapper shrug? Seems like that's what the wrapper is doing somehow. This is not about flowers or bark. What is this about? Why are you looking at this wrapper?
Yeah, actually, why do I even care about this?
Good question. There is no answer or secret phrase written on the inside of the wrapper, yet you're drawn to it.
Is it full of drugs?
Drawn by regret. Stop before you hurt yourself with a Tutti Frutti wrapper. Throw it away, please.
I'll hang on to it just in case.
You carefully fold the wrapper into a square before putting it back into your pocket, lovingly even, despite the strange feeling of regret.
That's it, huh? Okay, what about dried maybells? I don't know, nobleman. Is it something I've missed the boat on already? This is the wildflower you caught. One of a bouquet of Muguets that you found on the whirling roof, shedding its petals quickly in your pocket.
6 crumbling petals rest on your palm. They're white, a bell-shaped crown.
Hinted at why, nobleman? Well, I mean, we were hinted that it comes from the apricot suzerainty. The only thing I can think to do with it is to take it to the trucker guy. What is this, Kim?
This is the Insulindian lily, called Maybelle's or Lucille's tears during the Revolution. Girls used to pin these on soldiers before sending them off to battle.
Oh yeah, there was a gum wrapper in our clipboard, you're right.
This flower is a spring flower, but it's a bit early for that, isn't it?
Who pinned them? Which side?
The revolutionaries, so the communards and the anarchists. White's their color, but the custom started in the suzerain's army, so it held meaning for the kingsmen too. It's about girls and boys more than sides. Girls sending off boys who are going to their deaths, then also dying themselves in the ruins from dysentery and consumption. It's a symbol of the Civil War.
Does flower blossom in early spring?
Yes, but not this early. Not to my knowledge. It looks dried, preserved.
It's a coincidence it being on the roof.
Maybe. Maybe not. We'll see.
Okay.
The petals feel dry and fragile in your hand. Rene, that old man in the uniform. Maybe you should show it to him when you get the chance.
Oh! Yeah, maybe we should. Too bad he's dead. Jeez. Alright.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawn in. Without resistance or sound, the 2 panels move against each other. The compartment is now open. Inside, you see 2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard.
Ticket stubs?
2 octopuses are smiling. You stare at the card, willing your hand to move.
Nothing.
It refuses. It's too much.
And I don't want to pick this option, I don't think. I think that might not be a good option.
It's slightly, ever so slightly, arson, petty theft, spousal abuse. You don't exactly. It takes about half an hour to piece one together, using the system you've devised. Not much has changed in the meantime.
I guess we could save and pick that option. Oh, there's a passive perception check that isn't repeatable. Ah, okay, so whatever that is, I just flat out missed.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging without resistance.
Well, that's crap.
The words just crossed your mind somehow.
Who were they for?
Who do you think?
Oh.
It's slightly, ever so slightly. Without resistance. It's slightly, ever so slightly.
Okay, well, I guess that's something I missed then.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping him out. I hope we haven't been too much trouble for you.
It was on my way while I was working on the case.
Here, I want to give you a small token of my gratitude. It's a tie, Mesk in origin. The pin is an antique, quite special.
Really? Eagle-eyed tetratorn tie. I like the sound of that.
The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. It's in the shape of an avian skull with 8 eyes.
Well, not unless you already know where everything is and you're willing to save scum at antimatter. But even then, I guess you're still restricted by your build and your equipment and your story path.
You could ask her about this when you get the time. It's probably a cryptid, but the phasmid, of course, is more important.
Okay. Let's have a little look-see. Eight-eyed Tetratorn tie? +1 Inland Empire, Octuple Vision, +1 Volition, Cryptid's Protection. Slender bolo tie, held together by an antique clasp in the shape of a bird's skull. The skull features 8 cavities for eyes. It's disturbing, but you can't look away. Hang on a minute. What does this thing actually look like? Oh! This is not what I expected. But it is definitely better than the horrific necktie, stat-wise. Yeah, I guess I didn't catch that it was a bolo tie. You kinda want horrific necktie around. Do I, though, normal man? All he's done so far is try to make me kill myself. Horrific necktie will give you a certain option late in the game. Okay. I guess we'll deal with that when we get to it. Morel, what about you?
Ha ha! Nothing like the gratitude of a good woman. Now then, what can I do for you?
Gives you a gruff pat on the shoulder.
He tries to play it cool, remain professorial, but inside, this man is itching for some news on those traps.
So I checked all the traps.
Good. Okay. And?
And one of them was empty.
Completely empty?
Yeah, there was nothing in the trap. No locusts, no phasmid.
No locusts? No phasmid either?
That's not ideal, but...
The empty trap was the one by your campsite. Maybe this factors into it somehow?
I definitely left that one stocked.
Right from the campsite? Just means the Insulindian phasmid is even more clever than we thought.
Maybe it was already in the trap and it was invisible because of that pheromonal stuff he was talking about that makes it so we can't see it.
Of course, more clever.
Yes, the Phantasmadeia picked off the locust and escaped. This is good news, though we'll have to reconsider the design of the traps, make them more secure.
I bet it's still in the trap.
Another trip to the reeds.
What a deft hunter, this phasmid.
Of course. Be sarcastic. Unless you have an alternative hypothesis you'd like to venture, mine stands, okay?
He misinterprets your words because he's so used to it.
Actually, no. Excuse me for getting emotional. This is a big deal for us. You've helped us twice now, and brought some great news too. My gratitude, and the gratitude of the Société Cryptozoologique de Ravachol, is yours.
Bone, you would basically have to, waste the first 2 days so that you can cross the lock. And at that point, you could access Wompty Dompty Dom Center from, Professor What's-His-Name. Yeah, you can tell he's a real memorable guy. And I guess Art Cop you could probably do... well, I'm pretty sure there are a few interactions you can only do on day 1 and 2, so you'd have to do those anyway. And in the process, you'd probably be able to get at least Art Cop. It seems like you need a minimum level of conceptualization for Art Cop, though. So you'd have to either spec into that or get some conceptualization clothing very early on, and I'm not sure how much there actually is. But I imagine you could probably at least plan your route through the game so that you get them an awful lot earlier than I ended up getting them.
Heartfelt gratitude. But does it feel like closure? What really happened? Some kind of foul play might be afoot. Theft?
Thank you, it's an honor. We should probably return to our main investigation here. This has been refreshing, but...
No problem, Zyrek. Have a good one. Take care. Oh, conceptualization just adds to the threshold.
Helping cryptozoologists isn't really a priority for our organization, is it? The lieutenant looks out the window, impatiently.
Develop an alternative theory about the missing locusts. Enthusiastic about Phasmid. Something up with the trap. Kuno's a hooligan. Ah.
Consider the way the empty trap was disturbed, as though shaken. Most likely the hands of a young person. Hands small enough to fit inside the trap, too. You should ask the red-headed boy, Kuno.
I think a little hooligan called Kuno may have stolen the locusts.
A little hooligan? But what would a child want with bags?
Oh, my dear Morel. You've been an old man for too long. Kids love to torment insects almost as much as they love to torment old folks.
I'll talk to the little shit and see if anything comes up.
Delinquents. My favorite.
It doesn't sound like it's really his favorite.
Oh, you've been such a dear to us. Please, let us know whatever you turn up. I have a feeling we're getting so close.
Well, I see you've got all the help you need. I'll see you tonight at my place. Let's play suzerainty, but no more field trips for me.
After this is your last chance to talk to Gary.
Okay.
Really, Gary? We're getting somewhere here. I'd love to play suzerainty, but...
Lena, I'm sorry, but you're not getting anywhere. It was some kids. I know the little mutants around here. Leave anything out in the open and they'll steal it, even if it's bugs.
I get the impression the only reason we're warned about Gary here is in case we didn't get the T-500 chest piece before now.
Morel, it's been fun, really. But I need a bath, and I have deliveries to handle. When this tea is done, I gotta run.
No need to apologize, Geary. You'd be more than helpful. We'll have to take a rain check on that game of suzerainty today, though.
The first man to break formation is always a blow to leadership. This is bigger than he lets on.
Yeah, well, maybe he's doing himself a favor by ditching the crypto-fascist. Oh yeah, we can't use that door. Oh, Bone, I see you picked up on the symbolism there, yeah. Although, he certainly doesn't seem to care about hiding his ideology. Alright, Kuno.
Fuck does Kuno care?
You wouldn't happen to know anything about any missing locusts, would you?
No, Kuno doesn't give a fuck about bugs.
So he knows locusts are bugs.
Oh my god, I told you that shit is lame!
Shut up, C.
Now they're gonna take you to lame prison!
She sounds like she's about to cry, out of disappointment at Kuno's newfound lameness.
Now hold on, no one is lame here, just tell me what happened.
Deny everything, Kuno. You need to lawyer up.
Kuno's not gonna say anything without his lawyer present.
There's definitely something going on here. Remember his pig's head shack? You should check it out.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
You're about to. When I go raid your house again. Ah. It's crawling with locusts in here.
All around you, the hisses and chirps of locusts fill the musky air. The earthen floor of the shack has been shaped into mounds of mud, dotted with little holes for windows. Like skyscrapers, spires of dirt and sand rising. Accommodations for their insectoid inhabitants?
Neither of those brats are maids, no.
Well, detective, it appears you've solved the case.
The lieutenant looks around, writes something in his notebook, and turns to you.
Of the locusts. For the missing locust case, which is a sub-case of the imaginary insect case. So at least that's going well.
Precisely what I was thinking.
Yes. I feel we are nearing a real breakthrough.
Yeah, let's go.
I'll let you handle the Kuno side of things. You are doing just fine.
All right, Kuno, it looks like it's going to be another knuckle sandwich for you. Ha! Wow, Bone. I don't think Kim hates Kuno in particular, Vec Machine. He just hates juveniles. Juvenile delinquents in particular.
Fuck does Kuno care?
I know you took the locust from the trap the cryptozoologist set up.
Yeah. Kuno took the bugs. So what?
So it wasn't the phasmid. A wave of disappointment washes over you.
You say you don't give a fuck about bugs, and then you go and build a whole bug town. Why steal locusts? Couldn't you find some other pets?
They're not pets. Don't you know what locusts are? When they come out of the fucking sky. Fucking descendant shit.
Oh, he stole them because they're a biblical plague.
Stop!
He wails from behind the fence, then covers her face with her hands.
You stop. It's like they're fucking night. Locust City, Night City, City of Rage.
There's a tug of war over the name of his fantastical city. It's almost too big for his imagination. The girl forces herself to watch again, the corners of her eyes twitching from discomfort.
What are you, some kind of artist now?
Maybe I am.
He says, looking at you straight in the eye.
Did he just say I? Kuno usually calls Kuno, Kuno.
Hold on, did I hear you right? You said I.
Kuno made Kuno. Kuno says whatever the fuck he wants. There are no rules here, pig.
He steps closer.
I fucking say I when I wanna, and Kuno when I wanna. Kuno's free. Kuno's free to fucking die, bitch.
This is what he sometimes does when things get tense.
Making art's a worthy calling. I'm a bit of an artist myself.
Oh my god, Kuno! He's gonna make you totally lame in, like, 3 seconds. Don't let him, Kuno.
Yo, fuck you, see? Kuno can be what Kuno wants to be. Kuno's his own man. Kuno's free.
He tears at the buttons of his shirt, trying to rip them open. They don't give way.
Kuno made himself into Kuno. Kuno can make himself into anything. Kuno can make himself into a pig if he wants. Kuno can make himself into a... Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Don't make yourself into a pig, Kuno. You'll have to take me away.
That depends on the choices you make, young girl.
Without a word, she disappears entirely behind the fence.
Got him.
For once, the boy is lost for words. He turns completely red now, with splotches of white beginning to appear across his face. Use this momentary confusion to take control of the situation.
Stop taking locusts from the traps. The cryptozoologists are trying to find something very important. Those locusts are bait.
I don't give a shit. I don't need the locusts anyway. Shit is all lame now. C was right.
Turns toward the fence.
The girl's face appears again, above the fence, just long enough to make eye contact with Kuno.
So what does a city of locusts mean?
It don't mean anything. It's shit. Kuno just likes to focus. Kuno likes to concentrate on shit. Build shit when he's zipping hard. Fuck.
He turns his face up to the heavens.
Pig, you really shouldn't have fucked with Kuno City. Now it's all fucking lame.
What's gonna happen to the locusts?
Kuno's gonna let the fucking locusts die.
Okay, that's settled. I guess I'm leaving.
The fuck are they trying to catch anyway? With the traps?
The Insulindian phasmid. He mutters to himself.
He recognizes the name.
You know what the Insulindian phasmid is?
Bitches think Kuno doesn't know shit. The fuck out of here. Kuno's tired of this shit.
There's silence between the two children. They're not saying anything to each other, nor looking in each other's direction.
Yeah, antimatter, there's a little bit of a kid left in him, but only a little. Alright, what do we have to do now? Kuno has promised to stop. Report your findings to the cryptozoologists. Wellbone, and then there's the lightning that arcs between some of the thoughts. There appears to be some kind of synergy between certain thoughts, but I have yet to figure out what it is. Or maybe somebody else already has and already knows, but I certainly don't. Okay. Well, back to the quacks. Yeah, antimatter, I suspect if anyone does, it'll probably be by data mining.
Hello, officer. I think I almost have it. A new trap design, that is. I know you're skeptical, but I have a good feeling about this.
I had a chat with this kid Kuno. He promised to stop stealing the locusts.
So it was just a child.
He purses his lips, crestfallen.
Thank you for telling us, sweetie. This is good news, right? It means we can try again.
She acts chipper, but something's changed in her tone. A hidden worry.
Oh, maids, I absolutely would have pepper sprayed him.
Something is secretly gnawing at her confidence. It's not this Kuno kid, or the missing locusts. It's something else.
Yeah, you're right. We just need to restock the empty trap. Then we'll need to inspect the traps one more time. And then maybe we can.
He has a 38-degree fever. His resilience has given way.
Darling, I told you to take it easy. You're getting sick. Maybe it's time to go home.
You're right, you're right. We can come back next season, when it's warmer.
There won't be a next season. Not for this. Find a phasmid or admit defeat, people.
I really feel this is costing time on my main investigation. It's not worth risking your health. Holiday and go home. But offer my help. I have my own things to do. Damn it, maybe I can still restock the traps for you. We've come too far to quit. I'm gonna restock the trap. Let's do this. What is this, Vect Machine? This is either a picture of food or a picture of a pet. This is neither one. Oh, excellent, Vect Machine. This has to be somebody's fan drawing, Vect Machine. The official artist for The Simpsons didn't actually do this, did they? There's no possible way. This is brilliant. He redrew New Vegas memes too. Interesting. Oh, there's a Facebook page that's doing Simpsons memes based on Fallout and Disco Elysium. I see. That's an awfully odd connection, but...
We are getting really carried away with this, aren't we? Fine. It's better than having these people get pneumonia on the coast. But after this...
He wants to see this tale through, as much as you. Otherwise, he'd have stopped this already. But he cannot let it drag out after this.
That's fine, Kim.
Really? It's too much, officer.
What Morel means is we're grateful for your help.
Here's a fresh batch of locusts. They should slide right down the funnel. And thank you again. We will definitely mention you, should this lead to a discovery. I'm not talking co-discovery, of course, but...
This would show them all. We need to get you on that list of discoverers. No question about that.
All right. Well, for the moment, let's go handle that interrogation. Oh. Okay. Or not. Maybe we won't. Holy hell, it's 9 a.m.? Ooh. Actually, in that case, maybe... yeah, I'd lost track of time. Well, I'm pretty sure we got an autosave just a moment before this. So I think we should be okay. But actually, it is getting to... Yeah, at least the autosave worked. I think, Maids, this is probably a good time to call it. I feel like the game is trying to tell me to get my ass to bed. So, I think I'm going to, for once, heed the advice that the universe is trying to give me here. And try and get a little bit of rest. So what we're going to do is we are going to go raid my buddy Nick over on the Bitterbits channel, who is, he's playing Minecraft, but he's Well, you have to kind of hang out with him to understand his brand of streaming. He's the kind of person you hang out with not so much for the games he plays, but for the community that he has and for the person that he is. So if you guys are interested in a chill time and a barrel of laughs, please stick around for the raid. You're going to really like Nick. Nick's a good guy. In the meantime, thank you all so much for hanging out with me, and I look forward to catching up with all of you probably in a couple of days. I will most likely have to do some grocery shopping later today, so I don't know if I'm going to be streaming tomorrow, but I will catch all of you at the very least in a day or two. Thank you all again. Take care of yourselves, and good night, or morning, or whatever time it is for you. Bye-bye.